Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Uzumaki Naruto was preparing to act. The atmosphere was heavy with anticipation. Everyone wondered what method he would use to dominate the ninja world. Orochimaru's proposal matched Naruto's current needs. He required more information to plan his next move. His earlier display of strength wasn't just for show. It was to pressure Orochimaru and recruit him as an ally. Someone like Orochimaru still had value. Naruto looked at him. Orochimaru, tell me something. Why did Tsunade return to Konoha to take the Hokage position after being gone for so long? He paused. Konoha right now is a mess. Orochimaru chuckled. Perhaps you're too young to understand the temptation of power. No matter how chaotic Konoha is, as long as the clans and secret jutsu remain, the Fire Daimyo won't abandon it. The rest, rebuilding, infrastructure, can be fixed with money. The Hokage's seat, however, is still desirable. Naruto fell silent, thoughts unreadable. Orochimaru couldn't tell if he wanted to leave Konoha or take it over. Orochimaru continued. Take Shimura Danzo, for example. He and Tsunade are locked in a power struggle. He even reached out to me recently, asking me to have someone assassinate her. I refused, but I know Danzo. He won't give up. His reckless actions may have triggered Tsunade's return with Jiraiya. Kabuto spoke up. I can confirm that. She was attacked by rogue ninjas while in Tanzaka town. Most of them were mercenaries hired from the black market. Naruto thought of Zabuza and Haku. They were called rogue ninjas, but in truth, they were wanderers without a cause. Different from Orochimaru, who built his own domain. I see. That clears things up. Naruto turned. I'm returning to Konoha. But before I leave, Orochimaru, I have a few tasks for you. First, find a girl from the Uzumaki clan and place her under your protection. Her chakra is unique. She can restore others' chakra rapidly. But if she refuses, do not force her. Second, I want you to investigate the whereabouts of Zabuza Momochi and his companion. When you find them, inform me. Orochimaru stood still, then bowed slightly. Understood. I'll do as you ask. Naruto nodded. Just as he turned to leave, he paused. One more thing. About Uchiha Sasuke. If you're thinking of taking over his body, I suggest you abandon that idea. Indra's chakra isn't something you can control. Even if you succeed, you won't be able to master the Sharingan. You may end up being consumed by it. As Naruto walked toward Kimimaro, the boy coughed harshly, blood staining the floor. I'm sorry, Lord Orochimaru. I can't serve you anymore. Naruto glanced at him. You're loyal. I'll give you that. He placed a hand on Kimimaro's shoulder and sent a wave of yang chakra into his body. Kimimaro's eyes widened. His strength was returning. I should go now, Naruto said. Don't forget what I told you. I'll return when the time is right. He leapt into the air and kept rising. He's flying. The others stared in shock. Kimimaro blinked, astonished. My body feels stronger than ever. I can serve Orochimaru again. Orochimaru didn't respond. His mind was racing. Kimimaro's disease had resisted all treatment. Yet Naruto had restored him with a touch. It defied everything he knew. After a long pause, he turned to his subordinates. The ninja world is about to change. From now on, if Naruto gives you an order, obey it. No hesitation. Kabuto started to speak, but Orochimaru interrupted. Not just you, even I will serve him. He understood something his subordinates didn't. Naruto was no ordinary ninja. He wasn't fighting for Konoha. He was reshaping the world itself. If it didn't follow him, they would be swept away. Sharingan? If I need to change bloodlines, so be it. In Konoha, the news spread fast. Tsunade stood up, anxiety on her face. If he comes back, will he imprison me? Torture me until I give up the Hokage's seat. Shizen tried to calm her. He wouldn't be so reckless. He's smart. If anything, he'd manipulate things from the shadows. Tsunade nodded, then froze. Wait, he has what style now. His clones last longer than regular shadow clones. He could impersonate me, take my place. And if he kills me, no one would know. Her face went pale. It's over. Konoha Village. A powerful gust of wind swept through the village gates. Kotetsu Hagane and Izumo Kamizuki, stationed on guard duty, instinctively glanced at each other. What a strong wind. Could the weather be changing? Doesn't seem like it. Today was supposed to be clear. They sighed. Ever since the Chunin exams, the village's been tense. It'll get better now. Lady Tsunade's back. That's got to bring some stability. The gust had been caused by Naruto, moving at high speed, slipping into the village unnoticed. Why not use the back gate? Kurama teased from within. Naruto smirked. You're right. I'll sneak through the back next time. A ninja should always take the path less traveled. Back in his old room, the shadow clone he had left behind dispersed into white smoke the moment he returned. A flood of information from the last month rushed into Naruto's mind. It had been a peaceful month for the most part. The village elders were on edge following the brief appearance of Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame. Their concern wasn't about the strength of those two. It was that Naruto, as a Jinchuriki, might fall into enemy hands. To avoid risk, they kept him indoors. Sakura and Ino had visited, but the clone had turned them away, citing illness. Even Jiraiya had been denied. Well, that was a quiet month, Naruto muttered to himself. Now it's time I properly meet the legendary medical Sannin. He clenched his fists. I hope she gives me solo missions. I need to push my limits to sharpen my control over the Rinnegan and Wood style. Naruto knew well, real power only blooms in real battle. Meanwhile, the audience from the alternate Beiming world was left speechless. Uzumaki Hymen is a total training maniac. He's already near the top of the ninja world, and he's still pushing himself this hard. Talent is scary, but talent combined with effort is terrifying. And yet, many were confused. Naruto had returned to Konoha. Shouldn't he be starting his power grab? Kurama raised the same question. Hey, Naruto, with your current power and my chakra, we could sweep across the ninja world like a storm. Isn't now the time to move on your plan to take over Konoha? Naruto frowned. You've been talking a lot since I unsealed you. He grew serious. We can't ignore the future threat of the Otsutsuki. And let's not forget what the Sage of Six Paths said about Uchiha Madara. Madara, Kurama echoed. Naruto nodded. He awakened the Rinnegan after stealing the Sage's chakra. Then he summoned the Gedo statue down from the moon, trying to resurrect the 10 tails. And now the Akatsuki are collecting tailed beasts. With only a handful of members, it doesn't make sense unless they're preparing to revive the 10 tails and use its power to control the world. Or worse, revive Kagaya, just as the sage warned. And if you recall, you once said Madara controlled you and attacked Konoha, right? Kurama's eyes narrowed. You think the masked man who controlled me the night you were born was Madara? Naruto nodded grimly. If he awakened the Rinnegan decades ago, there's no telling how strong he is now. We need to be cautious. The Beiming world was in an uproar. Naruto's deductions weren't perfect, but he was dangerously close to the truth. Inoki, he's too calm. Even with that kind of power, he's thinking clearly. Terumi may, but how could he suspect Obito? That doesn't line up age-wise. Orochimaru, don't forget, he learned from me. There are jutsu that extend life. Jiraiya, and Obito did hide under the name Madara all this time. Kakashi, he might continue to believe Obito is Madara, which might work in Obito's favor. Obito, maybe if I reveal my real name, he won't connect me to the Nine Tails attack. Kakashi, Obito, just stop. Tsunade, if he asks me for a mission, I'll just agree. Maybe he'll go easy on me if he remembers I'm from the Uzumaki clan. Kushina, Tsunade no, Jiraiya, huh? First time I've seen Tsunade nervous. People don't fear death. They fear being remembered by the wrong person. especially when that person is hyming. Tsunade. That kid's always had a sweet mouth. I like people like that. Kurama thought for a moment. So, what's your next move? Naruto answered quietly. My plan has many parts. If it goes right, we'll save a lot of trouble. Konoha is fragile after the war. Tsunade's return has stabilized things for now. We can't go in and crush her. Not yet. She's the granddaughter of the first Hokage, a Sannin. She has too much symbolic power. For now, we let her be. He narrowed his eyes. Lama, I've seen the darkest corners of human nature. I've vented my rage against Konoha. But what scares me isn't greed or stupidity. It's cleverness. You were sealed by humans, weren't you? No matter how powerful, you were subdued by schemes. Kurama nodded, even if he didn't fully understand. What do you plan? Naruto replied. We let Tsunade keep her seat. In time, she'll make mistakes. And when she falters, Danzo will strike. Then we'll expose Danzo, his connection to Orochimaru, his crimes. The village will see us as saviors, not invaders. Kurama blinked. Danzo's still tied to Orochimaru? Exactly. Once he's in power, we tear him down. Publicly. The people will beg us to cleanse the village. Beiming World erupted again. Inoki, he's going to use Tsunade to bait Danzo, and then take down Danzo to look like a hero. Ruthless. Terumi Mei, all that from a kid with a sunny smile. Madara, if not for my name hanging over him like a shadow, he'd have destroyed Konoha already. Tobirama, don't flatter yourself, Madara. He'd still do it, just more carefully. Danzo, he's evil. He's the real darkness in the ninja world. Tsunade, you brought this on yourself, Danzo. If you weren't so dirty, he wouldn't have found a way to use you. In her office, Tsunade seethed. Damn Danzo. Because Hyming wants to use him, I'm going to get dragged into this. She turned to Shizune. How do you think he'll use me? Shizune was at a loss. If you don't know, how could I? Meanwhile, Naruto was already acting. He summoned a wood clone, shaping it to look identical to himself. This clone is stronger than a shadow clone. More durable, more precise. Harder to detect. I'll have the wood clone work with Tsunade in public, while I manipulate Danzo from the shadows. He sighed. Everything. The sage's power. It's all two-sided. Yin and yang. Light and dark. But now, I control both. This clone, Myanmar, is my shadow. Kurama was stunned. Myanmar would act as Naruto's terrifying alter ego, while the real Naruto remained the warm-hearted beacon of hope. Over time, people would rely so much on that light, they'd forget how to survive without it. Darkness terrifies people, Kurama murmured. And when they see Naruto as their only light, they'll follow him no matter what. Then Naruto's eyes turned cold. As for Uchiha Madara, he's hiding in the shadows. But Myanmar can wear his face, use his name, and create chaos. If I do that, the real Madara, or Obito, will be forced to act. If he dares show himself, I'll make him pay for killing my parents. A cold silence spread across the Beiming world. Terumi Mei, we just escaped from Obito's grasp, and now we might face Hyming's avatar. Inoki, Obito's actions will come back to haunt all of us. Madara, wait, I didn't even do half of this. How did I become the villain of everyone's story? By Ming's world, Uzumaki Beiming was distraught. He didn't know if the so-called method of Hyming world was feasible, but it was clear that the other party had a deep grudge against Uchiha Obito, the chief culprit of the Nine-Tails Rebellion. This kind of resentment has even surpassed Uchiha Sasuke's genocide. In Beiming's world, Uzumaki knew that he finally forgave Uchiha Obito, and with Obito's help, they were able to defeat Otsutsuki Kagaya in Class 7. After Uchiha Sasuke listened to the Sengoku time and Uchiha Madara's experience told by first Hokage, Sasuke chose to guard the Konoha village that Uchiha Itachi wanted to guard. Uzumaki Black Ming obviously does not eat this set. Even knowing that there will be an invasion by the Otsutsuki clan in the future, Uzumaki Kuranoru does not intend to forgive them. The peace in the ninja world is peaceful, but these people have to pay the price for it, and look at Hyming with fierce eyes that are rarely shown. perhaps in his heart. The death of these people could hardly eliminate the hatred in his heart. Uzumaki Naruto finished telling Nine Tails his plan and slowly closed his eyes. Now he is no longer worried about anyone who dares to spy on his life. No matter how stupid the senior management of Konoha Village is, it is impossible to send Umbu around him to monitor as before. But just as Naruto closed his eyes, there was a knock on the door. "Naruto-kun, are you at home?" Outside the door, Hyuga Hinata asked with a blushing face. In fact, in her heart, she certainly knows that Uzumaki Naruto is at home. "I heard from Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino that Uzumaki Naruto seems to be in poor health recently, and he doesn't want others to disturb him." It's a pity that Hyuga Hinata still came. The door opens. Uzumaki Naruto appears in front of Hyuga Hinata. "It's Hinata. What's the matter?" Uzumaki Naruto laughs. "I didn't expect that since he came back, the first person to look for him would be Hyuga Hinata. Up to now, Tsunade has not sent anyone. I didn't even go to say hello to her. This woman's fiery temper is probably fake. I heard that you have been sick recently, so I specially prepared a lunchbox for you." After speaking, Hyuga Hinata's shy eyes flickered so that she didn't dare to look directly at Naruto, who had encouraged her. I can only raise my hands high and present the bento in front of Uzumaki Naruto. "Thank you, Hinata. You are such a good girl." Uzumaki Naruto was not polite at all and immediately chose to open the bento after taking it from his hand. "I soaked the nutrient solution in Orochimaru for a month, and I haven't eaten serious food for a long time." The moment he opened the bento, Naruto yelled, "Wow, it's really rich, and the combination of ingredients makes people very appetizing." Naruto said in surprise, "Hinata will definitely be a good wife and mother in the future." The words reached Hinata's ears like thunder. Naruto actually praised himself as a good wife. Could it be that, as long as Naruto-kun likes it? Hyuga Hinata's coy look made Uzumaki Naruto amused. In such a cruel ninja world, his contemporaries are actually a good group of people. At least in Naruto's eyes, the relationship between these people and himself is not as bad as imagined. "Naruto, the girl from the Hyuga family is fine. I think you could develop a relationship with her first. 1. With your current bloodline strength, plus the supercilious eyes of the Hyuga clan. The future children of the two of you will definitely be the same." At this moment, Nine Tails joined in the fun. "I suddenly have a very mature suggestion." Nine Tails imitated Naruto's previous terminology, opened her paws excitedly, and said excitedly, "Naruto, let's build a country. When the time comes, you will be a great name, and you can marry many, many wives. With your physique, you will have endless children and grandchildren. The new Uzumaki clan will be the most powerful clan on this continent. No, even a master. How about it? Isn't my plan cool? And this little girl likes you very much at first glance, so let's start with her first." Ninetail's proposal almost made Naruto choke while eating. However, he didn't deny the other party's proposal. "It's really cool." "Well, it sounds like a very good suggestion, but I didn't expect you to be so curious about this kind of thing." Uzumaki Naruto looked at Ninetails with a strange expression. The big fox actually has the talent to be a matchmaker. This world is truly amazing. "By the way, Hinata," Uzumaki Naruto looks at Hinata. "Aren't you busy recently?" Seeing that Naruto swept away his bento, Hinata was very satisfied and said happily, "It's okay. The task is quite heavy recently." Hyuga Hinata rubbed her little hands. In fact, she really wanted to let Naruto know her feelings. She also prepared lunch for Naruto during her busy schedule and came to see him. However, at this moment, the voice of Yanjiaya came from below. "Hinata, are you done with your deliveries? It's time to assemble." The next second, Inuzuka jumped and came to the door of Uzumaki Naruto. "Yo, Naruto, how is it? Have you been feeling better recently?" Inuzuka Fong looked at the empty lunchbox in Naruto's hand, with a little amusement on his face. "I never thought that you, a great hero, would be sick at such a critical moment. But it's really good to be a hero. When you're sick, There are special people who will make special lunches and deliver them in person under such hard circumstances. You boy, it's really a blessing to come back. But unfortunately, our 8th class is going to leave. Set off. Uzumaki Naruto startled. Where are you going? Execute the mission. Recently, the heads of the busy people have grown. The village suffered the last accident, and now the number of ninjas is far from enough. We are about to spin. I don't have time to rest after finishing the task, and sometimes I even have to receive new tasks halfway, and I can't even come back to Konoha village. Inazuka Tooth complained. Get well soon. If you're thinking about it, the efficiency of performing tasks will be greatly increased. Inazuka Hana. I don't know if my stupid brother is stupid or lucky. He seems to have a good relationship with Naruto. Inazuka Tooth. Hey, sister, don't say that. Okay, our relationship with Hyeming during the same period has never been very bad. Haruno Sakura. It's true. Uzumaki is actually not much different from Bai Ming, especially in terms of how he treats his companions. Yamanaka Ino. The difference lies in the attitude of the companions. Bai Ming will accommodate, but Hyeming will not. But Nine-Tail's suggestion seems a bit crazy. Uzumaki Kushina. I have to do the math for that child of Kuromaki. For example, he had 4 beauties in the same period. 4 seems not enough. Namikaze Minato. Kushina. What are you talking about? Haha, for a lot. Jiraiya. I heard what Nine-Tails meant. That kid Hyeming can't just pick a wife if he chooses. Orochimaru. Of course you can't choose randomly. That is the ethnic group that will rule the mainland in the future. Father is like a god, and mother is an unknown person. Tsunade. Orochimaru? You've passed Mingbuki. Before Hinata leaves. When Uzumaki Naruto returned the bento box to her, he grabbed her hand. This made Hinata blush, and at the same time, like last time, a powerful chakra surged into her body. Pay attention to safety on the road. I wish you all the best in the mission of the 8th class. Naruto waves to the 2. Hyuga Hinata is excitedly ramming the deer. This feeling is right. It feels the same as when he defeated Niji last time, but stronger in strength. This time, there must be no problem. In an instant, the blushing Hinata suddenly became confident. She feels that as long as there is Naruto's encouragement, no matter how difficult things are, there is no problem. After the 2 leave, another figure appears near Naruto. Naruto, Lord 5th Hokage is looking for you. 1. Uzumaki Naruto glances at Umbu, who is approaching. A purple-haired Umbu ninja who was once arranged by Sarutobi Hiruzen to monitor him. This woman actually survived that war. Naruto was a little surprised, stunned. Shouldn't Umbu ninjas deal with difficult problems? This woman is either superior to others, or she was lazy at the beginning and didn't know where to hide in the chaos, so she escaped unharmed. Yuzuki Shien. Yuzuki Shien. Screw his bullshit. My mother was almost blown to death by a shadow clone. How dare he say such a thing? Anko. Shien is calm. Uzumaki Kushina. Okay, Shien has something special, so she should be the 5th one. Konoha village office. Uzumaki Naruto looks up and down at Tsunade in front of him. It's true that she doesn't look like she's in her 50s. She looks like she's in her 20s or 30s, but compared to a woman in her 20s or 30s, Tsunade exudes the kind of mature temperament that these women don't have. Are you Uzumaki Naruto? Not bad. In terms of appearance and temperament alone, it is not inferior to 4th Hokage. Tsunade also looked up and down at Uzumaki Naruto in front of him. Secretly exclaimed, is this the son of Kushina mentioned by Jiraiya? At such a young age, he actually mastered the magic of immortality and the form change of Rasengan Wind Attribute Chakra within 1 month, and even reconciled with the 9 tails in his body to become the perfect 9 tails Jinchuriki. 1. Tsunade doesn't believe it in his heart, but Jiraiya really doesn't need to lie to her. Naruto, are you feeling better? Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke, Hatake Kakashi. The members of the 7th class are all gathered here. Yes, there is no problem at all now. Naruto smiled at the 3 of them. You and Mr. Kakashi are also discharged from the hospital. Yeah, thanks to 5th Hokage-sama. Kakashi laughed. However, Uchiha Sasuke's complexion is not very good. It feels much gloomy than before. It seems that this kid was provoked by his brother last time. Ninetales reminded. Naruto nodded slightly. The next second, Tsunade's loud voice reached everyone's ears. Flower. There is a very important task here, and you need to complete it as soon as possible. Moreover, it must be absolutely safe. Tsunade opens his mouth quietly. The general situation of the mission is to act as a guard for a well-known movie star in the Kingdom of Fire. Naruto heard this with a slightly strange expression. When is this, and you still have the mood to send someone to protect the movie? 5th Hokage is probably out of his mind to go clubbing. Cut. After hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke became even more serious. The current him doesn't have any mood to perform the so-called mission at all. He just wants to practice, become stronger, and seek revenge from Itachi. However, Sasuke's impatience did not escape Uzumaki Naruto's eyes. However, the current Naruto is not the same as the original Naruto. It is better than the Uchiha clan being exterminated in Konoha village overnight. If there is no secret in it, he would not believe it if he was killed. Looks like it's time to get some more information from Orochimaru about the top management of Konoha village. Thinking of Shimura Danzo, who still has contact with Orochimaru, Naruto thinks that there must be many dark secrets between the two. It seems to have seen through Sasuke and Naruto's disdainful attitude towards the task. Tsunade said sharply, according to the information we have, the true identity of the star of the Fire Country, Fujikaze Gakyu, is the fugitive princess of the Snow Country. The mission of your 7th squad is to get her back to the Snow Country safely and find a way to help her regain control of the Snow Country. In order to ensure the smooth success of the mission, I have used your 7th class. After all, you are also aware of the current situation in Konoha village. We need to maintain a more friendly relationship with the rulers of other countries. Hateful. Tsunade is upset. Ninetales kid and Uchiha's kid. They are disobedient at first glance. I was really cheated by Jiraiya, saying that now that Uzumaki Naruto is in the position, Konoha is not as difficult as imagined. If he knew that this kid was so disobedient, Tsunade would never come back and take over this mess just to get angry with Danzo. However, what Tsunade didn't expect was that right after she explained the importance of the task, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes lit up. He patted his chest and said, Master Hokage, don't worry. Let me do this mission alone. Kakashi-sensei and Sasuke and Haruno Sakura, they can do some other things while staying in Konoha village. Especially Sasuke and little Sakura. They have great potential, and they can also take advantage of this 5.4 opportunity to practice well. There is no need to waste time on this kind of task. Runaway Princess of Snow Country. Naruto understood the meaning immediately after hearing it. If there is no rebellion in Snow Country, does she need to run away as a princess? This is simply putting fat in your mouth. For this task, it is best to act alone. By the way, take down Snow Country according to the situation. Naruto, as soon as he heard that he didn't need to waste time, Sasuke's expression improved a lot. You can practice again. Uzumaki Naruto. Boom. Tsunade jumped to the case. Don't be kidding, it involved the country's issue. However, facing Tsunade angrily getting up, a cold light flashed in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes. It is precisely because of the problems of a country that he has to act alone. Hokage-sama, if you don't trust me with my ability, even if you send Mr. Kakashi to give him Kurenai Yuhi and Asuma, it won't solve it. After all, I am the perfect Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha village. The audience has also come into contact with the matter of the Snow Country Inn by Ming's story. Snow Country, secret treasure floor, heating generator, colorful ice wall, Naruto's colorful Rasengan. The title of the strongest ninja in the ninja world bestowed by Princess Fonyan. But hey, Ming is not her fan. Jiraiya, I remember Bai Ming is a fan of Fushiwa's drawing of Fonyan Princess. Fenghua Xiaoyuki will be filming my book next time, huh? Onoki. It's over, the quality of the country has led wolves into the house. Terumi May, is Haimaru going to take down the snow country first? That's right. After all, the ruler of the snow country is the queen, so it's easy to decide. Tsunade. It's over. The me in the other world was hovering on the verge of death as soon as I came up. Uzumaki Kushina. What a good boy, he has a big appetite, dare to hit the queen's attention. Snow country. The audience of Baming World knows that although this country cannot be compared with the 5 major countries, but compared to many small countries, Snow Country is definitely a top-notch existence because their country has the power of its own armed system. Shui Run. There are even 1 or 2 masters among these ninjas. Hataki Kakashi. The Snow Country has really fallen into the arms of Hyeming. My guy, how do you say Kakashi? Hataki Kakashi fell silent, recalling my ninja career in Umbu. The Snow Country rebellion happened many years ago. The younger brother of His Royal Highness Fenghua Zhaoxue, Fenghua Nuteo, and a group of Shuiren launched a war against the Snow Country. The group of samurai under Fenghua Zhaoxue are not the opponents who are full of snow ninja. And the person who rescued the young Fenghua Xiaoxue was Hataki Kakashi in Umbu. Unfortunately, the original Hataki Kakashi was not the opponent of Snow Ninja Avalanche. Hataki Kakashi. Well, fortunately now, I have surpassed Spike Avalanche. My guy, Rock Lee, Ms. Guy, Mr. Kakashi means Senju Tobarama. If Hyeming really wins the Land of Snow, he can use it as his base to expand his power outwards. Secondly, the method of dealing with the 5 major countries is naturally different from that of dealing with small countries. Those small countries just follow the wind. If a small country like the country with its own armed forces supports Hyeming, many small countries will follow suit. In the ninja world, except for the 5 major countries, there are countless small countries in the ninja world. For example, the country of vegetables, the country of birds, the country of stones, the country of teeth, the country of claws, the country of ghosts, the country of swamps, etc. There are too many to count. This small country is very similar to the country of Wave. Except for sporadic samurai, there is no ninja armed system of its own. What they rely on for their fame is the protection of them by the ninjas of the 5 major countries. Orochimaru. It's much more convenient to let them surrender on their own initiative than to conquer them one by one. Besides, Naruto-kun has no spare time. 4th Raikage. This black name is really a good trick. If he really wins Konoha and forms his own faction, he can also use the help of these small countries to stabilize his position. Terumi May. Okay, the world of Kuro Naruto is really terrible. Now, I'm worried about what will happen to our Kirigakure. Tsunade focuses on safety and does not agree with Uzumaki Naruto to go alone. 03. Master Tsunade, I don't think it would be a big problem for Naruto to go alone, seeing that the 2 men are at war with each other, and they are not willing to give in. Kakashi hastened to be a nice guy, and he gave Tsunade and Naruto a detailed account of his experience in Umbu. For Naruto, who has mastered the power of 9 tails and learned the art of immortality and Mount Myaboka's summoning, the group of men who are in trouble are really impossible to be Naruto's opponents. It's even several grades worse. As long as Naruto stays with Snow Princess, there will be no problems. Hataki Kakashi said with a smile. This time, it's also a good time to cultivate Naruto's ability to judge when performing tasks alone. After all, Kakashi hesitated to speak, but Tsunade naturally understood what he meant. Uzumaki Naruto is the Jinchuriki of Konoha Village. There are countless places to rely on him in the future. Now, it is very necessary to start cultivating his various abilities. Okay, since Kakashi said so, let's make a decision like this. I'll go and explain the situation to the client. After Tsunade's description, the client was overjoyed. I didn't expect that Konoha Village would send such a powerful ninja to help out. Of course, Tsunade would not say that Naruto is the 9 tails Jinchuriki of Konoha Village. Just tell the other party, don't look at this guy's young age, he can definitely do things with confidence. Soon, Uzumaki Naruto and the client Santaifu embarked on a mission journey. On the way, Santafu explained the situation to Naruto in detail. The most difficult thing to do now is how to trick His Highness Xiaoxue onto the boat. The third husband sighs. After all, she doesn't know that I used to be his father's old department. I actually know that she doesn't want to go back to the land of snow. 1. But the people of Snow Country need her. Uzumaki Naruto heard the words. Japan is a bit more serious. But I thought to myself that Mrs. Santai is really old and stubborn. A woman like Hua Xiaoxue, who has no power to restrain a chicken, dares to face the wind, flowers, and raging waves. Taking her back to the country by force is no different from sending her to death. However, facing the depression of the third wife, Naruto smiled. Uncle, don't worry and don't lie. If you coax the whole crew to go together, it will be very troublesome to act at that time. Naturally, the less people involved in this kind of thing, the better. Naruto thought for a while, and suddenly remembered the information given by the doctor. Did you just say that you got information about the wind and flowers and raging waves from the old comrades in the Snow Country? That guy's been obsessed with finding the secret treasure of the Snow Country for the past few years. What is that? The third husband heard the sound but did not speak. Seeing this, Naruto coughed lightly. Uncle, it's not a situation where you trust me or don't trust me. The main purpose of our trip this time is to help Fenghua Xiaoxue restore the country. If you have concealed it, when there is trouble, everyone will die. I believe it doesn't matter if you die. If His Highness Xiaoxue dies, how can you be worthy of his dead father, your master? As expected of the brainwashing master, Uzumaki Heiming. This guy probably has his eyes on the secret treasure of the Snow Country. But the reason is so high-sounding. Of course, if he knew the secret treasure of the Snow Country, Heiming would probably be disappointed. Why? Speaking of this, I feel sad too. That's why I took His Royal Highness Xiaoxue back to gamble. Ru Tao has been crazy enough to search for the so-called secret treasure in the Snow Country all these years. I finally found the instrument under the colorful ice wall. The key to centrally unlock the instrument crystal is on His Royal Highness Xiaozhong. The wind, flowers, and raging waves have now shifted their target to His Royal Highness Xiaoxue. Actually, even if we don't go back, the storm will come to us. So, Uncle, do you know what the secret treasure is? Uzumaki Naruto asked with a smile. Where is there any secret treasure? It's just His Royal Highness Xiaoxue's wish to see spring. As a father, His Royal Highness Xiaoxue spent a lot of money to build a large geothermal generator under the colorful ice wall. As long as the snow in the Snow Country melts, spring will come. Uzumaki Naruto. Cut. I was really excited for nothing. After a few seconds of embarrassment, Naruto smiled and said, Okay, I understand the situation. Don't worry, Uncle. I swear by my personality that I will definitely help you solve the turmoil and successfully help His Highness Xiaoxue regain the land of snow. Looking at Uzumaki Naruto's full confidence, Santaifu also inexplicably became confident. But in the next second, he lost his strength again. If we don't coax the director team, how can we coax His Highness Xiaoxue into the boat and go to the land of snow? Boom! Santafu was taken aback and looked at Uzumaki Naruto, who was patted on his chest. Don't worry, I will leave everything to you. So when the two saw Fenghua Xiaoxue, Santafu followed Uzumaki Naruto's instructions and called Fenghua Xiaoxue out alone. In the next second, Naruto's hand goes up and down. Fenghua Xiaoxue passed out immediately. Santafu, Your Excellency Naruto, this. Uncle, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and take His Highness Xiaoxue on board. We are going to land of snow. Speechless. Absolutely speechless. The audience in Baming World was stunned on the spot. Is this how Uzumaki blacked Naruto? I was almost impatient when I didn't see the third husband. Anoki, should I directly kill the princess? Terumi Mei, as expected of Heiming, if we were, we would never dare to be so rude. Haruno Sakura, I remember that on our side, Kakashi-sensei used Sharingan to make His Highness Kuki fall asleep. Yamanaka, Ino, Heiming started directly, which is too direct. in Azuka Kiba. But as Kuramaki said, this method is effective and direct. The audience remembered that by Ming's 7 squad had to spend a lot of effort to carry out this task. Fenghua Xiaoxue began to escape alone in order not to go to the snow country. Uzumaki Beiming, who didn't know the truth, chased the other party for his signature before going to snow country, and chased him several times after he went to prevent the other party from escaping. Look at Hei Ming, whoever you are, just knock him out and take him away. On board. In the room, Fenghua Xiaoxue wakes up leisurely. The shaking of the cabin made her feel a little dizzy. Santafu, bring me some water, she said habitually. The next moment, Fenghua Xiaoxue's beautiful eyes suddenly tightened. This room is not a room she is familiar with. How was this going? Feeling strange, Fenghua Xiaoxue got up suddenly and happened to see Uzumaki Naruto sitting by the bed and Santaifu standing behind him. Santaifu, what's going on? Facing Fenghua Xiaoxue's questioning, the third wife immediately knelt down. His Royal Highness Xiaoxue, subordinate. Santafu doesn't know how to explain to Fenghua Xiaoxue in front of him. In the end, it was Uzumaki Naruto who spoke and told the shocked Fenghua Xiaoxue the whole story. Nonsense. Crazy. Mistress, I think you are crazy. Fenghua Xiaoxue didn't get angry, and she was obviously doing well in front of her. This old man had nothing to do and insisted on dragging herself to the snow country. It's a pity that she has already boarded the ship and has no other way out. Who is the other party? That's a raging storm. It's no different from courting death when we go. And Fenghua Xiaoxue glances at Uzumaki Naruto, looking at it for a long time, said angrily, "This is what you call the ninja who helped us. Except for the long spirit point, I can't see where is a strong endurance. It's over." Fenghua Xiaoxue sits on the bed in despair. Now that we have embarked on a journey to the land of snow, currently in this vast sea, if you want to run, you can't run. I can only wait until the ship docks and then think of a solution. However, her thoughts did not escape the eyes of Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto said indifferently, "Even if the boat docks, we can run, but you can't. After all, the purpose of Fengyudo is to find you and take the key to open the treasure. Also, as the daughter of Fenghua Xiaoxue, you're the only official heir. If I were in a storm, I would definitely make you disappear from this world completely, lest you lead ninjas from other countries to restore the country when the time comes. This is the rule of the ninja world. Rules unique to daimyo. As long as the name is orthodox, there will be a ninja village willing to help. Actually, it's all for their own interests." Uzumaki Naruto's words immediately made Fenghua Xiaoxue tremble with fright. "I thought I had escaped and ascended to heaven, but after the other party's description, Xiaoxue's memory was brought back to the scene of escaping from the snow country. That night, my family's castle was burning with raging fire. A silver-haired masked ninja escaped from the snow country alone with himself. 10 years have passed, and it seems that Fengyudo has not given up on chasing him. Then how do we do it?" Fenghua Xiaoxue said weakly, "Now, I am bound by you to go to the snow country. Santafu, you wouldn't have betrayed to Nuteo long ago. Take me to 880 to receive the reward." The third grandpa heard the sound. Her legs went limp in fright and hurriedly knelt down again. "Your Highness, how is that possible?" "Old man, I have already summoned all the old departments of His Royal Highness Xiaoxue, and we will wait for His Royal Highness to return to the land of snow. Let's help Her Highness Princess take back the country that belongs to Her Highness." However, the words of the third husband did not make Fenghua Xiaoxue burn with hope. Her eyes became more indifferent than before. "That's right. After all, I haven't defeated New Tao before. Now that a few old guys get together, what can they do?" At this time, Uzumaki Naruto's words startled Fenghua Xiaoxue. The ninja in front of me who looks a few years younger than him seems to be able to read his inner thoughts. "You can read minds?" Fenghua Xiaoxue finally flashed a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Unfortunately, Uzumaki Naruto shook his head. Of course not, but the idea of snow princess is that a normal person would think so. Hearing this, Fenghua Xiaoxua panicked even more. So we're going back to the land of snow. It's no different from going to die. However, Uzumaki Naruto said at this time, of course it's different, because this time I will follow you back, and the people who will die will only be Fenghua Nu Tao and his subordinates. Boom! Uzumaki Naruto's confident speech instantly blew up Fenghua Xiaoxua's mind. After being stunned for a long time, she suddenly burst out laughing. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Do you guys dream too much of being a hero? It's just that Naruto kept smiling in the face of Fenghua Xiaoxua's rudeness. He's been waiting for this moment. His Royal Highness Xiaoxua, let's make a deal. If I help you take back the snow country, I won't make any other excessive demands. You just need to promise me that when I find you with something, you can help me unconditionally. As expected, Uzumaki has already begun to carry out his plan. According to everyone's understanding of him, Uzumaki Blackming will do 2 sets of plans when he starts to act. One set is a plan made according to the situation he is very sure of. For example, at this time, he knew very well that he could kill Fenghua Nu Tao, so he made this request to Fenghua Xiaoxua. In another way, he will follow the ever-changing situation on the scene before making a decision. Under this kind of double insurance, Uzumaki Haiming is absolutely impossible to lose money. But no matter how you look at it, even if Snow Country returns to Fenghua Xiaoxua, she will manage it as a daughter, with the condition of agreeing to Uzumaki Haiming. Her dominance over Snow Country is no longer in her hands. Terumi Mei, it's over. Another unlucky guy. Tsunade am. Indeed, no Sakura. I can't say that. If Fenghua Xiaoxua and Orochimaru stand on the same team, I don't think she will be miserable. Yamanaka Ino, wide forehead. Do you think anyone could be like Orochimaru? How much has Orochimaru experienced? How much has Fenghua Xiaoxua experienced? Fenghua Xiaoxua has been laughing. Maybe this is the funniest thing she has ever heard. So she agreed. No problem, if you can really let me regain the land of snow. Don't promise you one thing. I'll listen to what you say then. 1. Anyway, you took back the land of snow. The matter has reached a point where there is no room for redemption. Fenghua Xiaoxua is completely messed up. Little snow princess. Unfortunately, the third wife is anxious. He clearly felt Fenghua Xiaoxua's despair and just wanted to continue talking about a series of benevolence and righteousness, but was stopped by Uzumaki Naruto. Santaifu, this is actually all your fault. Perhaps it is best for you to let little snow princess continue to be her star, until the wind, flowers, and raging waves come to your door. At least when the wind and flowers and raging waves came to her, she was at least happy during this time. Forcing her to face an enemy she can't fight against will only make her very distressed. Naruto's words made Fenghua Xiaoxua startled. She immediately withdrew her contemptuous attitude just now. At least in her heart, the ninja who is a few years younger than her knows her better than the third husband. Seeing this scene, Uzumaki Beiming felt a little ashamed. This scene is very similar to the inexplicable confidence he gave her when he faced Hinata and Niji's duel. Bai Ming remembers in the story between himself and Fenghua Xiaoxua. He angrily scolded Fenghua Xiaoxua, who had escaped. Tell the other party emotionally that Snow Country is her home and she should not escape. However, he ignored the other party's fear of the wind, flowers, and raging waves. Because of the raging waves, Fenghua Xiaoxua lost her beloved father and lost everything. And she also lost the third husband who thought of her and wanted to help her regain the Snow Country. What Fenghua Xiaoxua said was right. It was because of this impulsiveness that the third husband and all his father's old minions were sacrificed. Those people are all living beings. Uzumaki was confused. He didn't know whether it was right or wrong to encourage others to do things that he couldn't do. Your Excellency Naruto. Ew. Sanafu completely collapsed. He didn't expect that Uzumaki Naruto didn't stand by his side to persuade Fenghua Xiaoxua for him. It seems to have seen through the helpless mood of the third husband. Uzumaki Naruto beckons him to be quiet. Uncle, how many times have I told you? You two just watch quietly. 1. Uzumaki Naruto smiles. Just now, he suddenly noticed a chakra flying over their height. If you think right, it should be that the people in the wind and flowers and raging waves had discovered their whereabouts into the snow country. Thinking about it, the other party will greet them on the shore. Little Snow Princess, I heard from the third doctor that your father spent a huge amount of money to build a geothermal generator for the snow country in order to allow you to see the spring. And the key to unlock it is with you. Hearing this, Fenghua Xiaoxue was stunned. Spring, geothermal generator, were those things? Looking at Fenghua Xiaoxue's confused and shocked expression, Naruto was slightly taken aback. In an instant, it seemed that the other party didn't know anything about what her father had done for her. It seems that Princess Xiaoxue still doesn't know what His Royal Highness Xiaoxue has done for her. Naruto smiles and looks at Santaifu. Hey, Santaifu sighed. Because the geothermal generator was not yet completed, Nuteo rebelled. After His Royal Highness Xiaoxue was killed, all follow-up processes were put on hold. It turned out to be like this. Uzumaki Naruto's envious expression did not escape Fenghua Xiaoxue's observation. She didn't even expect that her father would make so much sacrifice for her ideals behind her back. For a while, Fenghua Xiaoxue was in a mess. Father, she suddenly remembered the conversation she had with her father. As long as you don't give up and always believe in your dreams, then dreams will come true. Fenghua Xiaoxue finally understood the meaning of this sentence. Her dream, her father has been helping her realize it. Why doesn't she want to take back the land of snow that belongs to her and to her father? However, I am powerless. However, just like my father is helping me realize my dream, then the Uzumaki Naruto mouth in front of me. I'm a person who especially hates people who attack their relatives. And in order to achieve my ambition, I took the initiative to attack my relatives. So, when I knew who Fenghua Nutao was, he was already dead in my heart. Uzumaki Naruto said with a blank face. However, it was his appearance that surprised Fenghua Xiaoxue and Santaifu. Uzumaki Naruto looks serious, but he has a strong feeling. The audience in the world of Beiming is quite familiar with Uzumaki's temper. He really disdains, even loathes, those who attack his family. Otherwise, he would not have cared so much for his fellow Uzumaki clan, Karen. In this regard, people in the world of Beiming recognize timing very much. I just sent someone flying over our heads. If I think it's right, it should be New Tao's subordinates. Little Snow Princess, if you trust me, give me the key to open the geothermal generator. I don't think wind, flower, and raging waves don't know that the geothermal generator was built by your father to fulfill your dream. He has searched so hard for several years. I think this secret treasure should be regarded as money or something else. Uzumaki Naruto smiles. I'll just go ashore with the key in a while, and you'll just wait at sea. When I solve the storm, the third prince can take Princess Xiaoxue's old part to welcome the return of the official successor of the Snow Kingdom. What? Fenghua Xiaoxue and Santaifu were even more stunned when they heard this. Your Excellency Naruto, are you going to face the storm alone? Santaifu suddenly stood up. That's too dangerous. At least let the old man bring His Highness Xiaoxue's old department to help you. However, Uzumaki Naruto shook his head and signaled. No, maybe you don't like to hear such words, but the fact is that you have gone without any help except to drag me back. 1. This third madam is surrounded. As a samurai, he really knows the gap between himself and many powerful ninjas. But it is hard to accept that what he said is worthless. All right, I know. Since you can wait on the boat, it's better than going ashore to die. Finally, Fenghua Xiaoxue took off the hexagonal key from her neck and handed it to Uzumaki Naruto. This was given to me by my father, and I always carry it with me, and it is the only thing I have from the Snow Kingdom. The key should be this one. At the signal of Uzumaki Naruto, the ship breaks down on the sea and stops. Uzumaki Naruto left a wood-style clone, and he himself, holding the hexagonal crystal, stepped on the sea to Iceland not far away. Here, it has already entered the territory of snow country. The island is covered with thick white snow. Santaifu, you said Naruto, Your Excellency. Is it really possible to defeat the wind, flowers, and raging waves? Looking at Uzumaki Naruto's leaving back, Fenghua Xiaoxue suddenly felt nervous. The third husband sighed. I don't know, but Hokage of Konoha village said that if he can't solve it, then the whole Konoha village can't help us. It is true. At this moment, Fenghua Xiaoxue was dumbfounded. She never thought that a ninja who was smaller than herself could make Hokage of Konoha village say such words. It's simply incredible. To set foot on the land of glaciers in the snow country. Uzumaki Naruto directly showed the hexagonal crystal in his hand and said with a smile, There's no need to hide. Your low-end hiding method may be able to escape the ninja's eyes, but it cannot escape the perception. Hurry up and come out to see me. The thing in my hand is the secret treasure key that Feng Huanu Tao wants. Uzumaki Naruto just finished speaking. I saw 3 men in armor appearing from the snow not far away, and the forehead protectors on their foreheads were exactly the ones from Shuaren village. 2 men and a woman standing on the glacier, looking arrogantly at Uzumaki Naruto below. Oh, is there only one kid? The leader, Lang Yishubin, was suspicious for a moment, looking at the boat facing the sea. On the deck, it was Fenghua Xiaoxue and Santaifu. Head, I think Her Highness Xiaoxue knew she was invincible, so she sent the ninja she hired to surrender. It's really interesting to be a ninja with sentience. Facing the 2 subordinates of Lang Yishubin, Uzumaki Naruto didn't hear what they were saying at all and said to Lang Yishubin, Are you a storm? If it is, then I will take your life. However, Lang Yishubin was startled when he heard the words. Wind and rage. He didn't dare to claim it, and hurriedly said, Lord Nuteo doesn't have time to come here. All we need is for us to take the hexagonal crystal and little snow princess away. Spike Shueben finished speaking, and immediately tilted his head towards his strong subordinate Tushion. Got it, head. I'll bring the hexagonal crystal right now. Winter Bear picks up the skis in his hand, slides down the glacier cliff, and rushes towards Uzumaki Naruto rapidly. So it's not the wind and flowers and raging waves. That's boring. Seeing that the speed of the Winter Bear is getting faster and faster, Uzumaki Naruto raised his arm. The moment Dong Xiong approached him and wanted to reach out for the hexagonal crystal, Uzumaki Naruto threw his fist suddenly. Wow! Winter Bear's fat body slammed into the glacier. He just slid down at a speed invisible to the naked eye. This scene immediately frightened everyone present. Can't help but Wolfang Shuebing and the rest of his subordinate Fian. Even the third husband and Fenghua Xiaoxue on the boat were so shocked that they kept their eyes fixed on the glacier world. Three husbands? Yes, the subordinate is here. Just now, this subordinate is old and dim-sighted. I saw His Excellency Naruto punching the other party. The other party seemed to have crashed into the glacier. Now, none came out. Spike Avalanche also has the same doubts. What's wrong with Winter Bear? Why hasn't it come out yet? He has a new type of chakra armor, so it is impossible to be harmed by physical skills. However, at this time, Uzumaki Naruto said loudly, Dante, wait, he is already dead. I'm giving you a chance to live now. Go back and tell Feng Huanu Tao that I'm waiting for him here. 1. If you want a hexagonal crystal, come here before dark. I don't have the patience to wait here until dark. What? Dead? Fenghua Xiaoxue and Santaifu almost popped their eyes. The appearance of that person was that of Nu Tao's capable general, and he was killed by Uzumaki Naruto with 1 punch. The 2 don't believe it. This kind of thing is too outrageous, and it is completely unbelievable. However, at this moment, the flying swallow on the shore uttered a terrified voice. Head, Dong Xiong, he is indeed out of breath, and all the chakra armor on his body has been shattered. Impossible. This turned out to be true. Fenghua Xiaoxue's legs go limp in shock, and she almost falls on the deck. Inoki, TSK. I feel that things are getting worse. Terumi Mei. I understand. Uzumaki Black Name is deliberately trying to let Fenghua Xiaoxua see her own fear, so that she can better grasp it in the future. Fourth Reikage. I guess if the storm comes, the scene will explode even more. Orochimaru. What do you know? It's your luck that you can see the scene of the explosion. Let me tell you, if I am in front of Mr. Naruto at this time, I will give him advice directly. Using the technique to control Fenghua Xiaoxua, the entire snow country was captured immediately. Tsunade cut. Orochimaru, you seem to have underestimated your idol. If he wanted to use it, he would have used it long ago. Hyeming is arrogant, and he doesn't even bother with this method. Yamanaka Ino. Is he going to conquer these people with his charisma? Tion, wow. Don't say it. Hyeming like this is really cool. Spike Avalanche felt that the situation was not right, so he retreated immediately. Naruto didn't pursue. What he wanted was for the other party to report. It didn't take long for Feng Huayuteo to appear. I heard that the hexagonal crystal is on your body. Is that right? Brat, kill the winter bear to death with one punch. Feng Huayuteo doesn't believe it at all. He even suspects that Wolf Feng Shuebong is teasing him. If you want to take it, come here obediently. Uzumaki Naruto shook the hexagonal crystal in his hand a few times. Nu Tao frowned and snorted coldly. What a damn guy. Do you know how precious this key is? Obtained. This is the key to unlocking the secret treasure of the Fengshui clan. With it, I will definitely be able to conquer the 5 great nations. This sentence made Naruto interesting. It turns out that there are other people in the ninja world who have the same idea as me. Sorry, if there's a reason to kill you, I think I have finally found it. Your ideal and my ideal are a bit in conflict, Raging Wave. Facing such an arrogant brat, Feng Huadao was immediately furious. Tearing off his clothes, the chakra armor he was wearing was actually different from the other 3. I think it is a newer type of chakra armor. Black Dragon Blizzard. Raging waves gather strength, and the accumulated chakra immediately turns into a frost-black dragon. Roar. The roar of the black dragon frightens Fenghua, Xiaoxua, and San Taifu on the boat so that they dare not look directly at the battlefield. The black dragon has a bloody mouth, and it will swallow Naruto in one bite. But at this moment, ripples appeared all over Uzumaki Naruto's body. A kind of energy layer like a protective shield was lifted from his body, and the black dragon hit it, and it was completely absorbed by this protective shield. Nanny, impossible, this is... Fenghua Raging Wave and Spike Avalanche have never seen such a situation. Did that kid absorb my chakra? Hey, what did he do? But at this moment, when they saw Naruto again, they found that the original azure blue eyes of the other party had turned into a pair of corrugated eyes. What is this? Bye. The wind, flowers, and raging waves are startled. Unfortunately, Uzumaki Naruto didn't care about the other party's surprise at all. This kind of place is just for him to experience the current situation of Rinnegan. Can absorb ninjutsu. Naruto mutters to himself. Next. The next second, his eyes suddenly widened. A terrifying chakra Wia instantly enveloped the entire glacier island. Boom! With a loud noise, the entire island... Bang! By Ming's world. The big screen for watching movies is completely blank. That is the ice and snow fog formed by the explosion of the glacier island. Surprised, Uzumaki glared, and the people in Beiming world immediately fell into shock and panic. What the hell did that black guy do? Island, what happened to the glacier island at the border of Snow Country? Could it be that the huge Iceland was stared and exploded by him? Uzumaki? Unbelievable. This phenomenon is completely beyond everyone's imagination. The shock that Black Naruto brought to everyone was no less than that of Uchiha Madara, who destroyed the ninja Alliance's Tengai Shinsei. Shao Organization. Several well-known S-Class rebels took a breath. What the F***K is this Rinnegan? Are you sure it's not Daidar's clay bomb? Data, hey. Chief, what's going on here? Pain, I'm not sure. Maybe Uzumaki used Rinnegan's Shinra Sky sign. Kakuzu, Shinra Tianjin? Could it be that Rinnegan's abilities are the same? I remember that Rinnegan shouldn't be the ultimate of Sharingan evolution. Dark Room. Nagato blankly recollected what Hymen did just now, and he didn't know exactly what happened. At this time, the discussion group was also very lively. Senju Hashirama, Madara, what the hell did Konoha do? Tsunade, Grandpa, that guy Konoha must have used the same ninjutsu that Pain used back then. Shinra Tenji, Uchiha Madara, Shinra and Universal Pull are Rinnegan's basic abilities. Simply put, they are the ability to control gravity and repulsion. But I don't think what Kiraning used just now looks like Shinra. Nagato, I don't feel like it either. Jiraiya, then what exactly did he do? It wouldn't be a real stare, and Iceland would be blown up. Although this island is not as big as imagined, it will be blown up with a stare. It belongs to the letter. At this time, on the screen, the gray mist of ice and snow gradually dissipated. In the distance, there are terrified cries for help from the ship shaking back and forth with the waves. Then, several vines sprang out from the sea, steadily controlling the speed of the boat. Fenghua, Xiaoxue, and San Taifu carefully looked at the place where Uzumaki Naruto was. Looking at this, the two suddenly almost popped their eyeballs. The small glacier island that was blocked in front of them just now was blown to pieces in the explosion just now. Except for Uzumaki Naruto, standing on the sea, there is still no trace of Fenghua Nutao and others. Your Highness, take a look. Santa Fu was terrified and pointed to the distance, and there was something that looked like a corpse floating on his face. The two of them took a closer look and covered their mouths in fright. Aren't those 793 exactly the Fenghua Nutao and his two subordinates who just appeared? Is this the coercion that Rinnegan can unleash? There is such a terrifying destructiveness. Uzumaki Naruto glanced around with a calm expression on his face. Hiss! Rinnegan's coercion? As soon as these words came out, everyone in Beiming World was shocked and remained silent. It just used Chakra's coercion, intending to blow up the small island of Shuichuan. What the heck? Looking at the appearance of the wind and flowers and raging waves lying on the sea, it seemed that they were affected and died on the spot. Jiraiya, Nagato, is your Rinnegan capable of exerting such coercion? Nagato, no. When I use Rinnegan, I can't cast this chakra coercion. Uchiha Madara, what the hell? Is this one of Uzumaki's unique pupil techniques? Tsunade, couldn't this be Kurikin's own chakra burst? Senju Tobarama, judging from the meaning of Kuro Ming's words, it seems it is not the outbreak of chakra, but the coercion of chakra exerted by Rinnegan's pupil technique. Uchiha Fugaku, Rinnegan is the ultimate evolution of Sharingan, and Sharingan's pupil art is born according to the soul of the caster. Black name him. What on earth is it? Everyone was stunned at the beginning and had never heard of, let alone seen this kind of pupil technique. This? Impossible. Hey, where the hell is... At this moment, an extremely weak voice came into Uzumaki Naruto's mind. Naruto was suspicious and looked at the person lying on the sea not far away. It is the Spike Avalanche who is about to die. Not far from him is the corpse of a female ninja, seemingly lifeless. Who is talking here? Could it be Lu Tao's men? Uzumaki Naruto is dumbfounded. After all, Spike Avalanche lying on the sea did not open his mouth, and, of course, he did not have the strength to open his mouth at this time. No, my ideal. Secret treasure. If you open the secret treasure, I will rule the 5 kingdoms. Another voice came into Uzumaki Naruto's mind. This phenomenon suddenly made Uzumaki Naruto break out in a cold sweat. This voice is wind and flowers and raging waves. Uzumaki Naruto glanced at Fenghua Futao lying on the sea surface dying. The other party is still thinking about the secret treasure. Hee, how sad, Uzumaki Naruto said mockingly. However, Naruto has no interest or time to tell the dying opponent the truth about the secret treasure of the snow country to the ants like wind and flowers. Although on the surface it is possible to kill someone, it is a pity that the identity of the other party is really unworthy. Nowadays, Naruto wants to know more about things to do. I saw him lift his hand casually, and the sea surface at the place where the wolf-tooth avalanche violently churned a few times. Then the body of Spike Avalanche flew towards Uzumaki Naruto automatically. Snapped. There's a soft sound. Uzumaki Naruto grabbed Spike Avalanche's neck with one hand. Good and strong. Horrible. The weak voice breaks into Naruto's mind again. This time, Uzumaki Naruto was completely stunned. Because the wolf-tooth avalanche didn't make any sound, the current opponent is almost dying. Impossible. Can it be said that I can't hear what the other person is thinking? What a strange thing this is. Uzumaki Naruto himself was taken aback, and by the way, activated the power of Yang to renew the life of Spike Avalanche. By the way, continue to try to listen to what the other person is thinking. Is he actually saving me? Wait, I seem to feel better. Impossible, he actually knows such terrible medical ninjutsu. No, this is not medical ninjutsu. 1. How can there be such a powerful medical ninjutsu in the world? I just felt like I was going to die. Sure enough, Uzumaki Naruto splits directly. In Rinnegan's state, he seems to be able to really hear what the other party is thinking. I rely on. By Ming World, the audience stared at everything in front of them in amazement. Fenghua Xiaoxue turned into the Prophecy Emperor. But Uzumaki clearly told the other party that he doesn't know how to use mind reading at all. Uchihamadara, could it be impossible? What a strange pupil power. Uchiha Fugaku. Ancestor, do you think is Haimaru who often ponders people's hearts, so that directly gave him the power to read people's hearts? Namikaze Minato. This pupil art is so strange. It's not illusion. It's not ninjutsu. Well, is mind reading a ninjutsu? Yamanaka Ino. Master 4th Hokage. Mind reading skills are actually not surprising. After all, the mystic skills of our Yamanaka family can directly enter other people's bodies. Namikaze Minato. Having said that, Uchiha Madara. Don't be ridiculous. How can Yamanaka's secret art compare with Hymen's art? He can detect people's thoughts under normal circumstances. Don't you think this kind of thing is very scary? Terumi Mei. That is to say, in front of him, as long as he is willing to spy, no one will have any secrets to speak of. Anoki. Secrets are small things. The key lies in fighting with them, understand? 4th Reikage. That's right. All your thoughts in the battle were heard by Hymen, and you still talked about how to defeat him? Hataki Kakashi. The battle of our ninjas is also a process of collecting intelligence and analyzing each other's abilities. This, Orochimaru, what are you worried about? To be honest, do you think Naruto-kun will listen to your plan during the battle with your own abilities? Oh no, unless Naruto-kun wants to kill people, I will play with you. Plop. As soon as Uzumaki Naruto let go, Spike Avalanche was thrown back into the sea. After struggling a few times, Spike Avalanche emerged from the seawater. I saw Uzumaki Naruto, who was resting his chin in meditation, in front of him. He immediately half-kneeled in front of Naruto with his adage, head down, not daring to breathe and not daring to look up at him. At this time, the sea of spiritual consciousness. Uzumaki Naruto greets Nine Tails. Lama, come and help me do an experiment. Nine Tails sat up from the ground boredly. What experiment? Uzumaki Naruto didn't speak and used Rinnegan to look at Nine Tails. Chakra released from the pupil force locks Nine Tails. You are thinking about something silently in your heart now. I guess what you were thinking about. Nine Tails? What happened to Naruto? Brain broken. Didn't it blow up a small island? Was it stimulated? Look, just this power makes him so excited. What a thrill now, his own chakra plus my chakra support. We fly over the land of the ninja world, throwing a few ninjutsu that can wipe out all the countries. Hey, stop. Uzumaki Naruto hurriedly waved his hand to stop. Blow up those countries, and then what? You and I, one fox and one, sit on top of stacked corpses, gnawing bark and dirt. I really admire you. Nine Tails. 1. Wait a minute, I haven't thought about it yet. Nine Tails looked at Naruto inexplicably, and was stunned for a while, as if realizing that something was wrong, then glared and said, "Huh? You can actually know what I'm thinking?" Ninetales is dumbfounded. Uzumaki Naruto spread his hands together. "I discovered it by accident just now. Maybe this is one of Rinnegan's abilities. After getting acquainted with it, I found that this kind of technique needs to activate Rinnegan and launch it on someone. But I didn't sense you attacking me just now." Ninetales frowned instantly. This situation is impossible to prevent. But then, Ninetales suddenly laughed excitedly. "From now on, if you feel that someone has bad intentions towards you, you can use this thing to guard against him. This is a good way." Uzumaki Naruto rubbed his chin and pondered for a moment. It can only be said that there is no danger. 1. Just right, I'll study Rinnegan's other abilities now. The idea falls to the ground. Uzumaki Naruto returned to reality, only to find that Langyuzu Bingbing had recovered from his recovery just now. At this time, the other party was trembling, half-kneeling in front of him. What to do with it, Naruto? Ninetales glanced at Spike Avalanche. "Is this the chakra armor Kakashi Kid said before?" Looking at the shattered cloth-like chakra armor on Spike Avalanche, Ninetales showed contempt. "What a rag. I thought it was so powerful that it couldn't even withstand your coercion explosion." Audience, it's really Kurama who pretends to be a tiger. Why don't you mention the other two? Moreover, the chakra armor on Feng Nu Tao is obviously better than that of Spike Avalanche. The other party burps directly. "Okay, may I have your name?" Uzumaki Naruto thinks about it. "The Spike Avalanche in front of me is quite interesting. It didn't escape after recovering." "Wolf Fong. Spike Fong Avalanche," Langyus Shuebing said tremblingly. However, at this time, Uzumaki Naruto has already taken back Rinnegan. Although he doesn't know why his pupil technique can hear the other party's voice, but this ability can be said to be very useful. It can prevent many key things, especially for combat and personnel management. Of course, Uzumaki Naruto doesn't need to probe into the other party's mind for the Wolf Fong Avalanche in front of him, because his actions are already telling Uzumaki Naruto. Fear. Spike Avalanche faced Uzumaki Naruto and was so frightened that he dared not escape. "Are you Spike Avalanche?" Uzumaki Naruto heard the name from Hatake Kakashi. It seems that at the beginning, the opponent defeated Kakashi in the Umbu period. "Yes. Thank you, my lord, for saving my little life just now." Spike Shuebing only felt his brain buzzing. The big man in front of him has actually heard of his name. From where? Is it a good reputation or a bad reputation? Because Uzumaki Naruto doesn't like to take Konoha Village's forehead protector with him when he goes out on missions, so Spike Avalanche doesn't know his identity at all. See Langyus Shuebing's nervous look. Uzumaki Naruto didn't say much else. After all, if you want to truly become a leader, you must have the strength to threaten others. Things like the kind that melt the other party's heart with a friendly attitude cannot be flooded. "I heard that your strength among snow ninja is considered top-notch. I think Fenghua Futao also took a fancy to you, so they let you be the leader of Schwerin." Facing Uzumaki Naruto's question, Wolf Fong Shuebing only felt nervous, as if his throat was stuck. Said with difficulty, Don't dare. Ask you a question. Why are you so ink-stained when you answer the question? Who else is stronger than you among Shuen Ninja?" Seeing that Uzumaki Naruto seemed a little impatient, Spike Avalanche immediately buried his head lower. "It's a subordinate. No one in Snow Ninja can win a single duel against a subordinate." Uzumaki Naruto nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. "By the way," pointing to the ship not far away, "Your Royal Highness, Princess Fenghua Xiaoxue is on the boat. I will return to the Snow Country in a while, and Fenghua will inherit the position of the Snow Country's daimyo. Since you are the head of Shiurin, then go back to Shiurin Village and summon Shiurin together to give your daimyo a boost of prestige. Can it be done?" Yes, my subordinates will absolutely guarantee your satisfaction. Please rest assured." After speaking, the scene fell into silence. After a while, Uzumaki Naruto asked suspiciously, "Why don't you prepare?" Audience, what the hell? The Spike Avalanche actually scared Uzumaki Naruto out of his wits. The other party didn't tell him to go, but he didn't even dare to move. Hataki Kakashi, ah? Unexpectedly, Spike avalanches him. Yu Hong, I dare not make rash comments. After all, I didn't feel Hymen's operation. Faming World. Audiences are waiting in anticipation of Uzumaki, Kuramaki, and Rinnegan's other abilities. They remember the Rinnegan that Nagato has, and the abilities are terrifying. Pain's 6 paths, taken alone, is actually a terrifying existence. When the 6 paths were all concentrated on Nagato, the other party even concentrated the power of everyone. Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Madara, the 2 Rinnegans, seem to be except for Nagato's basic pupil skills. As the Uchiha clan, the 2 who transformed Sharingan into Ultimate seem to have their own unique pupil skills. On the sea, the 3 of Uzumaki Naruto continue to head towards the land of snow. After being blocked by Fenghua, Xiaoxue and the 3rd doctor finally understood Tsunade's so-called Uzumaki Naruto can't solve this task. Then Konoha village will not be able to help them. However, who would have thought that Naruto immediately took advantage of Uzumaki Naruto and even looked at the opponent's appearance? And now even Nuteo's subordinates listen to Uzumaki Naruto's words. Shuen Ninja has nothing to do with me. They're the ninjas of your snow country. Even if you listen, you have to listen to Princess Fenghua Xiaoxue. Of course, I still hope that little snow princess can remember the bet she made with me. Uzumaki Naruto's words kept lingering in Fenghua Xiaoxue's mind. This kind of scene, and men like Uzumaki Naruto. Perhaps it can only be found in unreal movie scripts. In reality, such a man appeared, which inevitably made Fenghua Xiaoxue feel a little bit of spring. Yamanaka Ino. Liar, look quickly. Hyeming is meditating on the deck. Fenghua Xiaoxue's eyes are fixed, and his eyes never leave Hyeming. Haruno Sakura. It's over. Fallen, the most famous star in the land of fire, the princess of the land of snow, Her Royal Highness, must have fallen in love with Kuranoru. Hataki Kakashi. Maybe Fenghua Xiaoxue is just the strength of shock and Hyeming. Jiraiya. Kakashi, you're so badass. It looks like you can't read my works at all. Women like heroes. Kuranoru is now the hero of Fenghua Xiaoxue. Tsunade. Fenghua Xiaoxue is obvious in the movie. I remember her dream of becoming a star. It is impossible to be a star while governing the country of snow. Terumi Mei. So, there's a high probability that Fenghua Xiaoxue will become a puppet. The spiritual world of Uzumaki Naruto. Suddenly, Naruto opened his eyes and looked at Kurama lying on the ground. Kurama is taken aback. It feels like nothing good happened. Uzumaki Naruto stares at Kurama. Yuyo said, Lama, can I cut off the long nails on your paws? Naruto's words immediately made Ninetales furious. What are you talking about? Just a little. Ninetales has no idea what the yellow hair in front of him wants to do. However, as Uzumaki Naruto's partner, Ninetales was very cooperative and gave a little finger. Then what? Get up and go to other places. Walk for a few minutes. Ninetales was puzzled, stood up her huge body, and walked towards other places. I don't know how long it's been since I left. It then heard Naruto calling to stop itself. All right, let's stop. And then, Ninetales was stunned, standing motionless on the spot. The next second, Uzumaki Naruto has already come in front of it. Hey, what do you want to do? Ninetales was extremely speechless. Lama, don't you feel that the environment around you has changed? Uzumaki Naruto's words made Ninetales even more confused. I'll lay down on the ground so well, but I have to break my nails and I have to get up and walk around. What are you doing? Ninetales subconsciously looked at the nail he had broken off before, but this look made him frown. The previously broken nails are actually intact. Isn't this nail already broken? Could it be that I read it wrong? However, just when Ninetales felt that something was weird, it suddenly realized that it was not standing in the same place at this time. It is the same as before the action, lying on the ground. Only then did Ninetales realize that it wasn't that Uzumaki Naruto took any action, but that its state had returned to when Uzumaki Naruto had just opened his eyes to look at himself. All the states have returned to the previous point in time. Naruto, what's going on? Could it be that this is also caused by your pupil technique? Hearing this, Uzumaki Naruto nodded slightly. This is... Hymen's move once again made everyone's eyes widen. What kind of eye surgery is this? Back in time, Ninetales had obviously broken a nail just now, and her body movements had already moved to other spatial positions. The original movement of lying on the stomach is also standing up straight. But in the next second, it returned to the appearance lying in front of Naruto just now. Except for Ninetales maintaining its own consciousness, all actions and physical signs have returned to the previous point in time. Uchiha Madara. Impossible. What kind of strange pupil technique is this? Senju Hashirama. Madara. This pupil technique feels inferior to your Tengai Shinsei. Uchiha Madara. Well, with Uzumaki's current strength, Tengai Shinsei's ninjutsu doesn't seem to be able to really beat him, and Rinnegan, who has the ability of attraction and repulsion, who knows if he can rely on Rinnegan in the future the basic ability to develop other ninjutsu. Namake's Minato. Is this time-space ninjutsu? But it doesn't look like it at all. Jiraiya. No, this pupil technique of Kiraning is only linked to time, and it is pure time. Can you actually change the state of others to the state a few minutes ago? In a dark cave, Uchiha Obito went numb right away. He thought that relying on his Kemui's strength, he could do whatever he wanted. However, Uzumaki's black name is obviously a master of eating people. Uchiha Obito's mind couldn't help but think of what Kuranoru did against him. If you don't pay attention, take the black pupil technique. When he used the hollow ability to move his body to the Kemui space, Uzumaki immediately activated the power of the Rinnegan pupil technique. In the next moment, Obito will unconsciously return to the state where he did not enter the Kemui space at the beginning. Taking advantage of this moment, Heiming made a move. Not to mention Uzumaki, even if anyone gave Uchiha Obito a pain at this time, he would scream in pain. Even if one accidentally used too much force, he might have killed Obito on the spot. Black Zetsu patted Obito's shoulder with a sad voice. Obito, it seems that you really have nothing to contend with. Under the doubts of Ninetales, Uzumaki Naruto told it about the changes that he obtained the power of yin and yang by opening Rinnegan. Manipulation of gravitational repulsion, soul extraction, the absorption of pure chakra or ninjutsu based on chakra. Yin-Yang Dun can create a Yin-Yang Dun black stick that can disrupt the flow of chakra in the opponent's body. The Rinnegan coercion launched directly by Rinnegan is like an invisible shockwave. Mind reading, time travel back, and the sealing technique of Otsutsuki Kagaya that Sage of Six Paths once said. Six Paths, planetary devastation. If you don't mix the power of Yin and Yang into it, you can also release a weakened version of planetary devastation. A truth-seeking ball that can change shape and is both offensive and defensive. At present, I have realized these things, especially this pupil technique that can be involved with time. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes darkened. I seem to be able to apply this state to myself. Ninetales, self-hypnosis. Ninetales was stunned. Oh, Naruto paced back and forth a few times, but applying this surgery to myself, the effect is not the same as applying it to others. For example, I did an experiment with you just now. You go from state A to state B. Within the specified time, I will initiate the ninjutsu actively. Then all your states will return from state B to state A. But if I launch it on myself, the effect will be very different. The duration of the technique is different, and an additional item should be added to the status. And after I cast it on myself, not only can it be activated automatically, but it can also be activated automatically after reaching the maximum time. That is to say, if you cast the time backtracking technique on yourself, if you don't take the initiative to activate it, after the time reaches the critical point, the technique will automatically activate. Yes, but if I cast this pupil technique on other people, once the specified time is exceeded, I will not be able to activate it. And the pupil technique will also lose its effect, and there will be no automatic activation. But, speaking of which, Uzumaki Naruto's expression became strange. Zero, ask for flowers. But when I want to cast this spell on myself, For example, my current state is A, and the next moment I cast a spell on myself in state B, and then I am in state C again. The technique was activated in state C, but I will not return to the state B where the technique was cast, but will go a little further to reach the state A where the technique was not cast. And the automatic activation of the technique will not be disturbed by any status. Ninetale 1. After listening to Uzumaki Naruto's words, Ninetales couldn't help nodding. Looking at Naruto, I really want to ask if the other party has used mind-reading skills on me. However, with Naruto's character, it won't be so boring, and he will definitely not use it unless necessary. So, this pupil technique sounds very powerful. Uzumaki Naruto is numb. Looking at Ninetales, who closed his eyes slightly and kept nodding with a serious expression, Naruto's face darkened slightly. This big fox, did he really listen to what he was saying? However, Hyumin's explanation shocked the ninjas in Baeming's world. What is his ninjutsu? It feels really powerful, but when you actually imagine it, it is not as direct and as shocking as Uchiha Madara Tengai Shinsei, or like Uchiha Sasuke's hands come and go without a trace. However, for some, the master but heard the pervert of Hyumin's pupil technique. Uchiha Madara, what kind of pervert pupil technique is this? 0. Senju Hashirama. Madara, is there anything special about this pupil technique? Senju Tobarama. Brother, aside from Hyumin's current strength, with this ninjutsu alone, he is already in a state of immortality under any circumstances. Uzumaki Naruto, huh? How is it possible? I didn't figure out at all. Namikaze Minato. Let me explain it to you, Naruto. Namikaze Minato. In the battle of our ninjas, even if Senior Madara becomes 10 Tails Jinchuriki, even if Otsutsuki Kagaya appears in the face of the ninjas fighting with him, both sides will fight. Experiment with various moves and analyze the opponent's ability information. Namikaze Minato. Aside from Kuroming's mind reading, he could spend a lot of time studying the other party because of his ability to use time regression to change the state of others or himself. For example, if he risked his life to test the other party, but failed, then he would cast back time when he was injured. Even if the injury he received this time was fatal, he would die. Yes, the pupil technique will be activated automatically when the time critical point is reached, and he will return to the state before probing the other party. But the information of his probing has already been obtained. Shimura Danzo, cut. I thought it was amazing. This ability is somewhat similar to Izanagi. Orochimaru. Master Danzo, have you forgotten that in order to cast Izanagi, you turned yourself into a ghost? All 10 Sharingan were consumed, and you cast Izanagi. Although Izanagi escaped death, the consumption of chakra and Sharingan cannot be recovered. Senju Tobarama. This is the key point. For example, when Uzumaki meets a well-matched opponent, when the chakra of both sides is almost exhausted, you will find that Uzumaki black. Ming's state suddenly returned to the time when he was not consumed. If you were this person, how would you feel? Inazuka Taba. Kuromaki will smile and ask you, is it unexpected, surprised, or not? Audience, I can't understand it all. In the world of Baeming, the vast majority of people are not a little confused about Hyumin's time regression. In the stands, my guy looked at Hatake Kakashi curiously. Kakashi, you must understand. What are the seniors talking about? The one from Hyumin. What does the self-hypnosis technique mean? Self-hypnosis? Hatake Kakashi's mouth twitched in embarrassment. Why is Might Guy's attention still following Ninetales? Kakashi mechanically looked at Might Guy. Let me tell you what is going on with Hyumin's technique in the simplest and most straightforward way. Okay, you say. Might Guy immediately got serious. After all, he looked at Hatake Kakashi's equally serious look. Even if he didn't understand, he could feel the horror of Uzumaki's black name. Ahem. Kakashi cleared his throat. That is to say, if Haimaru casts the spell on himself, he can release 8 inner gates infinitely within a certain period of time. Might Guy, 8 inner gates? Kakashi, no, I was wrong. It should be 8 inner gates formation, the so-called dead gate. Might Guy, Rock Lee. Pure land world. Uchihamadara remained calm for a long time. He couldn't imagine how powerful Uzumaki's Rinnegan pupil technique was. If my ability was not Tengai Shinsei at that time, it would not be the so-called round tomb prison. How can I be dignified Uchihamadara by that black Zetsu kid? If this pupil technique can be used well, Kid Hyeming will definitely be invincible in the world. Otsutsuki Kagaya? Hehe, no matter how strange Otsutsuki Kagaya's moves are, they can't take advantage of Uzumaki's time regression. After saying that, Uchihamadara fell into deep thought again. Regardless of any technique, there should be a way to deal with it. I just don't know how Uzumaki Black Ming's time regression can be invalidated. Perhaps only those aliens who have not yet shown their faces can compete with Hyeming. The ship heading to Snow Country is about to dock. Standing on the deck, Naruto looks at a row of people dressed in white on the shore. The leader is Spike Avalanche, who was arranged by him to welcome Fanghua Xiaoxue. This trip is of great significance to Uzumaki Naruto. He found that Rinnegan's power was too strong. He must continue to try to control it in the days to come. At least it is possible to control the release force of the pupil technique at will when releasing the pupil technique. Moreover, the Snow Country is far away from the ninja continent. It also has certain strength. Once something unexpected happens, this place is very suitable for Naruto to regroup. Naruto, I've been watching this Fanghua Xiaoxue secretly looking at you. Is she interested in you? It's really impossible. Take her, and the Snow Country will be yours. Uzumaki Naruto sighed with his hands behind his back. Don't forget your identity. You are Nine Tails, the incarnation of chakra, not a matchmaker. 350-inch. For Naruto, this trip also has unexpected gains. Leaving aside the bet between him and Fanghua Xiaoxue for the time being, the other party readily agreed to Naruto. If there is anything to ask her in the future, he will definitely do his best to help. Separately talk about Wolf Fong Avalanche. Uzumaki Naruto found out that guy is a smart guy. At least, can be used. His Excellency Naruto. At this time, Fanghua Xiaoxue quietly came to the side of Naruto, who was Whirlpool. Those people on the shore are... Don't worry, little snow princess. Uzumaki Naruto showed a sunny smile. Those people are here to welcome you back to the Snow Country. They are all snow ninjas from the land of snow. Hearing this, Fanghua Xiaoxue pretended to be unbelievable and exclaimed, Really? I can't believe it. You not only defeated the wind, flowers, and raging waves, but also brought all the snow ninjas along with you. Uzumaki Naruto just smiled and didn't speak. Whether it's a ninja or an ordinary villager, as long as he is a person, the general situation needs to be organized. Schwerin originally followed Fanghua Nu Tao. Now that Fanghua Nu Tao is dead, they will naturally choose to follow the most powerful wolf-tooth avalanche among them. In the other party, the boat slowly leans against the shore. The third wife is obviously a little nervous. Please, little snow princess, you can go back to your hometown now and take over everything that belongs to you. Uzumaki Naruto made a gesture of asking for a gentleman. Fanghua Xiaoxue walked in the front. Naruto and San Taifu followed each other from left to right. As soon as they got off the boat, Lang Yushuling led all Schwerin to kneel down on one knee and shouted loudly, Welcome, little snow princess, back to the land of snow. Welcome, sir. Grown-ups? The audience in Beaming World froze for a few seconds. Is it possible that the adults in the mouth of this group of snow ninjas are Uzumaki Black? At least it will definitely not be the third husband. This scene surprised Fanghua Xiaoxue. Even if she is the most famous star in the Land of Fire, she still can't stand the respect of all the ninjas. Embarrassedly calling everyone to get up, Santa Fu bids farewell to Fanghua Xiaoxue excitedly. He is going to gather all the old departments of Fanghua Xiaoxue together. Discuss Fanghua Xiaoxue's coronation ceremony. Your Excellency Naruto. Nothing to do. Fanghua Xiaoxue suddenly called Uzumaki Naruto to stop. I want to go to the Rainbow Ice Wall to see the secret treasure of the Snow Country that my father left me. You go with me. Unfortunately, Uzumaki Naruto is not very interested in this. You are now a serious princess of the Snow Kingdom. You can order these snow ninjas to keep you safe. I think there should be no problem. Just before Naruto refused, Fenghua Xiaoxue pinched her waist with both hands and said dissatisfiedly, "Although your excellency Naruto is the strongest ninja in the ninja world, since you have accepted the task of protecting me, I want to become the real ruler of Snow Country before. You can't leave my side." You say, "Right." Fenghua Xiaoxue shows a long-lost smile. Naruto thought for a moment, then nodded. Therefore, Fenghua Xiaoxue forcibly held hands. The doctor of Rainbow Bing Bai. Despicable. Play hard to get. When the audience saw this, their teeth itched with hatred. Fenghua Xiaoxue is not only the princess of the Snow Kingdom, but also the well-known star of the Huatsai Kingdom, Fuji Fugake. She looks like a little girl. If she is not interested in Uzumaki Hyeming in front of her, she would be considered a ghost. In Baiming's world, Fenghua Xiaoxue just took advantage of Baiming's coma to kiss him on the cheek and send him a signed photo. But the appearance of Hyeming's wind and snow in the world, I'm afraid that Hyeming will eat so much that there are not even bones left. And does Uzumaki really understand girl psychology? They didn't even believe the audience who beat Baiming World to death. Jiraiya, playing hard to get? The more you want to manipulate the other party, the more you don't care at all. Hitaki Kakashi, learned. Jiraiya, Kakashi, your level is still far behind, and you need to make persistent efforts. Tsunade, come on guys, I saw that Hitaki Kakashi was still single when he left 6 Hokage. You two are completely old single models. You're here to promote the experience of chasing girls. I really lost to you. Yamanaka Ino, hey. And the princess just opened her mouth and said that Hyeming is the strongest ninja in the ninja world. This compliment is really unbearable. Nara Shikamaru, you are the same in the Black Naruto world. Don't you just open and shut Naruto every day? Yamanaka Ino, go to hell. The secret treasure of Snow Country has been successfully opened. As Santaifu said, the so-called secret treasure is the floor heating generator. And it is a floor heating generator that can cover the entire country. But it's not complete now. At the same time as the floor heating generator is activated, the legendary rainbow ice wall in the Snow Country really reflects rainbow-like light. The content reflected in it. It is a picture of Fenghua Xiaoxue and Fenghua Zhaoxue telling their dreams when they were young. I want to be a gentle and virtuous princess. Of course, I still have a dream to become a star. Snow Country, also because of the ground heating generator, the ice and snow in many places began to melt. Perhaps when the research on the entire instrument is mature, the country of snow will change from a country where ice and snow last 10 years to a country where spring is all year round. Fenghua Xiaoxue, after watching the impact of the colorful ice wall, everything in my heart has been relieved. She looks at Uzumaki Naruto, standing in the distance. Shows a faint smile. A few days later, Fenghua Xiaoxue's inauguration ceremony officially started. The people of the Land of Snow are singing and dancing, and the people of Batai Tianxiao are governed by Fenghua Xiaoxue in formal attire. Seeing this, Naruto in the distance couldn't help sniggering, and if he didn't know who it was, he thought it was a girl who got married. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly came behind him, half kneeling down. My lord, the inauguration ceremony of Princess Xiaoxue has been arranged very well. My lord, please rest assured. Uzumaki Naruto. Looking at Spike Avalanche behind him, Naruto said indifferently, "You shouldn't report this kind of thing to me." Lang Yushuebeng is taken aback. But then, he said firmly, "My lord is joking. If I don't report to you, who else can I report to?" At this point, Lang Yushuebeng mustered up his courage. "Please rest assured, my lord, my subordinates will follow you absolutely faithfully. Actually, when adults use secret techniques to extend my life, I know what I should do." As soon as this remark came out, Uzumaki Naruto raised his eyebrows lightly and became interested. "Then tell me, do you know what you are going to do?" "Yes." "Forgive me, my lord." Langia Shuebing respectfully said, "When I followed Fenghua Nuteo and met your lord, Dozhong heard what your lord said. You said that the ideals of wind and flowers and raging waves coincide with your ideals." Spike Shuebing said this. A trace of panic flashed across his eyes. Inexplicably, guessing the thoughts of the strong will lead to death. But remembering that he was rescued by Naruto, Langia Shuebing thinks that the other party must keep him for something. Thinking of this, Langia Shuebing plucked up his courage and said, "Our country of snow is a small country, but the strength of adults is astonishing. Ninjas from small countries like me are naturally willing to follow powerful people. After all, they have something to rely on. I also hope that the adults will not be disgusted and give the subordinates a chance to behave. Although my subordinates don't know the relationship between your lord and Princess Xiaoxue, as long as your lord speaks." Cow! Uzumaki Naruto was completely dumbfounded. Spike Avalanche opened his mouth and shut his mouth. The snow country is a small country, and the ninjas in the small country are willing to follow the strong. But when it came to the critical moment, he only mentioned that he wanted to have a good performance, and he didn't mention a word about other snow ninjas. And the last words of Langia Shuebing are very meaningful. Obviously, as long as Uzumaki Naruto speaks now, maybe tonight, Fenghua Xiaoxue will have a serious problem. The ministers related to her may all return to the pure land world. Hataki Kakashi, Spike Avalanche, a spineless thing, is directly trying to rebel. Tsunade, hey, are you scared out of your wits by Uzumaki's methods? Anoki, Ming said that wind, flowers, and raging waves are ideal. If it coincides with your own ideal, isn't that the same as conquering the ninja world? Langia Shuebing has been with Nuteo for more than 10 years. How can he not understand what Haiming means? Fourth Rakage. And he thinks that Haiming saved him because he wanted him to work for his life. This guy thinks too much. Terumi Mei, let me just say, Fenghua Fu Tao is dead, and this is even more terrifying. Uzumaki Kushina, you're not right. Ming is different from Fenghua Fu Tao. At least Fenghua Xiaoxue is in Ming and doesn't have to worry about safety. Naruto, he's a man of wind and flowers. Shall we use him? This kid, I'm afraid there will be rebellion. N1, Anti-Bone. Nine-Tails' words made Uzumaki Naruto laugh for a while. Lum, in this world, who can guarantee that anyone can be absolutely loyal to a person? Look at the appearance of Spike Avalanche. At the beginning, I just wanted to try the mind-reading technique, so I rescued him with Yongdun. I actually never thought he would be like this. Since it's all delivered to your door, it's useless if you don't use it. Moreover, this kind of person is very real. As long as we have the strength to shock him, he will definitely be very obedient and work hard. Uzumaki Naruto smiles. The current snow country is considered to be the place where Uzumaki Naruto lays the foundation for the future. Just relying on the verbal agreement between myself and Fenghua Xiaoxue is not 100% reliable. It is indeed necessary to place someone of my own in the snow country. What's more, Spike Avalanche is considered to be the most powerful existence in snow country. Princess Little Snow is the proper heir to the land of snow. Uzumaki Naruto patted Spike Avalanche on the shoulder. As soon as the words came out, the shoulder was patted. Almost let Spike Avalanche heart collapse. For a moment, he seemed to have lost half of his life, and the fear in his heart suddenly made Langia Shuebing suffocate. It's over. It seems that I said something wrong. Spike Avalanche speculates that Naruto also has the ambition to compete for the hegemony of the five powers. So, I think that the other party saving my life is to take away Fenghua Xiaoxue's position and let Uzumaki Naruto replace it. Who would have thought that the other party would actually clearly state that Fenghua Xiaoxue is the heir to Snow Country? Dead. Spike Avalanche was so nervous that he was sweating profusely. If he had known this, he should have kept his mouth shut. Don't use these clever tricks to win Naruto's favor. Looking at the appearance of Spike Avalanche, Uzumaki Naruto felt amused, then pretending to say, "A person who can't hold his breath will never achieve great things." Yes, yes. My lord taught me. Spike Avalanche only feels that 1.3 has been drenched in cold sweat all over his body. However, Naruto's words let him breathe a sigh of relief. Obviously, this is the other party teaching him to be calm and doing things. Why? However, at this time, Uzumaki Naruto looked at Fenghua Xiaoxue above the tall building. Sighs deeply. Princess Little Snow is a star and also shoulders the burden of being the ruler of the Snow Country. It was really hard work. As the strongest ninja in the Snow Country, you must always share the worries of Little Snow Princess and overcome obstacles on the road to the development of the Snow Country. Understand Uzumaki Naruto's earnestness from Sai to the end. After these words, Langius Shuebing's terrified eyes suddenly changed, and a flash of excitement flashed across. Ninjas are only armed forces in any country. It has not been said which ninja can participate in the development of the country. Uzumaki Naruto's words are obviously trying to persuade himself. Yes, Your Excellency. The subordinates will keep it in mind. Is this the charm of the other party's words? He told Langia Shuobing very clearly that his purpose in coming to the land of snow was to control the land of thunder. But on the surface, it is a dignified appearance. Fenghua Xiaoxue is too busy and too young to be bullied by others. Don't tire our Princess Highness either. In fact, it is to let Langia Avalanche eliminate dissidents during the development of Snow Country and grasp all the actual rights in its hands. In the end, all important decisions in the Snow Country depend on Uzumaki Kuramaki's thoughts. Moreover, in the process of implying the avalanche of fangs, he did not forget to intimidate and pressure the other party. Let the other person's mood be as exciting as a roller coaster. Even if Uzumaki Hyeming didn't use mind-reading skills, he wouldn't dare to hide from him, even if it was Wolf Fong Avalanche. From this point of view, the comparison between Bai Ming and Hei Ming looks like the little sister next door. The handling of the Snow Country is beyond Naruto's imagination. The plan belongs to the plan, but in reality, some variables will definitely occur. Orochimaru in Chunin exam, Spike Avalanche in Snow Country and his party. Naruto secretly sighed that he was lucky. Of course, the basis of all this is also due to his next day. Fenghua Xiaoxue succeeds to the throne. Just as expected, she did not give up her job as an actress. Originally, she wanted to take the opportunity to propose to Konoha the long-term employment of Uzumaki Naruto, but Konoha would definitely not agree. In the end, under Naruto's enlightenment, Santaifu is still Fenghua Xiaoxue's manager, and Langius Shuebing is the bodyguard. However, Naruto is very clear that Santaifu and Langius Shuebing cannot be said to be incompatible, but Santaifu will definitely be wary of Fenghua Futao's former subordinates. So, more than a year after Uzumaki Naruto returned to Konoha, Fenghua Xiaoxue often visits Konoha Village. Just as Konoha was recovering, with Naruto in charge of Konoha Village, Tsunade felt relieved to send other ninjas out. And every time Fenghua Xiaoxue came, she was accompanied by Uzumaki Naruto by name. Anyway, she didn't leave Konoha, and Tsunade didn't stop her. Certainly, in order for Konoha Village to recover as soon as possible, it's a matter of money. Fenghua Xiaoxue is not short of money. It can be said that she is very rich. Snow Country can develop such a large-scale floor heating equipment, can develop chakra armor, and can raise Shuren Village, so it can be said that there is no shortage of money. Plus, the status of a big star in the country of Fenghua Xiaoxueyuo is even more money. Haruno Sakura. This. Yamanaka Ino. I just said that Fenghua Xiaoxue fell in love with Hyeming and started sending money directly to Konoha Village. Terumi Mei. TSK. I really didn't expect Uzumaki Hyeming to have such an ability to absorb money. Kakazu, boss, look at Uzumaki, and then look at us working so hard is not as good as making more money from dating. Conan, no. Why do I feel that things are not as simple as we imagined? Fourth Rakage, isn't that hard to say? Don't think that Langius Shuebing is Fenghua Xiaoxue's bodyguard. but her ministers naturally know that all this is due to Uzumaki Hymen. As long as the relationship between Fenghua Xiaoxue and Heiwu 06 remains stable, Shuaren led by Langya, Shuebing will obediently obey Fenghua Xiaoxue. Anoki, don't underestimate the elderly, they are all fine. Nanny, could it be that San Taifu and the others are behind the scenes advising Fenghua Xiaoxue to take the initiative to attack Hymen? But if you want to change your mind, this kind of thing is easy to understand. As Fourth Hokages said, Uzumaki was too strong because of his presence, which caused Spike Avalanche to go to Fenghua Kuki. Santa Fu and the old ministers of the Snow Country are not fools either. If her own princess can maintain a good development with Hymen, the stability of Snow Country will be guaranteed. Tsunade, the idea of the old guys is correct, but doing so will only accelerate the speed at which the Snow Country falls into the hands of Kuro Naruto. Jiraiya, hey, I don't think Snow Princess has thought about this kind of problem. She seems to be very happy with Black Ming. Hataki Kakashi. In this way, San Taifu and the others have finally done something that satisfies Snow Princess. Seemingly listening to your old guy's ideas to get close to Uzumaki Naruto. In fact, the princess herself is already happy. Late at night, Uzumaki Naruto looked up at the stars in the sky. Back to Konoha village for over a year. Others are busy taking quests to make money, while he has arranged to stay in the village and not go out for half a step. Because of his presence, the safety factor of the village has been greatly improved. However, for more than a year, Uzumaki Naruto has not been idle. He relies on Rinnegan's gravitational and repulsive effects. Researched out a trick that can bounce everything away with the repulsive force of the whole body. Shunluo Tianzhong. And in a certain day, he used the universal pull to catch a meteor across the sky. Forcibly pulled it down. As for where it fell, I don't know. Audience. Sinja Hashirama. Madura. Achamadura. Shut up. Hashi is spicy. Kurama. That ninjutsu, I have successfully studied it. In the spiritual world, Uzumaki Naruto looks extremely happy. Ninetales looked at the young man who had matured a lot and smiled gratifiedly. Successful. Yeah, it worked. Using your Ninetales coupled with the power of Yin and Yang escape to create all things, I finally developed my own ninjutsu. It's not a pity, it's a ninjutsu similar to summoning. What? Uzumaki Black Ming has developed a new ninjutsu by himself in more than a year? People in Beiming world only feel that the sky is dim and the earth is dark. Is it possible that Uzumaki Hymen's talent is at the evildoer level? The stars in the sky have been dragged down by you, and you still want to develop new ninjutsu? Rinnegan would style Senjutsu Chakra of Ninetales. Each one is an existence that other people dare not imagine in a few lifetimes. Not to mention that Rinnegan not only has the ability to read people's minds, but also has the ability to travel back in time enough to make Uzumaki Black Ming stand immortal. What else does he want? Is Uzumaki Black Ming afraid that he wants to become a god? Uchiha Fugaku. Ancestor, what do you think? Black Ming seems to be able to activate Susanoo. Uchihamura. Senju Tobarama. Indeed, Black Naruto's Rinnegan evolved from his own Sharingan, and he can indeed activate Susanoo. Senju Hashirama. Wow. I remember that Madara put Susanoo on Ninetales back then. Bai Ming and Sasuke also used this trick together. Couldn't Hei Ming himself do the same? Uchiha Madara. I think that with Kuranoru's character, I'm afraid Susanoo should be put on your true several thousand hands. Beiming world. Beiming and Sasuke wanted to kneel down to Hymen on the screen. Stop it. You are very pervert already. With the time to study ninjutsu, I really can't just listen to the end and talk about more love affairs. Uchiha Sasuke collapsed even more, especially when he thought of 3 Tomo Sharingan going directly to Rinnegan. He wanted to die. After all, the face of the other party is exactly the same as that of the silly guy next to him. Show me quickly, what kind of ninjutsu is it? Ninetales jumped up in excitement. This is a ninjutsu developed by Naruto using his own Ninetales. Ninetales recalled that at the beginning, it reluctantly docked its tail, but fortunately, With the help of Uzumaki Naruto's pupil technique, it will recover like this in the next second. I named it. After speaking, Uzumaki Naruto double-fingered. Suddenly, a few large characters with shining light appeared behind him. Blue, white, Zhu, Xian, Kong, South, North, 3, Jade. Then, in the magic circle of each character, a strange masked creature corresponding to it emerged. Blue Dragon, White Tiger, Siskashwanwu, Golden Snake, Nanda Sienrin, Beidou Sienrin, Shinigami, Ten. Nine-Face Supo. Nine-Face Supo, huh? For a moment, the audience was all dumbfounded. Green, White, Zhu, Xian, Kong, South, North, 3, Jade. Isn't this the ring in the hands of the Akatsuki organization? Black, call him. He actually created a new Akatsuki organization in his world? This kind of thing is simply unbelievable. Conan, how come? Kakuzu, impossible. This kid, Deidara. Hey guy actually turned me into a masked beast. Haiden, haha, I'm not a beast. I'm a Shinigami holding a Shinigami sickle. This image fits me very well. Orochimaru, empty? I really miss it. It's a golden snake. It's so wonderful. It's worthy of being Naruto-kun. I really envy myself in that world and can work with Naruto-kun. Tsunade. It's okay for Orochimaru to be more excited. I don't know what the people in the Akatsuki organization are excited about. That kid Kuromari developed this kind of ninjutsu. Will you be the ones who will suffer then? Hashigaki Kisame. We must be very excited. After all, even if Kuranoru hadn't developed this ninjutsu, he would still hit us at that time. Daisy Nai. Nagato, hey. I'm really worried about the Akatsuki organization of Hyeming World. I don't know what will happen to them. Even if we go together, I'm afraid they won't be his opponent. Red Sand Scorpion. Boss, be more confident. Please remove the words, I'm afraid. Naruto. Ninetales looked at the 9 strange creatures with masks behind Naruto and excitedly circled around Uzumaki Naruto. Suddenly, it puts its big head in front of Naruto. Are we going to act? Ninetales remembers that Naruto said that Tsunade should be given time and opportunity to develop Konoha Village. Because Uzumaki Naruto himself does not want to take over a dilapidated Konoha Village. Now, thanks to the efforts of everyone, Konoha Village has been rebuilt, and the street houses are more prosperous than before. And for more than a year, Uzumaki Naruto seems to have managed to fully digest the power given by Sage of 6 Paths. Even created a new ninjutsu by analogy. It's time to show your fists. Naruto. Seeing that Uzumaki Naruto was silent, Wei felt anxious. However, in the next second, Uzumaki Naruto gently touched its big nose. Laughing, of course, as he said, it's time for us to start acting. Here we go. At the same time, that Uzumaki's black voice fell to the ground. The audience in Baming World suddenly felt their hearts beating significantly faster. What should come will come. Tsunade jumped up when he heard the sound. It's over. Shizun, that guy's about to move. Damn Uzumaki Black Naruto. Let's have a good life, but you need to have some love, right? Everyone in Tsunade is numb. Fenghua Xiaoxua obviously likes him, and even in Konoha Village, there are countless girls who like him. Tsunade. Hey Ming is 8B asterisk 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 D. Why doesn't he say what Kushin has said? Just go be a good baby and marry a few more wives. And he will be happy if he messes up the ninja world. Jiraiya. Orochimaru. The reason why you're bothered is because Naruto-kun has different ideas from yours. If you think about it differently, what he does is not for peace. Fourth Reikage. Peace? His actions probably killed a lot of people. Orochimaru. Hee. What a joke. It's as if the ninja world is in your hands and fewer people die. Anoki. Orochimaru, you little black fan, don't talk. No matter how powerful he is, we will die, and there is nothing to be afraid of. Tsunade, hey, what are you doing here? His goal now is to take charge of Konoha Village, and now I have an accident. He wants to use me to step on Danzo. Hyuga Hayashi, Master Tsunade, Konoha Village is not so easy to control. Don't forget that Hyeming's main idea is to want people. Our big families in Konoha Village will definitely not be so easy to obey him. Yamanaka Hai. Yes, if he simply threatens with force, we will not be convinced. Nara Lugio, don't talk about it. Let's see how Hyming will do it. The kingdom of the wind in the middle of the night. The desert, which used to dislike the strong wind, looks extraordinarily calm in the middle of the night. On a remote high hill, Myanmar stands on the edge of the cliff with his hands behind his back. Accompanied by a light, piercing sound, two figures appeared behind him. You are here. Myanmar turned to look at the person who came. It was Temari and Kankuro. Long time no see. You guys have matured a lot. Cut. With a mouthful, there is a tone like that of a senior. Kankuro felt upset for a while, but soon he forced a smile and said, I don't know what is the matter that seniors suddenly came to us. Since the Chunin exam, the three who returned to San Shinobi 737 village knew that Sunagakure was cheated by Orochimaru. Fortunately, Konoha village was too damaged and needed to form an alliance with Sunagakure. The two villages tacitly shifted all responsibility to the big snake. However, only Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro know. The masked man in front of him may be a terrifying existence. However, fortunately, the target of the other party seems to be Uzumaki Naruto. In order not to get angry, they did not speak out about the embarrassment. Myanmar didn't speak. Bounce your hands. The big spiral Luinyu appeared in front of the two of them, emitting a lavender light. Then at the next moment, he gently threw the big spiral wheel into the desert. Boom! Accompanied by a burst of dazzling light and a huge bang. Temari and Kankuro were frightened and sat down on the ground. I heard that Gaara went to the border of the Land of Wind to join the army. Myanmar speaks leisurely. Yes, it is. Gaara? Temari panicked and didn't know what to say. Could it be that the target of the opponent is Gaara? The more Temari thinks about it, the more frightened she becomes, and she doesn't understand what the other party means. Why did you perform such a terrible ninjutsu in front of yourself and Kankuro? Myanmar nodded slightly, then said, Then let's talk about the business. Myanmar does not sloppy at all. He doesn't need to say too much to Temari and Kankuro. In a relationship between them, only intimidation can make the other party obedient. Come over, Myanmar shouted. Temari and Kankuro had no choice but to go to his side obediently. You also saw the power of my Chunin technique just now. If you say that you don't want Sunagakure to be like the pit below, just do what I say. With the help of the moonlight, Temari and Kankuro are stunned by the sight in front of them. Where there's a golden desert below, there are only bottomless black pits. What do you want us to do? Temari asked with difficulty with a trembling voice. The face is numb, but there's a sneer. The task is not difficult. Nowadays, Sunagakure and Konoha village are still in an alliance, and after the death of your father and third generation, the relationship between the two villages is much more harmonious than before. You can ask Konoha village to send reinforcements to you on the grounds of investigating this deep pit. Remember, be sure to name Uzumaki Naruto front speed. I don't care what reason or action you take. You must ensure that Uzumaki Naruto stays in your Sunagakure for at least 3 days. Do you mean you want to attack Naruto? Temari's eyes were full of horror, and her beautiful eyes kept trembling. The other party belongs to Konoha. Before Jinchuriki could speak, Temari's words were interrupted by Mima. I'm not here to discuss with you. If you can't do it, Sunagakure will end up in that pit. Face numb. The appearance of the numb face really surprised all the audience. No one thought that Uzumaki Naruto had already set his hands on Sunagakure before his plan to control Konoha village started. Wait a moment. At this time, the audience suddenly realized the seriousness of the problem. Uzumaki gave Temari and Kankuro the task of bringing Uzumaki Kuranoru to Sunagakure, and that amounted to 3 days of detention. What the hell does this mean? Anoki, could it be that guy Kuranoru wants to take this opportunity to drag Sunagakure into the water? Luo, Sha, I can't believe it. I thought Kuranoru had already forgotten about Temari and Kankuro. Terumi Mei, what exactly does Heiming mean? Is he creating an alibi for himself? Alibi? Everyone began to ponder. According to the general steps that Hymen told Ninetales before, he will use with clone to create a factory to let his dark side. One good and one evil, two kinds of characters. If this is the case, it means that Myanmar will start to act while Uzumaki is not in Konoha village. Right? Finally, everyone suddenly realized. Fourth Reikage. That's right, Kuro Naruto wants Sunagakure's ninja to call himself out of Konoha village in the name of a mission. When Mima will appear on the stage, he happens to be away and uses Sunagakure's people to help him prove his alibi. Kankuro. Damn it, could it be said that this guy has already reached this point since the Konoha collapse plan? Temari. That's impossible. Himari might just be prepared. After all, he didn't want Gaara to die at that time, and even if he killed us, it wouldn't do him any good. Senju, Tobarama. So I kept you guys, didn't expect to be able to use it at such a critical moment? Shimura Danzo. Damn Kuro Naruto. Why is his method so superb? I've been playing the method all my life and never thought of using others like this. Saratobi Hiruzen. Huh? Danzo, what are you talking about? You have been playing tricks all your life? Are your tricks really called tricks? Horrible. Beiming World. The same period of Bai Ming, including Bai Ming. Even Hataki Kakashi, Yua Hong, and the others were speechless in astonishment. Uzumaki Hymen's IQ is not what they can grind at all. Namake's Minato, well, if that child really wants to control the ninja world after controlling Konoha village, have you ever thought that after this incident, Sunagakure was really dragged into the water? Hiss. Fourth Hokage's speech was even more shocking, and everyone gasped. From this point of view, it seems that this is the case. Terumi Mei. Fourth Hokage. You mean Kuro Naruto will use Sunagakure to deliberately transfer himself out of the village as an excuse, then? Anoki. When Shimura Danzo is done and Kuroni takes control of Konoha village, it's time to deal with Sunagakure. Temari. It seems like this is the case. He will definitely attack us on the grounds that we deliberately brought him into Sunagakure. Kankuro. Damn it. We're being played around like fools by that Uzumaki. Konoha village late at night. The old address of the Root organization. Shimura Danzo walks in a dark corridor with a cane. It's over. It's all over. It has been a full year and a half since the end of the last Chunin exam and the end of the Konoha Honkai plan. Who would have thought that Tsunade could lead the people to rebuild the village when Konoha village was so dilapidated at that time? And the construction is better than before. Damn woman, I didn't expect her to have means. Danzo grits his teeth and beeps softly. In this way, Tsunade's Hokage position will be more secure. Especially the age of the other party is much younger than myself. In a few years, Shimura Danzo will never have a chance to compete with Hokage again. Snort. And Ninetales Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto. Shimura Danzo is simply stupefied. What is Uzumaki Naruto's virtue and ability to make Fenghua Xiaoxue spend so much money for him? Just to go shopping on the streets of Konoha with Uzumaki Naruto. Fenghua Xiaoxue unexpectedly came to Konoha village to assign tasks. Danzo is so dumbfounded. I have lived for more than 60 years, and I have never seen such a wonderful thing. However, at the very moment when Danzo was indignant, must broke into his ears. Isn't this Danzo-sama? Are you worried about something? With such a distressed expression, those who don't know will think that you are terminally ill, and it won't be long. Who? The sudden voice instantly shocked Danzo into a cold sweat. Although the old part of the Root organization was taken over by Saratobi Hiruzen, there were not many people. However, there are really not many people who can come in and out here casually and be rude to themselves. Apart from that person, Shimura Danzo finally found the speaker. It is Uzumaki who is leaning on the windowsill, his face numb. Who are you? Shimura Danzo narrowed his eyes, staring at his face with a serious expression. Mask, black hair, black cloak. It really is him. Is it true that if you change your mask and your voice changes slightly, I won't be able to recognize you? Shimura Danzo snorted in disdain. However, his words made his face numb. What is this guy talking about? It seems that we are meeting for the first time. Miyama was shocked. Could it be possible that my identity was discovered by Danzo? But then one, this is simply impossible, because Naruto let Ninetales try to perceive himself long before. The power of Uzumaki Naruto is beyond imagination. Even the perception ability of Ninetales can't really understand the ever-changing chakra breath of the opponent. Not to mention this group of Konoha ninjas. Then there's only one truth. Shimura Danzo has identified the wrong person. Miyama didn't speak. It's the most sensible thing to keep silent and listen to the other party at this time. And I just feel like telling Miyama that the things behind Danzo may be beyond his imagination. Meeting without speaking, Danzo snorted again. It's been a long time. I think we haven't seen each other since the night of Feijibu's genocide. Uchiha Madara. Once again, Shimura Danzo surprised the audience with what he said. He and Uchiha Madara. Anoki, isn't it Obito at the time of Uchiha genocide night? Fourth Raikage, yeah. Danzo and Obito met during Uchiha genocide night. Orochimaru, I think you didn't pay attention. Danzo said this to Obito before telling the story of the battle between Sasuke and Danzo in the White World. Terumi Mei, yes, I remember this scene. Danzo did say it when he unsealed the arm. Uchiha Madara, these grandsons, what the two of them did is all blamed on me. Fortunately, everyone who watched the movie knew that it was Obito. Didn't you know? I thought Uchiha Madara, killed my own group. Senju Hashirama. Haha. Uchiha Madara. Hashi is hot. You smile differently. Senju Tobarama. Don't make trouble, you too. Danzo regards Kuronaki as Uchiha Madara. Isn't that playing into Kuranoru's arms? I remember that he seems to be trying to use his identity to attract Uchiha Obito. Jiraiya. Speaking of which, Hyeming is quite lucky. Orochimaru. How can I say luck? People need to analyze when making plans, but what Danzo did secretly just happened to help Naruto-kun. Tsunade. Uncle Danzo, tell me how many outrageous things you have done. Shimura Danzo. What are you talking about? I'm for Konoha. Shimura Danzo's operation is really confusing. This old thing doesn't play cards according to the routine. As soon as he came up, he threw Wangja. Uchiha Madara. Myanmar's function is to let everyone treat him as Uchiha Madara, and then lead the other party to show up. It's good now. As soon as he appeared on the stage, he was already regarded as Uchiha Madara. Oh, Miyama casually responded. However, this contact made him obtain very important information. Who would have thought that the masked man who attacked Konoha would appear when Uchiha was exterminated? Really, as I thought, the Uchiha genocide was not as simple as imagined. Moreover, there are no detailed records in the secret files. There must be a ghost. Why are you here looking for this old man again? Danzo narrowed his eyes, looking numb with vigilance. However, Miyama jumped off the windowsill. Since Danzo treats me as Uchiha Madara, things are far smoother than I thought. Miyama secretly laughs inwardly. Before going out, Naruto asked Ninetales about the holidays of Uchiha Madara and Konoha Village. According to Ninetales, Uchiha Madara seems to be very dissatisfied with Konoha Village's first Hokage. In the Valley of the End, the two yelled at each other's names, but they wanted to kill each other with their hands. Unfortunately, Uchiha Madara lost and did not know whether to live or die. Danzo, I came to you this time because I want to have a new cooperation with you. Miyama coughed lightly. I want to ask you, are you interested in becoming Hokage? Hokage. The word breaks into Danzo's mind. Interest? F asterisk 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 G. Old man dreams of becoming Hokage every day. However, on the surface, Danzo remained calm. This has nothing to do with you. However, Miyama shook his finger, indicating that his words were wrong. You're wrong to think so. If you want, I can help you. Huh? Danzo shouted coldly. Don't think I don't know your purpose. You want me to cooperate with you. It is definitely not good for you. Clever. Since you want to find someone to cooperate with, it must be to achieve a win-win goal. Uzumaki Naruto is not a fool. He doesn't think Shimura Danzo will rush to cooperate with him just by saying a word. Without win-win benefits, the other party will inevitably doubt their own intentions. You know, I have a festive relationship with that Senju Hashirama. That guy is dead now, but the anger in my heart has not disappeared. If it wasn't for his granddaughter to become Hokage, maybe I wouldn't even take the initiative to come to you. Myanmar didn't understand what he said. He still understands the truth that too much talk is bound to fail. Enough points, a character like Danzo must know what he is talking about. Then, the two fell into a long silence. After a while, Danzo sneered and said, "Hee hee, you want to trouble Tsunade? What does this matter have to do with me?" Hearing the words with a numb face, she chuckled lightly twice. Then, the words became more indifferent. "My purpose is very clear. I will try my best to make Tsunade lose his prestige as Hokage. When the time comes, I will need you, Danzo, to take over. And all you have to help me is drive Tsunade out of Konoha village after you become Hokage. Killing her, I can't understand my anger towards Senju Hashirama. I want to ruin his descendants. I think this transaction is not a loss for you." Such an insidious method. Even Shimura Danzo of Beiming World was stunned. Even Uchiha Obito, even Uchiha Madara, who planned infinite Tsukuyomi. The content of the transaction proposed by Haiming is shocking enough. What he said was very much in line with Uchiha Madara's vengeance against Senju Hashirama. It's hard to suspect that he has other motives. And Danzo, who is an executive of Konoha village, is absolutely aware of the feud between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. In this way, Uchiha Madara's identity is not revealed, and the deal between the two could be easily concluded. Inoki, to ruin Tsunade as first Hokage's granddaughter, as Sannin, and even as fifth Hokage, is indeed more cruel than killing her. Jiraiya, poison. It's really a poisonous plan, but I don't know if Haiming is just saying this to Danzo, or if he really wants to do it. Tsunade, damn brat. If I see him, I will. Orochimaru, stop losing your temper. Tsunade, you can't beat Naruto-kun. Pamphlet Street. Boom. Tsunade took the case. If it wasn't for his own strength being limited by this viewing system. If you want to come, this house has long been photographed in ruins by Tsunade. Damn Haiming, that kid actually dares to treat me like this. Damn it, can't people in the world over there discover his wolfish ambition? Shizune and the dolphins as arms were almost scared out of their wits by Tsunade's actions. It was the first time they saw Tsunade so angry. Master Tsunade, please don't get excited. The matter has not reached the point that Kuro Ming said. Good Jiao good. Also, the person he was going to deal with was Shimura Danzo. So, at the same time, two hearty laughter from the screen once again attracted Tsunade's attention. In Uzumaki Naruto's room, Ninetales' body became the size of a rag doll. At this time, Ninetales seemed to have encountered some kind of funny thing and rolled over and over on the bed laughing. "What are you laughing at, Llama?" "No, I just didn't expect the plan to be so difficult. In the middle of one person and one fox, there's a crystal ball. Uzumaki Naruto is holding the camera in his hand, taking pictures in the crystal ball. The content in the screen is exactly the screen of Myanmar and Shimura Danzo chatting face to face. Sarutobi Hiruzen, that's old man's telescope technique? Orochimaru, alala. Master Danzo was really calculated to death. Snort, if you can really make Tsunade lose her prestige as Hokage. When the old man becomes a Hokage, he will naturally drive her out of Konoha village. Then you can deal with her as you like." The corners of Shimura Danzo's mouth curled up, with a triumphant expression on his face. Shimura Danzo, has this F*** G evidence been caught? It's over. It's really all over now. Kurumi Mei, hey. Poor Danzo, he must think he can finally become Hokage this time. Unexpectedly. Inoki, no. Haiming is too scary. Shimura Danzo, hurry up and think of a way. Is it true that no one can inform people in other worlds? I remember that Rinnegan has the ability to open space. No, if the people in the world of Hyomura don't know what he is anymore, when the time comes, everyone will be finished. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo, are you out of your mind? Hiruzen, Shadow, You don't want to be miserable in another world, do you? In case someone follows suit. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, I'm already miserable in that world, and I'm dead. By Ming's world, the atmosphere became tense. No one can imagine that Uzumaki arranged everything in place overnight. The picture of Shimura Danzo chatting with Myanmar was taken by Uzumaki Kuraning as a photo and left evidence. All that's left is to wait until Sunagakir's men come and take Uzumaki away. Myanmar is about to start his action. Stimulate. Some are happy and some are sad. The ninjas who had nothing to do with themselves were full of expectations. They really want to know whether Hymen's plan will succeed. And how on earth did he make Tsunade lose his prestige as Hokage? The next day, Hokage office. Tsunade's expression is not good, as if he's going to get angry. Shizen, the village has just stabilized, and I just took a few comfortable hot springs and drank a few drinks. Why is there such a big mess in Sunagakure again? Looking at the urgent report in his hand, Tsunade angrily threw the letter to Shizen. A gigantic, deep pit suddenly appeared in the Sunagakure desert area. Isn't it caused by the collapse of the desert? Shizen seriously looked at the emergency report in his hand and said strangely, they actually want us Konoha village to send ninjas to support them to investigate this matter together? Tsunade was irritated and sighed. The emissary of Sunagakure seems to be on the way to Konoha village. It seems that things are not caused by the collapse of the desert, as you said. Otherwise, Sunagakure can't be in such a hurry. Tsunade bit his lip lightly, thinking for a long time, unable to figure out who did it. Could it be Akatsuki? Tsunade muttered in confusion. At this time, the door of the office was knocked. Please come in. After the door opened, Temari walked in slowly with a star fan on his back. I have seen Lord Fifth Hokage. Oh, it's Temari. Tsunade smiled when he saw the person coming. She is no stranger to Temari in front of her. Speaking of which, the other party is Sunagakure Gaara's older sister. And I heard that Gaara has recently participated in the guard work on the border of the Land of Winds. For a ninja of Tsunade's level, she knows exactly what this means. Perhaps Gaara will soon be recommended by Sunagakure's top management as the next Kazekage. Temari gave Tsunade a detailed account of their discovery of the pit. You mean, your investigation revealed that the deep pit was not formed naturally, but was destroyed by someone using some terrible force. 1. Speaking of which, Tsunade's beautiful eyes tightened. Who has such terrifying power? Or is it a detonator? Yes, we are very puzzled, and we don't know why the other party did such a thing. Temari looked very serious and continued. We suspect that this incident may be caused by people inside Sunagakure. After all, many people inside us are against Gaara. After speaking, Tsunade instantly understood what Temari meant. Currently, Sunagakure has not yet selected Kazekage, but the most suitable person is indeed Gaara, who has changed. But because of Gaara's past history, many people in Sunagakure still hold hostility towards him. Are you worried that they have dark secrets? Tsunade raised his eyebrows and looked at Temari. Temari nodded. Yes. Otherwise, no one would do this kind of thing in the desert for no reason. Haiden, little Deidara sure will. The Red Sand Scorpion. What is his little power? Deidara, Brother Scorpion, although you have bad breath, if compared with the power of the big spiral wheel, I won't fight with you. What do you mean? Tsunade asked indifferently. After all, the new Kazekage's appointment is related to the alliance between Konoha Village and Sunagakure. For Tsunade, she hopes that Gaara, who has changed, will take the stage. After all, it is easier for young people to get along with older generations. I would like to ask Uzumaki Naruto to follow me to the Land of Winds to investigate this matter. Naruto! Temari's words obviously startled Tsunade. Yes. After all, Naruto is really powerful. If he makes a move, I don't think even those inside us are his opponents. Also, Gaara is now at the border. Even if they come back, they can't be dealt with blatantly. This will have an impact on subsequent things. Tsunade's expression becomes serious. Suddenly, Temari also became nervous. If she can't take Uzumaki Naruto away smoothly, no one can guarantee that the masked man will really blow up Sunagakure. And until now, Temari has no idea of the other party's intentions. The other party did say that he had a grudge against Uzumaki Naruto, but his request was to force himself to keep Naruto for at least 3 days. In terms of feeling, the action of the masked man was not intended for Uzumaki Naruto. Agf, tune the tiger away from the mountain. Temari suddenly felt frantic, but there was no way out. Sunagakure's safety was in her hand alone. I see. I'll send someone to call Naruto now. Ideological struggle for a long time, the hand finally made up its mind. Master Tsunade this. Shizen's expression changed greatly upon hearing this. It's okay, Sound. Naruto once completed the task of Snow Country himself. That guy is much more reliable than we imagined. And Tsunade didn't deliberately avoid Temari, and immediately said, and we don't have any information about Akatsuki's actions until now. If Naruto and the Jinchuriki can't become independent in the future, how will they deal with Akatsuki's attack? Tsunade looks sternly. Although the current situation is not as clear as imagined, she doesn't think it is such a big deal for Uzumaki Naruto to go to Sunagakure. For the time being, whether Sunagakure's ninjas are really capable of harming Uzumaki Naruto, even if it is the Akatsuki organization. Gaara is safe in the land of winds. Tsunade is naturally not worried about the safety of Uzumaki Naruto. But these days, helping the Sunagakure Gaara faction onto the stage is the business. I will send Yuahong and Shien again, and go with them, don't worry. Tsunade stretches. Today's Konoha village has escaped the shadow of Orochimaru's collapsed Konoha more than a year ago. Personally speaking, I'm not that nervous anymore. Uzumaki Naruto, Yuehong, and Yuzuki Yuyen. There is absolutely nothing wrong with a team like this. Cut. Really careless. Tsunade, who was lying on the table, was speechless to himself in the black world. She didn't expect that she agreed to Temari's request so easily. What's even worse is Temari from Sunagakure, who doesn't care about other people's lives in order to protect his own village. Tsunade, Temari, you are not authentic. You can guess that you're going to leave the mountain. You don't say. Temari, Master Tsunade, what you said is wrong. I guess it is possible? The point is to threaten me with Sunagakure. Kankuro, that's right. We are completely controlled by him. What do you tell us to do? If we can't do it, he will really blow up Sunagakure. We can't afford it. You detain Koharu. Tsunade, why don't you let Uzumaki go? Midokado Hamura, it's like in Hakamaki's world. The two of us don't let Hakamaki go out. And you push us down, saying that Uzumaki Hakamaki is a Konoha village ninja, and he should shoulder what a Konoha village ninja should do. Now it's okay, well, you in that world will suffer the consequences yourself. Tsunade, huh? You two old bastards. Every time something happens in Konoha village, you are like a coward. I can't imagine how you can survive the Fourth Ninja War. Jiraiya, Tsunade has done a good enough job, dispatching Yuehong and Yuzuki Yuyen to follow, plus Kuramaki's perfect Jinchuriki strength, if something can happen. Oh, sorry. It seems that I'm not worried about Kuramaki's accident now question. The gate of Konoha village. Uzumaki Naruto, Temari, Shien, and Yuehong leave. This scene was completely seen by the eyes in the corner. Llama, I can't figure out one thing very much. Uzumaki Naruto speaks suddenly. Is there anything else you can't figure out? Ninetales became curious. However, Uzumaki Naruto pointed at Temari's back and said, You said Sunagakure is dry and the sky is full of yellow sand. In such a harsh environment, how did Temari keep his skin so fair? Ninetales, you really stopped asking me this time. Nanny, Uzumaki Black, Ming actually stayed in Konoha village. In other words, it means that the person who followed Temari and the others to carry out the mission is Uzumaki Kuranoru's would clone? Anoki, this matter is very important to Hyeming, and he decided to do it himself. Terumi Mei, you mean that Kuranoru appeared as Mima and did it yourself? Senju Tobarama, definitely yes, although its styles would clone is stronger than other clones, it is still a clone after all. Fourth Raikage, this kid is really cautious. He is worried that the ninja resistance in Konoha village will expose his identity. So he wants to play in person? Tsunade. Damn it, Kurano didn't really want my life. Orochimaru. Don't worry, Tsunade. Didn't Naruto-kun say that Danzo will drive you out of Konoha village when the time comes? Tsunade. You fan, shut up for my old lady. He said that just to trick Danzo into collecting evidence for himself. Can you believe it? Kankuro. Don't worry. I suddenly found that our Sunagakure seems to be saved, and Kuro Naruto seems to be very interested in the fair-skinned Temari. Temari. Night is coming. Konoha village is full of feasting, and it is very lively. They once again survive the difficulties brought about by the war. Wow, it's really cool. It's been a long time since I drank so much. Tsunade comes out of the tavern drunkenly. Shizun is always by her side. The night view of Konoha village in the distance made Tsunade very impressed. However, Shizun's words caught her by surprise. Master Tsunade, look at the sky. Why are there two intertwined lights? Bright light. Tsunade looked up. Don't say it. It seems to be there. Not just the two of them. Many villagers in Konoha village have discovered the two intertwined lights. Hey, what do you see? I do not know. Why are there two round lights in the sky? Could it be that we drank too much? No, that thing seems to have fallen into the back mountain. In the end, it is boom. Just when everyone was wondering what those two circular lights were. The back mountain of Konoha village suddenly emitted a dazzling white light. Then, the sound of an explosion that resounded through the sky and earth stunned everyone. This feeling is very similar to the bang caused by the tailed beast bomb exploding in the distance during the Nine Tails Rebellion. Hey, this is what happened. In an instant, the ninjas who reacted collectively walked from the house to the street. House on. It seems that something fell on the back mountain, and there was a huge explosion. Would you like to see it? At this moment, Tsunade, who was slightly drunk, was also awakened by the sudden explosion. Master Tsunade, quick, Shizun, hurry up and send someone to check the situation in the back mountain. A bad premonition suddenly appeared in Tsunade's mind. The explosion just now, if you guess correctly, a deep hole will definitely be blown out of the back mountain of Sleepy Leaf Village. Deep pit. Thinking of this, Tsunade's beautiful eyes closed. Could it be that the explosion just now is the same as Sunagakure's explosion? Tsunade secretly thinks something is wrong. If what happened this time is the same as what happened to Sunagakure, then it proves that what happened to Sunagakure was not something they did internally at all. But someone did it on purpose. The purpose is to fear their ninja village of the 5 great nations. No, probably just intimidating Sunagakure and Konoha village. However, before Shizun leaves, a louder voice came into the ears of the two. Look, it's that bright light again. Impossible, what's going on? Why do I feel that this time, this light is falling towards our Konoha village? Not good. The explosion on the back mountain of Konoha village is vivid in my mind, and the two bright lights falling now directly scared everyone in Konoha village into panic. Even Tsunade couldn't react at the first moment. Fortunately, at this time, someone suddenly shouted, "Look, it's actually a human. Someone actually dragged this light." No, that bright light is just two bright lights emanating from the surroundings in the middle, with the help of moonlight and lights. Everyone in Konoha village finally saw clearly the body of the light. For in the sky of night, their sight cannot discern. Where are these two bright lights? It is the energy luster wrapped around a chakra black ball. The thing that exploded just now was the chakra black ball in that person's hand. Master Tsunade. Shizun panicked. Shizun, notify all villagers to evacuate urgently. I see that person has landed in the central square. I'll go there now. Tsunade clenched his fists tightly and rushed towards the central square immediately after giving the order. What the hell is this guy trying to do? While hurrying, Tsunade murmured in his heart, if the opponent wants to destroy Konoha village, they will not fall to Konoha village with the chakra sphere in their hands. The explosion just now was just a warning to us. Thinking of this, Tsunade quickens his pace. As the Hokage of Konoha village, she must figure out the other party's purpose. Moreover, once the chakra ball in the opponent's hand explodes, all the hard work of Konoha Village for more than a year will be in vain. Konoha Village will really usher in a catastrophe. This time the guy actually did it himself. He's not really going to take 5th Hokage. Bai Ming's heart was in a mess. In his memory, he watched his journey from birth to becoming 7th Hokage. Tsunade is very good for Bai Ming. Therefore, he really didn't want to see himself in the world of Hyeming be cruel to Tsunade. At this time, Jiraiya patted Bai Ming, who was in a trance. Naruto, don't worry. Hyeming's plan really surprised everyone. But don't be afraid. I don't think he will really do anything to Gang Plus. Really? But, Bai Ming said nervously. Because Tsunade is Mito's granddaughter, and the blood of the Uzumaki clan flows in her body. Jiraiya gave Bai Ming a thumbs up. No matter how ruthless Hyeming is, I can tell that he is not as cruel to the people around him or to the people in his family. Family? When mentioning the Uzumaki clan, Bai Ming instantly felt a little ashamed in his heart. It seems that he has never taken the matter of the Whirlpool family to heart. When Ming Ming first used the power of Nine Tails, he talked with his mother in the spiritual space. Only then did Bai Ming remember that when Uzumaki Kushina mentioned the Uzumaki family, he was in a sad mood, and what Father 4th Hokage told Mother when he sealed Nine Tails. Abandoning the village and abandoning the country is the same as abandoning a child. You who have lost your family can better understand the pain of losing your homeland. Suddenly, Bai Ming seemed to understand the obsession in Hyeming's heart. Those who destroyed his family must make them pay all the price. With this kind of obsession stronger than Sasuke's, Bai Ming suddenly became frightened. With Hyeming's current strength, if he found out who participated in the destruction of the Uzumaki clan back then, he would not know how terrible the consequences would be. The sound of piercing the sky keeps ringing. The people who come here are almost all Umbu and some Zhengren. Who are you? The leader, Umbu, shouted sharply. It was you who destroyed the back mountain of Konoha Village. The other party said straight to the point. After all, I just felt the power of the big spiral wheel. Looking at the chakra ball in Naruto's hand with a numb face, I don't need to think about it to know that the other party has bad intentions. Hey, don't provoke him yet. I think the other party must have other purposes for coming here. At this time, a masked, white-haired ninja stood up. It was Hatake Kakashi. Hatake Kakashi. Konoha Village's replica ninja really lives up to its reputation, but it is calmer than others. Hatake Kakashi frowned at the numb and low voice, but immediately he asked vigilantly, if you really want to release the ninjutsu in your hand, you've already let go from the sky. 1. You destroyed the back mountain of Konoha Village and fell here. I don't think your purpose is to destroy Konoha, right? Doesn't that depend on your performance? Miyama chuckled lightly. Kakashi and the others suddenly became nervous, especially feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the big spiral Luinyu in Myanmar's hand. It can't help but make people shudder. How to control such high-density ninjutsu? 1. Kakashi panicked. The strength of the visitor is simply not something they can deal with. The strength of both sides is not in the same dimension. Who is this person? If that's the case, then you can tell me about your purpose first. Kakashi continued. Or, can you tell me your identity? Myanmar didn't respond anymore. The two sides instantly entered a stalemate. But soon, a beautiful figure appeared in the eyes of everyone. 5th Hokage. It's Master Tsunade. Master Tsunade is here. Until Tsunade arrived, Myanmar opened his mouth leisurely. 5th Hokage in Konoha Village, Tsunade. Damn guy, are you the one who blew up the back hill of Konoha Village? Tsunade also sensed the compressed chakra ball in the opponent's hand. This high-density ninjutsu. Slightly flustered, Tsunade frowned even more and was surprised. Even the Rasengan developed by 4th Hokage had never been able to compress chakra to such an extent. This guy, who exactly is it? Who are you and what is your purpose? You were also responsible for the deep pit in Sunagakure not long ago. Tsunade didn't beat around the bush, but asked straightforwardly. Miyama didn't deny it, but didn't answer Tsunade's question directly. Just said lightly, The purpose of my coming here is to feel the strength of the descendants of Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama? The ninjas around were shocked. Isn't that our first Hokage? This guy. Hey! Tsunade was shocked when he heard the words, and quickly adjusted his mentality. You mean that the purpose of your coming to Konoha is to find me? The voice falls to the ground. Tsunade met Ma without saying a word, slowly raised the other arm, and put his fingers together. Suddenly, there were shiny marks similar to enchantment circles on his back. The next second, several masked beasts came out of it. Qinglong, Baihu Sisku Xuanwu, Mian Ma said calmly. Fifth Hokage, just fight a few tricks with my servants. If you can win, I will naturally leave Konoha village. Beast! Tsunade didn't expect that the opponent's purpose was to find himself in a fight. Moreover, the opponent is not himself, but the 4 beasts he summoned and a woman wearing a mask and double silk. Summoning Tsunade analyzed it in his heart and dismissed the guilt in his heart. After all, with her knowledge, she has never seen such a wonderful summoning beast. In Tsunade's mind, Mama's behavior is also strange. Threatening Konoha with a bomb in his hand is actually to make himself fight with his summoned subordinates. Others are not allowed to shoot otherwise. Myanmar shakes the big spiral wheel in his hand. This action immediately scared the surrounding ninjas into a cold sweat. Tsunade just wanted to continue to say something, but found that the opponent had already made a move. Qinglong, Xuanwu, and Baihu are like powerful and defensive ninja beasts. They are 2 or 3 times the size of normal people, and they seem to have no chakra, but their physical skills can also cause a lot of power. It's just that Tsunade is the legendary Sannin after all, and in terms of physical skills, she is not afraid of anyone. The 2 sides fought for several rounds. Tsunade's strange power burst out suddenly, punching Qinglong more than 10 meters away with one punch. Feel the force coming from behind. Tsunade stepped on his feet and jumped high. Painful feet stepped directly on Xuanwu's back. Boom! This foot, UT on calendar sinks. Immediately kicked Xuanwu into the torn ground. Sharp, as expected of our 5th Hokage. It cracked the square with one kick. If you have a game, you can win. The ninjas around couldn't help cheering. Only Hitaki Kakashi looked stern. He is very worried that Myanmar will backtrack, and the other party's indifferent attitude seems to have ignored all these battles at all. Naruto, what's going on? This little girl has some skills. Or, Ninetales is a bit bored. Anyway, Nine-Face Supo is a summoning beast refined by using his chakra and yin-yang escape technique. Why does it feel so vulnerable? What are you in a hurry for? If you don't let them get excited, the effect of the show will be much worse. Tsunade just kicked waist Xuanwu. 2 sharp claws pressed her hard from behind. Is this the so-called white tiger? Tsunade snorted coldly, grabbed one of the white tiger's sharp claws with both hands. Suddenly remembered to shoot over the shoulder. The white tiger and Xuanwu are buried deep in the ground. Boom! However, at this time, a fiery flame descended from the sky. Flying towards the Suzaku, flying in the sky. The fire style spouted from its mouth really made everyone's heart tremble. Shameless! That big bird attacked from the sky, and we can't help. Master Tsunade will definitely suffer. That's right. We have huge crossbows specially designed to deal with flying targets, but we can't use them. Facing the dissatisfaction of everyone in Konoha village, Tsunade's expression suddenly became serious. She raised her eyes to look at Suzaku in the sky. At such a flying height, she felt a little helpless. Moreover, there are floating fairies on the ground whose feet can leave the ground. Tsunade stares at the fairy not far in front of her with her feet off the ground. The long damask on the opponent's body contains extremely strong chakra, and it can leave deep marks on the ground. If you're drawn on your body, it must be very uncomfortable. Just as Tsunade was thinking about how to solve it, a foreign object suddenly fell from the sky. Just as it was approaching the ground, the foreign object exploded suddenly. Then everyone around smelled a pungent smell of blood. Tsunade, no, is that blood? Anoki, I remember you seem to have a phobia. Fourth Rakage, Hei Ming's investigation is really careful, and he even knows about you. But when did this kid become so despicable? Tsunade, bah, won't he be fair and honest? It's over. Once I touch the blood, the result will be different. Uchihamadara, cut. What's the point of this kid doing these little tricks? How cool it is to blow up Konoha Village directly. Senju Tobarama, Madara. Don't forget, he is now playing the role of the masked man who once attacked Konoha Village with a mask. On the surface, he is called Zero, Seeking Flowers, Hataki Kakashi, Uchihamadara, Namikaze Minato. So what Blackming means is that he wants to vilify the image of Madara Sr. and wants to make the masked man behind him unable to sit still and jump out? Jiraiya, it's a pity. It's a pity. This is Hymen's first miscalculation. After all, the masked man is wearing. The soil is not Madara, and Obito certainly doesn't care if Uchihamadara's name will be damaged. Uchihamadara, damn it. Both of them should be damned. Terumi Mei, I feel like you guys are thinking too much. Is Tsunade's phobia known to the whole ninja world? Me. That turned out to be blood. Mr. Tsunade has a phobia of blood. Something's wrong. Who the hell is he? And where did he learn that Tsunade-sama suffers from hemophobia? For a while, the surrounding Konoha shinobi panicked. Shimura Danzo. Combined with the evidence of talking with Myanmar that Hymen had filmed, the hemophobia this time proved Danzo's betrayal of Tsunade. The pungent blood immediately slowed Tsunade's movements. Crack! Chongling kept patting the ground. Bang bang. The rocks on the ground slapped by the long silk in the hands of the fairy are scattered. Hee hee, I didn't expect the descendants of Senju Hashirama to be really afraid of blood. Miyama chuckled lightly. Go, end the battle. The fairy ordered, and threw the long silk at Tsunade extremely fast. However, just as he was about to hit the target, the corner of Tsunade's mouth suddenly curled up with a smirk. Although I don't know who you are, don't say your grandfather's name. I'm the 5th Hokage of Konoha Village. Do you really think that I'm still afraid of blood? The passionate voice falls to the ground. Tsunade suddenly stretched out one arm and grabbed the attacking Nagaya. Then, she pulled with all her strength. The fairy was dragged and flew toward Tsunade. Excellent. As expected of Master Tsunade. Master Tsunade has already overcome the fear of blood. The surrounding ninjas are excited. This heads-up show will definitely focus on Tsunade's victory. But at this moment, a soft sound suddenly broke into everyone's ears. I haven't waited for the response yet. A purple beam of light suddenly rises around Tsunade. By the way, the rising enchantment even cut off the fairy's Chongling. The fairy was able to avoid Tsunade's prepared punch. This is enchantment. Tsunade was at a loss and could only slowly put down his charged fist. However, before she could speak, another blade of light descended from the sky. This light blade not only penetrated the barrier, but also passed through Tsunade's body. However, just as the light blade penetrated Tsunade's body, Tsunade only felt dizzy in his brain. Both feet go limp, almost kneeling on the ground. Chakra. My chakra actually lost a lot when it was attacked just now. Impossible, is it? Boom. Unfortunately, Tsunade didn't figure out everything, and the ground under her feet suddenly exploded. Then, a golden snake with a mask came out suddenly and strangled Tsunade tightly. Not only that, but the golden snake entangled with Tsunade is also absorbing her chakra. As the golden snake tightened its grip, Tsunade also let out a few screams. Hey, you're so despicable. Didn't you say that Master Tsunade and your servants were singled out for a surprise attack? Yes. Yeah. Oh, but I have 9 subordinates, Myanmar said contemptuously. At this time, the ninjas of Konoha Village discovered that there was a guy with a scythe and a mask in the sky at some point. At the same time, 2 people on crutches walked out of the darkness. Shinigami, Nandu Sienrin, Beidou Sienrin. And you should keep your eyes open and take a good look. Face numb and finished speaking, walked towards Tsunade alone. At this time, everyone found a masked beast that was defeated by Tsunade before, and stood up unharmed. In an instant, everyone's minds exploded like a thunderbolt. This guy is just teasing us. The ninjas in Konoha village were shocked and overwhelmed. Even Hokage lost, so Myanmar doesn't care about the frightened and unwilling Konoha village ninjas around him, and the eyes that want to kill him. He walks slowly to the golden snake. The floating golden snake releases the trapped Tsunade. While Tsunade was falling, Myanmar reached out and grabbed her neck. Is this the descendant of Senju Hashirama? It's really embarrassing. The indifferent voice falls to the ground. Tsunade's arms, which were still about to struggle, slowly fell down, and his eyes became hollow. My chakra. He is absorbing my chakra. 1. Total defeat. How about Sannin? Even the nine-faced Su-Po summoned by Hae Ming couldn't handle it. If he took the shot himself, he might be able to solve it in the blink of an eye. However, there are also many people who believe that Tsunade also did not play his full strength. If he used Bai Hao's power, he might be able to defeat the nine-faced Su-Po. Of course, the most important thing is that even if you can defeat Mion Su-Po, so what? In front of the mighty Uzumaki Black Naruto, Tsunade is also vulnerable. Sure enough, powerful people in the ninja world can do whatever they want. Uzumaki just chose a method that is more beneficial to him. If he is really unhappy, completely destroying the ninja world and rebuilding it is only a thought of his. Tsunade cut. The one-on-one you agreed to, what is this? Orochimaru. Naruto-kun's heads up means you single-handedly fight his servants, but he has 9 servants. Jiraiya. Okay, let Tsunade calm down. At least that kid Kurumaki didn't really kill you. Uchiha Madara. I thought what would happen to him? Why didn't he strangle the descendants of Hashirama? Senju Tobirama. Black Naruto's original goal is Danzo and Uchiha Bido. Why did he strangle Tsunamo? Terumi Mei. Is there a possibility that Tsunade may really be swept out of Konoha village by Shimura Danzo when... Anoki. You mean that Kuranoru will take the opportunity to draw Tsunade into his team? Nara Shurgyo. If this is the case, then the probability of Hyumin controlling Konoha village will be greatly increased, and with Tsunade's relationship, he will save a lot of trouble. Tsunade Alba. That kid is really too poisonous. Not only are we not as strong as him, but even in terms of calculations, he is plotted to death. I surrender. No matter who it is impossible to defeat the black man. Ming. I thought how powerful the descendants of Senju Hashirama are. It turns out that 657 is so vulnerable. Looking at Tsunade's already collapsed arms hanging down, he sneered with a numb face and threw Tsunade out casually. Master Tsunade. Seeing this, Shizen rushed up and hugged the unconscious Tsunade tightly in his arms. Is this the Konoha village created by Senju Hashirama? Everyone is like a coward and dare not move. The numbness of the face made the ninjas present in Konoha village stare with anger. The clenched fists are even more crackling. Despicable and shameless guy. If you're capable, don't threaten us with the chakra ball in your hand. Hum. Myanmar's sudden wild laughter made the Konoha village ninja terrified, not knowing what the other party wanted to do. Hatake Kakashi and Nara took a step forward and said, "Have you achieved your goal? If you reach it, leave quickly." Hearing this, Myanmar put away his smile and said in a deep voice, "I thought the precious village left by the executioner Hashirama is so amazing. It turned out to be so unbearable." After a word, the face is numb and silent. He was stunned for a while. Then he suddenly sighed and said, "It's boring. I'm really not interested in facing super rubbish ninjas like you." And Myanmar pointed to Tsunade lying on the ground and looked at everyone. Tell her when she wakes up, let her practice well. When the time comes, I will come back. If her strength is still as rubbish as it is now, when the time comes, I will torture her to death little by little. It can be regarded as eliminating my hatred for Senju Hashirama. Speaking, I met Ma with her fingers together, and the nine-faced Su-Po slowly disappeared in front of everyone. Everything happened so suddenly. The entire Konoha village was doing a messy day because of the arrival of Myanmar, and the failure of Tsunade made people panic even more. All the actions and words of Myanmar directly point his identity to the dead Uchiha Madara. This also made the senior management of Konoha village panic. What do you say now? Inside a certain room of the Konoha village Hokage office, Udatane Koharu sighs with a sad face. Uchiha Madara, Midokado Hamura also looked terrified. He shouldn't really be alive. After all, hey, if only Hiruzen was still alive. Snort. However, at this moment, Shimura Danzo's cold snort shocked the two of them. So what if Hiruzen is alive? Should Sarutobi Hiruzen go to Uchiha Madara to see who is stronger? Hiruzen all the time. I don't think you two really can do anything without him. Danzo's indignation directly stunned Udatane Koharu and Midokado Hamura. The two looked at each other for a long time, unhappy. Danzo, isn't it a bit harsh for you to say that? Then what can you do, you say? Come on. We'll let you say, let's see what you can do in the face of Uchiha Madara's appearance. Senju Tobarama. Uchiha Madara. Look at Tobarama's apprentices. It's really a big show. I thought Sarutobi Hiruzen died. They can calm down. Onoki. Thinking about it now, it's really difficult for Mr. Second Hokage. It took a lot of pains to choose apprentices among these people. Terumi Mei, third Tsuchikage, we can't say that. After all, Hymen's strength is so strong, anyone would be afraid of it. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hey, Koharu and Yin really don't understand Danzo. If he tells him, these two people will no longer have the right to dominate. I think you two must have been hiding and not showing up when Uchiha Madara came. I'm on the scene. Shimura Danzo straightened his back in an instant. Without Sarutobi Hiruzen's suppression and round means, Udatane Koharu and Midokado Hamura in front of them are simply not even scum. Snort. Midokado Hamura snorted coldly, but didn't say anything. At least, he was not there, as Danzo said. Danzo, stop showing off. Tell me your solution quickly. Koharu said, speechlessly after turning to bed. Uchiha Madara said, before leaving, that she would come back to find Tsunade when the time comes. Danzo started his speech in a serious manner. We all know the battle between Madara and Shodai in the Valley of the End. I think Madara's purpose is just to target Shodai. Imagine the explosion in the back mountain. If Uchiha Madara really wants to harm Konoha village, why not just blow up Konoha village? Danzo's words made the eyes of Udatane, Koharu, and Midokado Hamura brighten. It's true, we didn't think of it for a while. So, his purpose is only Tsunade, who is the offspring of the first generation. Danzo coughed lightly. The more you talk, the more energetic you become. Then what do you mean? Udatane Koharu asked suspiciously. She glanced at Midokado Hamura. The two looked at each other, and suddenly had an idea in her heart. According to Danzo, Midokado Hamura, Danzo, you mean that as long as Tsunade leaves Konoha village, then Uchiha Madara won't come, right? Snort. It's rare that you learn to be smart once. But Danzo, Tsunade is Hokage. If we drive her away... Koharu, what time is it now? Don't let her go. Are you keeping her to attract Uchiha Madara to visit Konoha village? Are you sure that he will not destroy Konoha village every time he comes? So the safest way is to let Tsunade lure him elsewhere. After all, she is Hokage, and she needs to take responsibility for the future of Konoha village. After speaking, Shimura Danzo's expression became extremely serious. All this is for Konoha. The audience was immediately overwhelmed by Shimura Danzo's speech. What is this? Driving away Tsunade was originally a trap set by Hymen for Danzo. Everyone understands his desire to become Hokage, but the last sentence is really unacceptable. Uchiha Madara, Hashirama, come out and have a look. Is this something that you Konoha village executives should do? Senju Hashirama, oh my heart, Tobarama, why did they go astray? Senju Tobarama, hey. Maybe it's all my fault that I didn't see through Danzo's inner thoughts back then, which led to his and Hiruzen's later ideological changes. Orochimaru, Master Second Generation, Do you regret that you didn't lead Danzo to face the Golden Horn and Silver Horn with you? Shimura Danzo, stinky snake, shut up quickly. Are you a good guy who kills teachers? Orochimaru, I didn't say I was for Konoha or anything. I was honest. I was for myself. A few days after the facial numbness appeared, Konoha village completely changed. After Tsunade woke up, he received a notification from the daimyo. In order to avoid the trouble of Uchiha Madara coming to Konoha village again. With immediate effect, I will resign from the position of Tsunade 5th Hokage, and hope that Tsunade will leave Konoha village as soon as possible for the consideration of Konoha village. No, even leave the Kingdom of Fire as soon as possible. For a while, Shizen was dumbfounded. The people of the major families also see it in their eyes and feel pain in their hearts, but there's nothing they can do. Before there was the threat of Uchiha Madara, and then there was an order from the daimyo prefecture. 6th Hokage will be held by Shimura Danzo. The gate of Konoha village. Tsunade stretched his waist and looked at Nara Shikahisa, who saw him off with a forced smile. Okay, it's time for you to go back. Shizen and it's time to leave too. Master Tsunade. Lujia wanted to say something, but in the end he could only sigh. Shimura Danzo became 6th Hokage. It's hard not to wonder whether this incident is related to him. Unfortunately, what can I do? Konoha village is inseparable from the construction of this group of families. But comparatively speaking, these families need the stability brought by Konoha village more. Tsunade understands naturally. Whoever faces the threat of someone like Uchiha Madara will choose to compromise. Okay, Lujio brat, hurry up and go back. If we talk too much, you won't be able to explain it when the time comes. Tsunade keeps smiling. But the depression in my heart cannot be relieved without pounding the earth. Unfortunately, this is the reality. Tsunade looks back towards Konoha village Hokage Rock. The statue of her grandfather makes her heart ache. I can't help but think of what my younger brother Nawaki once said. This village is the treasure left by Grandpa. He dreams of becoming Hokage, and he wants to protect the village and the people Grandpa wants to protect. However, the ideal is full, but the reality is always cruel like this. Tsunade walks aimlessly on the path in the forest. Uchiha Madara's threat is nothing to her. It's just death, nothing to be afraid of. However, the pain in my heart may only be clear to me. Master Tsunade. Originally, Shizen didn't want to bother the depressed Tsunade. However, the figure not far away is calm and horrified. What's wrong? Tsunade seemed to notice Shizen's strangeness and raised his head to ask Shizen. Master Tsunade looked quickly those people. Tsunade heard this, raised his eyes, and looked into the distance. It was only then that she realized that there were several figures blocking her way in front of her. Looking at the appearance of the other party, it looks like a group of robbers blocking the way. Snort! Just in time for my old lady to feel upset. These bandits will be punished for a while. Tsunade clenched his fists tightly and walked forward step by step. However, Shizen suddenly stopped him. Master Tsunade, I know you are depressed, but please take a closer look. After speaking, Shizen pointed to the long-haired guy in the crowd who looked weird. That person, like Orochimaru. What? Tsunade paused and hurriedly looked in the direction of Shizen's finger. The long-haired man in the middle of the crowd is indeed Orochimaru. Big Orochimaru. Tsunade is taken aback. Looking at the other party's appearance, it seems that he has been prepared to wait for him here. What does he want to do? Tsunade thought to himself. There's also a bad feeling in my heart. Look at the other party and recognize his identity. Orochimaru sneered and waved his arm. The 5 Odanin then immediately surrounded Tsunade. Orochimaru, I haven't seen you for a long time. Do you want to fight with me as soon as we meet? I'll tell you in advance that I'm in a particularly bad mood today. Tsunade naturally knows that 3rd Hokage was sacrificed because of the invasion of the 5.6 Shimaru. As for Orochimaru, she doesn't think that the other party has any good things for her. However, unexpectedly, Orochimaru walked up with a smile. Said Alala, the homeless are so bleak. Tsunade, I came this time to pick you up on the order of my lord. 1. He needs your help. What? Tsunade and Shizune are dumbfounded. Originally, the Fire Country Daimyo and Konoha Village's high-level teamed up to drive them away. This operation is already shocking enough. As a result, Orochimaru gave Tsunade a blow when he came out. Orochimaru? Are you crazy? Your family? What do you mean? Have you taken refuge in a certain force? Unfortunately, Orochimaru is serious and said, by the way, I think if you go, you will be surprised. Tsunade is suspicious. She has a special understanding of Orochimaru. It is impossible for an ambitious guy like Orochimaru to belong to any organization. It is even more impossible to rely on someone to obey the order of the other party. Who are you talking about? Uchiha Madara. As soon as he blurted out, Tsunade felt his slip of the tongue. Uchiha Madara wants to torture herself. How could she need her own help? However, Tsunade always felt that the person Orochimaru said might be more dangerous than that Uchiha Madara. Can't you go? Tsunade smirked. Of course, Tsunade. You can do whatever you want. However, I can't guarantee that Shizune beside you is alive or dead. Orochimaru spread his hands, and at the same time as the voice fell to the ground, the 5 straight ninjas immediately put out battle pictures. As expected, Kuranoru uses Myanmar to make a deal with Shimura Danzo. Danzo lived up to expectations and pushed Tsunade out of Konoha Village. Perhaps Danzo would have done it even if it hadn't been what Minma said to drive Tsunade out of Konoha. After all, as shinobi, Danzo absolutely does not allow anyone to threaten his status. Not to mention that his coveted Hokage position is just around the corner. Tsunade. Okay, maybe I will follow Kuranoru like Orochimaru in the future. Jiraiya, you promise that with your temper, you won't be surprised when you see Naruto? Then something out of control happens because of anger. Terumi Mei, I don't think Senior Tsunade will. After all, Orochimaru has already said that Shizune will die if he disobeys. Shizune, why am I so unlucky? I was used as a bargaining chip. Inuzuka Kiba, is it really because you're too weak? It's one thing to have no strength. It's not even worth using. It can only be used as a bargaining chip to threaten Master Tsunade. Shizune, Inuzuka Hana, take care of your brother's stinky mouth, talking nonsense. Although everyone was teasing, their hearts became inexplicably nervous. Uzumaki Kuro Naruto sees Tsunade. His purpose is very clear. Hymen intends to gradually bring himself to the bright side, and then proceed to control the entire Konoha village. The scene where Tsunade and Orochimaru meet is not harmonious. However, the environment at the scene does not allow Tsunade to choose. Orochimaru is as strong as himself, but Shizune's level is obviously not as good as the men brought by Orochimaru. What's more, the opponent has 5 people at once. If you choose to escape, Tsunade may be able to do it, but there are not many options for Jingji. Maybe like Orochimaru said, she has to die. Without any choice, Tsunade had to follow Orochimaru to meet his so-called master. What makes Tsunade even more surprised is, in order to avoid Shizune's accident, Tsunade planned to go alone, but was rejected by Orochimaru. The reason is very simple. Without Shizune's containment, once Tsunade escapes, Orochimaru has no way to explain to the Lord 06. This makes Tsunade even more shocked, even a little curious about the adult in Orochimaru's mouth. Who is the other party who can make Orochimaru, who is also one of the Sannin like her, so respectful? By Ming's world, Uzumaki White Naruto are numb. He never imagined that people could be so humble in the face of absolute strength. That's Tsunade, that's Orochimaru. Looking at the entire ninja world, there are not many ninjas like them. Why? Why were they able to become so honest in the face of Hymen? That's because of Hymen's means a naive guy like you will naturally not understand. At the same time, the voice of Five Tails made by Ming trembles slightly. What's the meaning? Don't you understand? Nine Tails shook his head speechlessly. Have you been watching yourself in another world for so long, and you really don't feel anything at all? Actually, both of you want to become stronger. However, you won't be as stupid as you. The hardships and risks he has paid, and becoming stronger is what he deserves, and he doesn't need anyone to recognize him. After becoming stronger, what he can do and what he wants to do becomes much easier. Of course, the most important thing is that for the so-called peace and for the so-called recognition of others, you will consider many other people's feelings when you do things. Hey Ming won't. You all have been recognized by others with your strong personal strength, but they are more afraid of Haiming, because once they do something that disgusts Haiming, they may face death. They not only approve of Haiming, but also fear him. That's why they are so obedient. And you can't be a real person in power with a good-natured character like you. You have to know that people's hearts are not enough, and the biggest characteristic of people is that they have a ruler. You only need to back down a little, and they dare to take 3 steps forward. If they really don't see you in their eyes, things will become very messy. After hearing this, Bai Ming only felt his brain buzzing. This kind of thing is simply too profound. Nine Tails seemed to see his mess and didn't want to say too much and immediately snorted coldly. If you don't believe me, just take a look. Although you have become a Hokage, I dare to conclude that in the ninja world that you lead, the future will be sure. Very messy. Come to Orochimaru's experimental base. After entering the door, Tsunade's beautiful eyes trembled suddenly. Not far ahead, the person coming out of the room looks very familiar. The opponent didn't bring any village's forehead protector, and his face was wrapped with a bandage. Although I can't remember the name of this person for a while, the big knife behind his back is particularly eye-catching. Wait a moment. Tsunade suddenly calls out to the other party. What you have in your hand is Kirigakure's beheading sword. Momochi no longer hears the sound and turns to look at Tsunade. Then he looked startled and said, "Who did I think it was?" It turned out to be Master Tsunade, who wrote Master Orochimaru and called Sannin. Subordinate Hara Kirigakure rebelled in forbearance. Momochi will never be cut again. Of course I have nothing to do with Kirigakure now. Nanny! Tsunade and Shizen completely petrified upon hearing this. At this time, they remembered each other's identity. Did you really lose your argument once and escape from the rebellious ninja Peachland in Yuanin village? Yes, Tsunade. Orochimaru hurriedly explained. Momochi Zabuzi was recruited by me a year ago. Of course, this is what that lord means. It's a place for Momochi Zabuzin and his subordinates to stay. Wait. Tsunade immediately interrupted Orochimaru's conversation. How did you recruit a ninja like him? Orochimaru shrugged and said with a smile. Even I have to follow that lord. I'm not a fool if I don't kill him. The life of long-term defection is not as comfortable as I imagined. Hitaki Kakashi. I don't cut it again. I didn't expect you to be recruited. Tao Di will not chop again. Ahem. Those who know the current affairs are heroes, and you have all seen Hei Ming's methods. It should be good for me to follow him over there. By that's right. At least Mr. Zabuzin and I over there finally don't have to live a fearful life of fleeing. Terumi Mei. Yes, even the forehead protector, which represents the identity of the ninja of Yuanin village, was traded away. Momochi, no more chopping. I said you don't have to be weird here, although you finally became 5th Mizukage. But in terms of seniority, I am not inferior to you, and don't laugh at me now. When the time comes, you might be dragged away by Hei Ming as a child. After all, his bloodline plus your blood inheritance limit, compared to the child born, will be very good. Terumi Mei. That's right. Oh, hello. Then I really look forward to our child inheriting all his father's abilities in the future, and we'll kill a guy like you first. Tsunade. EXT. The appearance of Momochi Zabuza clearly exceeded Tsunade's imagination. She heard from Jiraiya that the organization is composed of S-rank rebels in the ninja world. Also, Orochimaru seems to have been a member of Akatsuki's organization. Hey, Orochimaru, you didn't bring me to the Akatsuki organization, did you? Tsunade suddenly panicked. So I quickly stated my position. If you say that you let me join the Shao organization as a traitor, then I would rather die than surrender. Shizen, if you die by then, I will try my best to fight them. If I can't avenge you, I will see you soon. 1. Master Tsunade. Shizen heard the words, and the already nervous mood became even more nervous. However, she is very clear. Don't say that Tsunade, the granddaughter of first Hokage, who has a strong roots, is a traitor. Even if she is Shizun, she will choose to die rather than surrender. I found Tsunade that you are too sensitive. What kind of bullshit Akatsuki organization? I've left that strange place long ago. If those people have some brains, then joining us is the right way. While speaking, Snake finally reached the destination with his hands. Bang, bang, bang. Orochimaru knocked on the door lightly, and his voice became extremely gentle. Naruto-kun, I brought you the Tsunade. What? Tsunade and Shizun are like lightning strikes. The person Orochimaru mentioned just now almost shattered their ideas. Naruto-kun. Hey, Orochimaru, could it be that the people in the house are... Tsunade is still surprised, but Shizun seems to be petrified, sluggishly standing there motionless. Naruto-kun. Uzumaki Naruto. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Shizun looked at Tsunade mechanically, and the master and servant looked at each other. Tsunade laughed. It must be the same name, or we heard it wrong. Open the door. Tsunade and Shizun enter the house led by Orochimaru. Hey, I didn't expect it to go smoothly. As expected of Sannin, I still have to rely on you, Orochimaru. Naruto, with his feet on the desk, cast a smile at Orochimaru. After seeing Tsunade and Shizun, he straightened up right away. This is thanks to Naruto-kun for your reasoning. As expected, you guessed it, that old guy Danzo really drove Tsunade out. Tsunade, bullshit. These two people threatened me with Shizun's life, so I reluctantly followed the big snake. Namake's Minato. Ahaha. But I didn't expect that kid Korematsu to reveal his identity in front of Tsunade-sama. Onoki. I'm a good guy. Hyaming did threaten Shizun's life, but the two started to flirt with each other as soon as they met. Fourth Hokages. If I were Tsunade, I have to jump up and kick Kuro Naruto. Tsunade, huh? You're so brave. I don't even know how I died. Naruto-kun. Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. When Tsunade saw the person in front of him, he was stunned on the spot. It had a blonde hair with blue eyes. The voice, the demeanor, and the clothes he wore when he left Konoha village to go to Sunageki on a mission. Who else is the person in front of me, if not Uzumaki Naruto? Snapped. Gang. The hand slapped himself hard. Hiss. Shizun, it really hurts. It doesn't look like a dream. After speaking, Tsunade suddenly rushed in front of Uzumaki Naruto. Say, did you use the transformation technique? Uzumaki Naruto. No, Tsunade, I am Uzumaki Naruto, the son of Namake's Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. Uzumaki Naruto. No, why are you here? Tsunade looked Uzumaki Naruto up and down in disbelief. Why is it Naruto? Orochimaru, the so-called lord in your mouth, do you mean? It's Naruto-kun. What? After learning all the truth, Hands was dumbfounded. But in the next second, she hurriedly pulled back and took a step back. Uzumaki Naruto, how did you become the so-called adult in Orochimaru's mouth? You. Also, how can you conclude that Danzo will drive me out of Konoha village? The opponent is Nine-Tails Jinchuriki from Konoha village. Tsunade couldn't accept it for a while. You can figure it out with your toes. The Uzumaki Naruto in front of her eyes is definitely not as simple as the Uzumaki Naruto in her heart. However, Tsunade's shock is not over yet. Uzumaki Naruto threw a few photos in front of her. There is nothing to explain about me and Orochimaru. But these 320 things, I think you must be very interested. Photo. Tsunade suspiciously picks up the photo on the ground. Looking at this, her entire pretty face immediately became distorted. Danzo! Uchiha-Madara! Shizun exclaimed even more. Naruto, why did the two of them get together? And where did you get these things from? While the two were shocked, Tsunade suddenly woke up. Shimura Danzo is very clear about her behavior, and she will do whatever it takes to achieve her goals. But now, the most important thing is to figure out the identity of the Whirlpool Naruto. Actually, I met this masked man on the way back after I went to Snow Country alone to perform a mission. Although we don't know who he is, The two of us have fought against each other before. What you mean? Nazo Jing's pupils kept trembling. You fought against him before? Facing Tsunade's shock, Naruto was very calm. Yeah, this guy's ninjutsu is quite interesting. He can summon 9 things with masks. And the chakra in his body is very powerful, and he can perform a ninjutsu similar to Rasengan, which is particularly terrifying. However, fortunately, I am the perfect 9-tails Jinchuriki, and I did not suffer under him. What Uzumaki Naruto said was like a bomb. Tsunade and Shizen were stunned again. After half a sound, Tsunade finally realized, then these photos are... However, at this time, Uzumaki Naruto's face suddenly became serious. Kurama has a particularly powerful perception ability. After I met this masked man, the Kurama in my body has remembered his chakra breath. He made a surprise visit to Konoha village that night, and I was worried about what might happen. So I used the telescope technique that third Hokage taught me to observe it, and took these photos by the way. 1. Immediately, the next day, Temari asked me to go with her to Sunagakure to perform the mission. I thought there was something wrong with it, so I arranged for Shadow Clone to go to Sunagakure, and I was secretly observing the purpose of the masked man. I see. Tsunade instantly analyzed the reason. The people from Sunagakure seem to be Uchiha Madara's accomplices. They named and took Uzumaki Naruto away because they didn't want Naruto to stay in Konoha village to disturb his plan. So you knew early in the morning that he would come to Konoha that night, right? Tsunade's tone suddenly became cold. Uzumaki Naruto nodded undeniably. After all, such a scary guy, I definitely need to know why he came to Konoha. In the end, I found out that I came to seek revenge on your grandfather. So, I was relieved. At least, they didn't come to trouble me. Speaking of which, Uzumaki Naruto also became extremely indifferent to language. Danzo's betrayal of Hokage is enough to judge him as betraying Konoha. Is this human speaking? The people who watched Hyming World laughed dumbly. Knowing that Danzo is colluding with Uchiha Madara, but pretending to be nothing, he evaded Madara's attack on the grounds of going to Sunagakure. Oh, no, it's obviously Hyming himself. However, he said that to Tsunade, which obviously doesn't make sense. Terumi Mei, Ming doesn't care about Tsunade anymore. Just tell him. Anoki, I know someone is coming to Konoha village, and I'm worried that he's coming for me. So, I'm going to avoid the limelight for now. 4th Hookage, this is simply not something people do if I were Tsunade. Tsunade, why, if it were you, what would you do, tell me? Uchiha Madara, it's the same for everyone. Now that Kuranoru can calmly talk to your Konoha ninjas, it's already considered the utmost humaneness. Senju Tobarama, Madara, I can't pretend I didn't hear you when you said that. Uchiha Madara, and then? You let Tsunade confront him? Or jump up and kick him? Senju Tobarama, this. Senju Hashirama, it seems that Suna is not his opponent. Beiming World, on the high platform of Konoha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but slapped his thighs with laughter. This scene frightened Orochimaru beside him. Hey, old guy, you won't be fooled by Naruto-kun's series of operations, will you? No. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly shook his head in denial. Orochimaru, now Naruto-kun is trying to deal with Danzo. I'm really looking forward to what Danzo's ending will look like. What the hell? It could be regarded as having endured Danzo for decades. Ever since he became Hokage, that old guy has sang against himself every day. I had no choice but to arrange a root organization for him, and Hokage couldn't get involved in the root organization's affairs. What kind of thing is this girl? Great. He continues to be great. Sarutobi Hiruzen became more and more excited as he thought about it, and continued. And with you by Kuranoru's side, I think he can get more things about Danzo. Like the bad things you two did. Orochimaru froze on the spot. The old man didn't want to see Danzo so much. Hee, as expected of you and Danzo, you two are simply amazing. Obviously, Uzumaki Naruto's words are not enough to convince Tsunade. At least he was uncomfortable with Orochimaru. Naruto, Shimura Danzo betrayed me. This is definitely a betrayal of Konoha. How about you? What are you doing here? And I found out from what Orochimaru said just now, the two of you should have been in contact for a long time. And you knew that Uchiha Madara was coming to Konoha village, but you took the opportunity to sneak away and observe secretly. What if he is really bad for Konoha? Uzumaki Naruto looks at Tsunade with a vigilant expression. Stand up and circle around her a few times. Tsunade, maybe other people can say this to me, but you can't. First of all, when Orochimaru united with Tsunade your Konoha Hokage plan, if I didn't exist, it would be the same thing whether Konoha village is now or not. Audience, brother, without you, the current Konoha village is actually not as bad as you imagined. Bai Ming's world has confirmed that Sasuke can defeat Gaara. Even if Gaara goes berserk, it is outside Konoha village. Of course, the audience is very clear that the black name on the screen is trying to brainwash Tsunade. And you, Tsunade, as third Hokage's apprentice, were not present. If Danzo hadn't sent someone to attack you, and if you didn't get angry with him, perhaps Jiraiya wouldn't be able to bring you back to become 5th Hokage. 1. As soon as Naruto said this, Tsunade immediately frowned and clenched his fists. Also, Konoha village after the war. It's me again, helping Fenghua Xiaoxue of the Snow Country to regain power. She inherited the Snow Country, and in order to thank me, she continued to support Konoha village in various ways. Whether her income is good or Snow Country's income, most of the funds have been provided for the reconstruction of Konoha village. 1. And because of my existence, Konoha village can develop with peace of mind without having to think about defense issues. Uzumaki Naruto glanced at Tsunade coldly, then returned to his seat and sat down silently. Naruto? No, Master Tsunade is also working on Konoha village during this time. Shizen saw that the two men were at war and hurried forward to dissuade them. However, Naruto waved his hand and continued, I know you think it's not good for me to get together with Orochi. However, Tsunade is also the murderer against Konoha village. Konoha village can continue to maintain alliance with Tsunade for profit. Is it wrong for me to be with Orochimaru? Tsunade couldn't believe his ears when he heard this. As a Konoha village ninja, how did Uzumaki Naruto say such words? Naruto, Orochimaru is the murderer who killed 3rd Hokage and the initiator of the collapse plan for Konoha village. Tsunade is a little anxious. Unfortunately, when her words reached Naruto's ears, she received a contemptuous sneer. The instigator? Who told you? Tsunade, are they 3-year-old children? As the alliance village of Konoha village, Orochimaru agrees to attack Konoha after a few words. They are allied villages of Konoha village. Why didn't they tell the main Dame Hokage about Orochimaru's plan? And what about the current situation? Tsunade just took me away, and the masked man came that night. I didn't do anything with Orochimaru. At least I brought a lot of benefits to Konoha village. So it wasn't that difficult for you to clean up the mess in Hokage's position. This, Uzumaki Naruto's words, made Tsunade speechless. Aside from talking about the future development of the village, just take the current reality. Uzumaki Naruto makes sense. Tsunade didn't know how to refute for a while. Moreover, now I've been kicked out by Danzo's conspiracy. Perhaps I don't need to care about the good and bad of Konoha village. After all, in today's Konoha village, it seems that there is really no one worth remembering. Even the younger brother's tombstone has become dilapidated due to too long. Seeing Tsunade's silence, seeing her blank expression, Uzumaki Naruto's tone has also become much softer than the previous tough attitude. Actually, I understand what you're thinking. If it's not me who is talking to you here today, you probably wouldn't care who, and I'm the same. If the other party wasn't you, I wouldn't let Orochimaru call her to meet me. Uzumaki Naruto sighs. This deep look made Tsunade slightly stunned, and asked strangely, why do you say that? I remember Orochimaru said you wanted me to help you, so I called you here. Of course I want to say this. If you don't help me, I will naturally have my way. Naruto smiled. The reason why I met you is because you are the granddaughter of Uzumaki Mido, and you have the blood of my Uzumaki family in your body. And the reason I want you to help me is because my parents chose to sacrifice to protect Konoha Village. I will not really watch Konoha Village fall into other hands or be removed from the ninja world. That way, all the sacrifices of my parents were wasted, as well as everything I received as a Jinchuriki as a child. Tsunade, Uzumaki Naruto paused, then said, "To tell you the truth, I want to hold Konoha Village in my hands. If you don't choose to help me, I will do it in my own way. Of course, I don't want to use my method because many people will die that way." Uzumaki Naruto's words made Shizen turn pale with fright. Tsunade was stunned by what Uzumaki Naruto said earlier. Yes, you are the perfect Nine-Tails Jinchuriki when the time comes. No. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly interrupted Tsunade's reply. You miscalculated my strength. At my current level, I can wipe out all the ninjas in Konoha Village in an instant. Boom! Uzumaki Naruto's arrogant attitude directly confused Shizune and Tsunade. Instantly wipe out all the ninjas in Konoha Village? Impossible this. How can this be? Looking at the sluggish looks of the two, Naruto smiled disdainfully and said, Think about the masked man who went to Konoha Village that night. Why did he wait until I was not in Konoha before going to Konoha to find you to vent his dissatisfaction with Senju Hashirama? With my current strength, I can't compare with others. Awesome. It's just too fierce. The audience couldn't believe Haiming's eloquence. This speech made with emotion and reason directly confused Jingji and Tsunade's life. Even the vast majority of people think that if they don't know what Haiming is doing from the perspective of God, they may also be like Tsunade, who were bombarded by Hyumin and doubted life. Tsunade, who can stand up to this pause? Jiraiya, hey? That kid Haiming, the level of speaking the truth is no less than that of Bai Ming. Uzumaki Naruto, my mouth is obviously stupid, and Kuro Naruto is better than me. Nine-Tails, you are indeed not as good as him. You only talk about ideals, and Haiming talks about what actually happened. Uzumaki Naruto, cut. It's up to you, no matter what. The black tweet is Uzumaki Naruto, not Kurama. Nine-Tails, I rub. Temari, ulti. Kankuro, is this the strong one? Playing everyone in the palm of your hand. It is true that Haiming's approach seems to be a bit troublesome, but many of the things he said were not unreasonable. Haiming doesn't have a bloodthirsty personality. Furthermore, he is very sensible and filial to his parents. He understands his parents' behavior and respects his parents' choice. Fourth Hokage and Kushina sacrificed their lives in Naruto's childhood in order to ensure the balance of the tailed beast. This is why Haiming chooses to use the smallest possible sacrifice for control of Konoha Village. Otherwise, as he said, even if he forced his way to the top by killing, the people in Konoha Village would be bleeding like rivers. Whether it is what Haiming wants to see is not important. He knows in his heart, at least his parents don't want to see it. In other words, the word spread will affect the status of his parents in the hearts of ninja people. Uchiha Mikoto, Kushina. Kuranoru is a very filial child. Uzumaki Kushina. Yeah, but this black and white, they're all the same. After a brainwashing by Uzumaki Naruto, Tsunade's brain seems to be unable to process this kind of information. Believe it or not. Although I don't know your views on family inheritance, and I don't know why you didn't inherit the surname of the Senju family. However, you have the blood of the Uzumaki family in your body, so I will give you a chance to choose. You can stay out of everything, but don't play against me when the time comes. If that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. Uzumaki Naruto's words exploded in Tsunade's mind like thunder. She thought again of Orochimaru's respectful look. Even the Shao organization that the village has been on guard against seems to be nothing in his eyes. There is also Kirigakure's rebellious ninja, Peachland. All of this seems to be alluding to Uzumaki Naruto's big fishy. After thinking for a long time, Tsunade said leisurely, At least you said you want me to help you. And what can I do for you? If you ask me to help you do some unreasonable things, I'm sorry I can't do it. Naruto, this woman seems to be moved by you. Why don't you turn on Rinnegan to see what's on her mind? Mei Jiao, In the spiritual world, Ninetales said excitedly. As long as Naruto starts to act, it seems that it will not be idle. I can move again because I am happy. Llama, totally useless. Women, your heart is still soft, and Tsunade is not a fool. She was swept out of Konoha village by Danzo. Do you really think she is not uncomfortable? Naruto waved his hand, signaling Ninetales to watch carefully. Then, he looked at Tsunade. His expression suddenly became extremely serious. Of course I won't let you do something harmful. I just hope you come back to Konoha with me and support me to become the Hokage of Konoha village. The rest, I can only trouble you to deal with some people who come to you to complain and dissatisfaction. A person who complains about dissatisfaction. Tsunade was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized. According to Naruto's age, there will definitely be many people from the family who will object. Maybe there will be more people who support me, and those who are dissatisfied with Naruto will definitely find themselves to complain. You mean I just need to explain to them the importance of you being Hokage? Yeah. Naruto nodded. After all, it's better to have you on the scene to convince them than to have them foolishly treating me badly. If I catch up with me in a bad mood and they die, it's really worthless. Of course, you don't need to worry about that masked man who troubles you. As long as I stay in Konoha for a day, he won't dare to come. Seeing this, the audience of Baming World probably understood the situation. With Tsunade's current situation, she has no other better choice except Hymen's suggestion. In this scene, Uzumaki Hymen didn't discuss with Tsunade at all. He was obviously giving Tsunade a notice. You can leave it alone, but then Konoha village will suffer. Shimura Danzo, guard and apprentice of Konoha village, second Hokage. Young Shimura Danzo was also a man of blood, and later became Hokage by Sarutobi Hiruzen. There was a great change in his mind. Hokage. It was his dream longing. In the world of Baming, the audience knows that Danzo's final fate was forced by the vengeful Uchiha Sasuke to use the sealing technique to commit suicide. Has Uchiha Shirsui's distinguished heavenly gods, but didn't cast it in the end either. Before he died, he wanted to destroy it together with Shirsui's Sharingan, but unfortunately he failed. Of course, the funniest thing is that Uchiha Obito took back Sharingan, which has the strongest illusion, distinguished heavenly gods, and never used it. It's a pity that in the world of Hymen, Danzo is known as the darkness of shinobi. The ability to play tricks is far behind Hymen. The other party only relied on his face-numbing identity to implicate Konoha village's scalp numbness and Sunagakure, by the way. After cleaning up Danzo, whether he wants to target Sunagakure or not is only a matter of Uzumaki Kirani's thoughts. After all, he has enough reasons to attack Sunagakure. On this day, many days have passed since Tsunade left Konoha. This day is also the day when Shimura Danzo fulfilled the so-called Hokage dream. Due to Tsunade's departure, Shimura Danzo became the successor of 6 Hokage as a matter of course. Master Danzo, Root Organization, Yamanaka Fong and Aburame Kyukujin half kneel in front of Danzo. Hokage's inauguration ceremony is about to be completed. Please, Mr. Danzo, go to the inauguration ceremony and declare the Hokage oath to all the ninjas in Konoha village. Hokage, Hokage. Shimura Danzo has never been so excited before. He who has always been able to keep his emotions calm and indifferent is now trembling because of being too excited. Hiruzen. Danzo was happy, but he did not forget to mourn Sarutobi Hiruzen. Starting today, I will be the Hokage of Konoha village. You who are below, open your eyes wide and take a good look at how prosperous Konoha will be under my hands. An indecisive person like you. Speaking of which, Danzo closed one eye slightly, then opened it. Let's go. I'm on Hokage right now. This time, Shimura Danzo is bound to win. Due to Tsunade's departure, there is no more suitable candidate for Konoha village today. Jiraiya? He did come back once, and he was quite dissatisfied with Konoha's behavior. 913. It's a pity that as Sarutobi Hiruzen's apprentice and the legendary Sannin, how could he not understand the struggle between the high level? If you want to blame, you can really only blame the attack of Uchiha Madara and the threat of future existence. Although Jiraiya does not believe in the so-called theory that Uchiha Madara is alive, he has no evidence to prove that all this is a conspiracy. There is no way. Jiraiya can only leave angrily, wanting to track down Tsunade and investigate the information about the masked man who pretended to be Uchiha Madara to attack Konoha that night. Everything is under the control of Danzo. Even Jonin Captain Nara Shikahisa, who is known as Tomoyo Konoha, can't do anything about it. I can only appease some Jonin of the Tsunade faction in private. For the sake of peace in the future, I still vote for Shimura Danzo. On this day, Konoha village seems to be very lively, but the faces of many ninjas are listless. They are deeply washed by the will of Sarutobi Hiruzen Fire, innocent and innocent. For Shimura Danzo, who is a fighter, they have some conflicts in their hearts. Among the crowd, there is naturally Uzumaki Naruto, who has already returned to Konoha village. Hey, I didn't expect Master Tsunade to leave like this. I thought the next Hokage was Lord Jiraiya, but I didn't expect. I heard that Mr. Danzo is a militant, and his methods are quite cruel. If he takes office, we will be very busy in the future. What do you mean? Could it be that? Yes, if he takes office, he will definitely greatly improve the friction with other ninja villages in the future. At that time, it is very likely that it will turn into a war. Hey, peace finally ushered in. Listen to the complaints of the Konoha village ninja. Uzumaki Naruto is a little speechless. The ninjas of Konoha village, as the armed forces of the Fire Nation, are they so cowardly? The war has not yet started, and I'm already afraid of becoming like this. Naruto, just Shimura Danzo scares them like this. If you become Hokage, won't they be scared to death? Nine Tails laughed jokingly. Everyone is a guy who is afraid of death. However, Naruto didn't care. Llama, it's a good thing that they are afraid of death. At least it will be convenient for our future rule. If everyone is not afraid of death, the two of us will really squat on the dead body and eat bark. Of course, with the strength of one of us and one fox, there is no need for this group of miscellaneous soldiers to come forward for war or something. They just need to honestly run errands and do what they can. Miscellaneous soldiers? Heiming's words are not surprising and endless. Seeing Uzumaki's arrogant tone, the audience seemed to be enlightened. The other party may have already regarded the ninja of Konoha village as a service staff who helped him run errands. This feeling is like the attitude of big names and celebrities in various countries towards ninjas. What ninjas are not ninjas? You are just tools to serve me. Tsunade. I see Kuranoru's mentality. Not to mention Konoha village, I think the Kingdom of Fire will be taken down by him soon. Jiraiya, I have to think that this is the idea of Nine Tails. Let Himaki establish his own country, and then marry more wives to rebuild the Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki Kushina. To be honest, I am very much looking forward to that kid rebuilding the Uzumaki family. Senju Hashirama. If you really want to do that, Kuro Naruto will not only offend the daimyos of the Land of Fire, but also the daimyos of other countries. Uchiha Madara, Hashirama, don't worry. I can assure you that it will definitely not be a matter of Kuramaki offending daimyo, but a matter of which country he is going to bomb today. Senju Tobarama. Inazuka Tooth. I really can't believe that I am in the same period as such a character. Yamanaka Ino. If I can become Heiming's wife in the future, wouldn't it mean that one person is under one person and above 10,000 people? Haruno Sakura. If you can hold Heiming emotionally to get his exclusive favor, you can also be the top of tens of millions. Anoki. Don't be so full of words. Our 5 major countries have a long history and a strange ninjutsu of 5 flowers, 8 gates. It is not an easy matter for Black Naruto to truly rule. 4th Raikage, and our ninja alliance. Kurumi May, forget it. Don't forget that our ninja alliance mainly relies on Uzumaki Beiming. Luo Sha. Then we will go to Uchiha Obito to cooperate. There must be a way. Uchiha Obito, please, don't drag me into the water with you. The roof of the Konoha village Hokage office building. Elite Jonin and Captain Umbu stand in 2 rows respectively. Yuditane Koharu and Mito Kato Hamura, holding the Hokage hat representing Hokage identity and the Hokage coat engraved with the words 6th Hokage. The two looked at each other, and they didn't expect that this old guy would actually give the symbol of Hokage to his old buddy. I really don't know how Hiruzen would feel if he saw this scene. Hey, I didn't expect Master Tsunade to leave Konoha village after less than a year as Hokage. Tiantian sighed. Naruto, if you didn't go to Sunagakure that night, would there be any other changes in the result? Uzumaki Naruto rubbed his nose and smiled awkwardly. There must be no change. After all, I am back now, and Tsunade-sama hasn't come back either. Damn it, Master Tsunade is the one who helped me heal my injuries. You can say that he gave me another life. I really don't want to lose to that kind of guy. Rock Lee is equally uncomfortable. The most helpless one is Haruno Sakura. Hey, I just wanted to learn from Master Tsunade and improve my strange power, but it turned out Uchiha Sasuke didn't say anything. He doesn't care who becomes Hokage. He just wants to practice and defeat Uchiha Itachi. Naruto can... At this time, Hinata came up to him. I just heard that the newly appointed Lord Hokage looks very scary. Uzumaki Naruto smiled. Don't worry, there's nothing to be afraid of. 1. At this time, Naruto realized that the change of more than 1 year is really huge. Especially Hyuga Hinata, there's always an illusion of excess nutrition. Everyone, however, at this moment, Shimura Danzo on the roof of the Hokage office building spoke. His voice has even become trembling with excitement. Back then, Sarutobi Hiruzen was standing here to accept the welcome from everyone in Konoha village. At that time, Danzo could only stand behind his back and hold his hatred silently. Later, Namikaze Minato was standing here again. At that time, Danzo didn't even come. There's also Tsunade from the previous year, or 2. Now it's finally the old man's turn. Shimura Danzo grabs the Hokage hat that Yuditane Koharu handed over. Today, the teacher officially became 6. Unfortunately, the word Daimu Hokage has not been blurted out yet. The ninja below suddenly burst into turmoil. A large bird flies over Konoha village. Countless photos are scattered in every corner of Konoha village. Puff. Too cruel. Uzumaki Blackming is simply going to push Shimura Danzo to a dead end. Actually, the photo of the meeting between Myanmar and Shimura Danzo was sprinkled on the land of Konoha village when the other party Hokage took office. This method is absolutely fatal. Sarutobi Hiruzen. TSK, I thought Hyeming would jump out to stop Danzo first and show the evidence to everyone. Anoki, I didn't expect that kid would not take the blame. Terumi Mei, does Kuranoru mean that he won't personally participate in the Uzumaki that brought down Danzo? Sharp, Uzumaki Hyeming's method is even more vicious. The audience was dumbfounded when they thought of this. Uzumaki will not jump out to accuse Danzo himself, but use the identity of others to announce to the public what Danzo has done. Take it down first, then take Hokage's place by yourself. In this way, no one can think that he is planning all this behind the scenes, and naturally no one will think that Uzumaki Naruto is spying on Konoha village. Hey, look, what's this? Isn't this Danzo-sama and Uchiha Madara? Why? Why do the two of them stand together as if planning something? Impossible. Could it be that Mr. Danzo is the real culprit behind everything? Do you still remember? Uchiha Madara knows about Tsunade-sama's fear of blood. Well, there is absolutely nothing wrong. Master Danzo must have leaked it. For a while, the crowd in Inya village fell into chaos. A crowd of people, Uzumaki Naruto naturally had to pick up a photo, frowning in feigned surprise. But in the spiritual world, he showed a trace of contempt. See, Lama, this is how ordinary people think. The fact that Tsunade suffers from hemophobia is not a secret of Konoha village. Even if not many people know about it, it is not difficult to investigate this kind of information. It's a pity that now, it's just a photo of the meeting and all the blame is directed at Shimura Danzo. Ninetales heard the words and pretended to nod deeply. Even if Danzo didn't do this now, he will take the blame. Danzo, what the hell is going on? Yuditane Koharu and Midokado Hamura stared blankly at the photos in their hands. They couldn't believe it at all. The old man in front of them cooperated with people from outside the village in order to bring down Tsunade and become Hokage, facing the chaos below and Yuditane Koharu's accusations. Shimura Danzo was also dumbfounded for a while. The matter of his meeting with Uchiha Madara. No, it should be said that the other party's matter of looking for him is private between the two of them. Why was a photo taken? Impossible. Shimura Danzo couldn't figure it out at all. Within his own root organization, he was facing a master like himself and Uchiha Madara again. Who could take photos without anyone noticing? Besides, it was night again. If he was taking pictures, the brightness of the flash would definitely arouse his vigilance. Not good. Someone wants to frame me. Danzo's heart tensed up, but then he seemed extraordinarily calm. Huh. This cold snort made Koharu and Mido even more confused. Before the two of them could react, Shimura Danzo immediately looked at Elite Jonin in the row behind. You don't have to look at the old man with this kind of eyes. Use your brains. If I have colluded with that Uchiha Madara, how could someone take a picture of you? Do you think I'm an idiot? Besides, you have also seen the power of Uchiha Madara. It is easy to find a sneak shot. Shimura Danzo shouted loudly, and the audience suddenly fell silent. That's right, if Danzo-sama is really in collusion with Uchiha Madara, then this photo, it is definitely impossible to capture it. Even if it is captured, it will be discovered by Danzo-sama and Uchiha Madara. 1. Danzo forces himself to calm down. Listening to the noise from below, the wind seems to be in my favor. Suddenly, Shimura Danzo's waist straightened a lot. So, there must be someone who is dissatisfied with the old man becoming a Hokage, so they deliberately use such despicable and shameless means. They must have used the transformation technique to turn into the appearance of the old man and Uchiha Madara, and then film to frame the old man. This kind of person who framed the new Hokage will definitely be investigated after taking office. Of course, if the instigator takes the initiative to admit his mistakes, the old man will naturally give him a chance to reform himself. Nyobi, as expected of Shimura Danzo, in such a passive situation, he controlled the situation on the field with just a few words. Not only that, but by the way, he expressed his deep understanding of righteousness. Tsunade, don't say it, this old guy is still a bit capable. Jiraiya, after all, he is also a high-level executive of our Konoha village for decades. If he is really beaten up all of a sudden, it would be too useless. Orochimaru, unfortunately, his opponent is Naruto-kun. Onoki, that's true. I think if Kuranoru didn't have more handles on Danzo and Orochimaru's hands, he would definitely not make a move on him. Terumi-mei, hey. It's a pity that Danzo didn't know that Orochimaru had joined Kuranoru, and he didn't even know that Kuranoru wanted to kill him. Sarutobi Hiruzen, my poor old man, still struggling, so miserable. Shimura Danzo, IF***CK. Originally, the audience of Beiming World thought that Shimura Danzo would be greatly affected by the photo. But looking at the smug smile shown by the other party and the smug smile shown by Uzumaki Kiraning, in an instant, everyone began to mourn for Danzo. Killing people. Sure enough, Heiming's methods will always make people feel trembling from the bottom of their hearts. In a dark cave, Uchiha Obito's body felt already somewhat stiff. Not an opponent, no matter strength or wisdom. No one in the ninja world can pick out one who can match wits and courage with Uzumaki Kiraning. If it looks like you're fighting wits with him, he is actually playing with you like a cat catching a mouse. What will you face yourself by then? Obito didn't dare to think about it. At least he wouldn't foolishly think that the other party would love him as much as Bai Ming. I will not forgive myself even more. Even Obito knew very well that if he really fell into Heiming's hands, his end would be more miserable than anyone else. I feel that the situation below has tended to stabilize. Shimura Danzo reveals a smug look. Could it be that Tsunade came back? Danzo hesitated for a moment, but quickly dismissed the idea. After all, Uchiha Madara is not easy to mess with. Even he was there to watch the match between Madara and Tsunade. Unless the ninjas of Konoha Village disregard the safety of Konoha Village and attack in groups, there is a possibility of winning. Since the other party is obsessed with Senju Hashirama's resentment, it seems to be very specific. With Tsunade's proud character, even if he chooses to die, he will not stay in Konoha and cause trouble to the village. Who would that be? Danzo glanced across a row of elite jonin from the corner of his eye, looking at Nara Shikaku with a neither salty nor indifferent expression. Or maybe Lugio. With his wisdom, maybe he wants to bring me down and ask Jiraiya to return. Xiao Mian, do you really think that this little means can suppress me? Something beyond your control. When the situation stabilizes a bit, this old man will take you first. The idea falls to the ground. Shimura Danzo was about to continue speaking, but a high-pitched voice resounded throughout Konoha Village. You look so broad-minded, Uncle Danzo. Nanny. Who? The sudden sound stunned the ninjas of Konoha Village. However, when they heard the voice of a human being, they suddenly became happy again. This voice is Master Tsunade. Is Master Tsunade back? It's Tsunade-sama. Look at the 5th Hokage rock. Isn't the person standing there exactly Tsunade-sama and Shizen-senpai? At the same time, everyone's eyes fell on 5th Hokage. The people who came were none other than Tsunade, who left Konoha Village, and Shizun, who was holding a Tonko in his arms. Tsunade, Yudetane Koharu, and Midokado Hamura were stunned. Oh, didn't you leave Konoha Village? The two asked in unison. However, the speeches of the two of them were met with disapproval by Tsunade. A few days ago, when Tsunade digested information about Uzumaki Naruto at Orochimaru's base, he communicated a lot with Orochimaru. Nowadays, Naruto's strength is unfathomable. I think it will definitely bring great changes to the ninja world in the future. Orochimaru's idea is very simple and simple. Those who know current affairs are Junja. And with Uzumaki Naruto in the situation, the future trend of the ninja world is unstoppable. There is no need to wait for the car. Besides, it's better to hang out with a strong person than to be found as cannon fodder at that time. The sooner you join, the better for your future. Also, when Tsunade heard what Orochimaru was doing with Shimura Danzo, she couldn't believe that they had done so many things behind their backs. Wood style experiment, Sharingan experiment. Shimura Danzo's seemingly hanging half-arm is actually Uchiha Shin's arm, all of which are Sharingan, and Wood style has also been transplanted. The purpose is to better control Nine Tails for your own use. What made Tsunade even more disgusted was that most of the human body materials Orochimaru used to experiment were provided by Shimura Danzo. Shameful. Hateful. Hateful. Grandfather's Konoha Village was actually surrounded by this kind of population. Danzo. Although Tsunade wished to tear Danzo apart, in order to guarantee Naruto's plan, she suppressed the anger in her heart. The information in my hand is because I provided it. 1. It's all the things you did with him back then. Now, let's invite everyone in Konoha Village to watch. After speaking, Tsunade suddenly took out a stack of documents and threw them at the Konoha Village ninjas under the Hokage office building. Orochimaru, Danzo-sama, and Orochimaru, do you mean? The Konoha Village ninja was completely dumbfounded. They don't know what kind of drama they want to make today, but it is obvious that the scene is full of gunpowder. This is, in order to force the director of the orphanage, Yakushi Nanoyu, to do spy work, he threatened the children of the orphanage and swallowed the maintenance funds given to the orphanage by the Third Generation Project. 1. Yakushi Kabuto has no choice but to replace Nanoyu to join the spy war work since childhood. However, Danzo used Yakushi Kabuto as a threat and continued to force Nanoyu to carry out spy work, and provided the other party with false information about Yakushi Kabuto's growth, and finally ordered Nanoyu to kill Yakushi Kabuto, resulting in Nanoyu's death in the Yakushi Kabuto's hands. Is this true? How dare Lord Danzo? He actually swallowed the funds of the orphanage. Don't the adults of the Third Generation know? Hey, didn't you see what was said above? Mr. Danzo threatens the children in the orphanage. Who dares to report this matter? There is still impossible. Master Danzo actually provided Orochimaru with experimental materials. No wonder the ninjas in our village disappeared in the village for no reason. There are also children in the surrounding villages, all of them, courtesy of Shimura Danzo. This is Master Danzo transplanted Hashirama cells in order to control the 9 tails of Konoha village for his own use. And Sharingan. The reason why Shimura Danzo strongly demanded to eliminate the Uchiha clan was to get Uchiha's Sharingan. Boom! Concept collapsed. At this moment, the ninja in the trapped village couldn't believe what he saw. Shimura Danzo has been a high-level executive of Konoha village for decades, and he actually took advantage of his position to do so many insane things. And it's all about persecuting Konoha compatriots. What is the concept of the so-called Konoha village being a family? As a senior executive, he actually did such a heartless thing. This is simply a great irony of Konoha village. Shimura Danzo. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke was also dumbfounded. What's going on? Could it be that Uchiha's genocide has nothing to do with Uchiha Itachi? Is it all Shimura Danzo's fault? This. B asterisk 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 D. Damn guy. Uchiha Sasuke broke out. Angrily, he was about to rush forward, but was grabbed by Uzumaki Naruto. Sasuke. Naruto shouted loudly. His expression suddenly shocked Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto, but calm down, things haven't settled down yet. Uzumaki Naruto's indifferent tone also made Uchiha Sasuke stop. He was angry, he was confused. However, he could only tremble and stand motionless on the spot. As expected of Uzumaki Black Naruto, even Uchiha Sasuke was already so angry that he still pressed the opponent to death. Presumably, it is the chakra that exudes from the body, completely shocking the other party. And Uzumaki, who got serious, really gave people invisible pressure. At least this time, he didn't shout, "Help." A pack of nonsense. Why did the old man partner with Orochimaru's kind of rebellion? Tsunade, even if you leave Konoha village, it's not the old man's responsibility. Uchiha Madara's target is you. Konoha village will be of great benefit after you leave. Shimura Danzo's tone is obviously not as calm as before. He pointed at the Tsunade on the Hokage rock angrily and shouted, "Did you come back to target this old man because your Hokage position was deprived by the daimyo?" Fart. Tsunade was also very angry and replied, "I don't care whether I do Hokage or not, but your evil deeds are really harmful to Konoha village. I came back this time just to let everyone see your true face. Besides, speaking of which, Tsunade tried his best to adjust his emotions. High voice. At the beginning of the Chunin exam, how did Orochimaru successfully infiltrate Konoha village and kill the 3 grass ninjas? Danzo, Orochimaru has already told me everything. You also participated in the collapse plan for Konoha village. You let Orochimaru kill 3rd Hokage. Even if you miss, you can still use 3rd Hokage's dereliction of duty to put pressure on him to take the blame and resign as Hokage. When you take office, you will use your position to send Uchiha Sasuke to Orochimaru. What else do you have to say? What? This is the most breaking news. Konoha Shinobi's head is about to explode. 0. Seeking flowers. What kind of terrible deal is this? Shimura Danzo, in order to become a Hokage, joined forces with Deiji to kill 3rd generation. Insane. Shimura Danzo is crazy in order to become Hokage. He is crazy. Is this true? It's terrible, it's impossible. The ninja minds of Konoha village are buzzing, and now they don't know how to think about this matter. Mr. Kakashi, Danzo-sama, is he the murderer who killed the 3rd generation? Haruno Sakura looks tremblingly at Hatake Kakashi. As a new generation of ninjas in Konoha village, where have I seen such a scene? Even if, yes, it was the first time I heard that the companions of Konoha village would unite with outsiders to kill Hokage. It's okay, don't be afraid. Kakashi sneered. Isn't our hero Naruto still there? So no matter what happens, be calm. 1. Kakashi is talking, but he already has an idea in his heart. Assassinate Hokage. His eyes become sharper. Shimura Danzo had done this many years ago, but fortunately he notified him in time, and Sarutobi Hiruzen made preparations in advance. He has long been familiar with this kind of dark matter of open and secret fighting between high-level officials. However, I really didn't expect that Danzo would join forces with Orochi's traitor to kill the third generation. Pure Land World. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. The brothers' eyes widened. 0. In the Black World, this battle is much more exciting than in the White World. Especially Senju Tobirama. He couldn't imagine that his apprentice did so many things that would make him mad several times. If it wasn't for Kuro Naruto, who wanted to overthrow Shimura Danzo, perhaps the Danzo-Orochimaru team-up was buried. Hee Orochimaru. Danzo chuckled disdainfully. Tsunade, I teamed up with Orochimaru to kill Hiruzen. You can't talk nonsense like this. Besides, what evidence do you have to prove that there's a connection between me and Orochi? Besides, Orochimaru is a traitor. Can you believe his words? And why did you come together with rebellion? Danzo pretends to be calm. He was full of panic. He couldn't figure out why Orochimaru would say this to Tsunade. Then, grandson, why did you betray yourself? Betraying the self who is going to be Hokage, wouldn't it do him any good? Death is imminent. Are you still messing around here? Tsunade also showed a trace of contempt. Danzo, when the two of us competed for the position of Hokage, let's not talk about the fact that you sent a wandering ninja to assassinate me. The letter you wrote to Orochimaru, you want Orochimaru to come forward to solve my matter. The letter is in my hand. I want to show you all of this. Master Danzo, if you want to prove your innocence, can you take off the bandages around your arms in front of all the ninjas in Konoha village? Let everyone take a look. What happened to your broken arm for so many years? Why can't it be healed? Tsunade suddenly looked like he was holding the winning ticket, and his face was full of contempt. I am the strongest medical ninja fu in the ninja world. I don't need me to help you look at the symptoms. Lore. Shimura Danzo of the Black Naruto world no longer looks like he was before. Tsunade's move directly forced Danzo to a dead end. Of course the broken arm couldn't be healed, because it was not broken, but to seal and suppress the power of the 10 Sharingan on the arm and the power of wood style. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ho ho ho. Danzo, my old buddy, in the world of Heiming, your end can be much worse than sealing half a building to death. N. Udatain Koharu. It never occurred to me that you, Danzo, colluded with Orochimaru to launch a war against Konoha village. Mitokado Hamura. I remember when Pin came, Umbu from the Root organization wanted to go to support, but was also rejected by Danzo, just waiting for Tsunade to finish, and he succeeded Hokage. Onoki. This drama is really enjoyable. Your Excellency Shimura Danzo, you have been driven to death before you die. What do you want to say? Terumi Mei, I do all this for Konoha. Senju Tobirama. Senju Hashirama. Shimura Danzo. Yeah, you don't have to read my jokes. Wait for Hiruzen to get rid of me. You'll be next. Don't forget Hiruzen. You are Hokage, even if I have done so much. It is also your Hokage's fault. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo. You. Orochimaru. Sensei Sarutobi. It seems that even if you die, you may not be able to leave a good reputation. Faming World. Shimura Danzo's stubbornness at the end was a surprise. If the situation is really as he said, after Koronaru has dealt with Danzo, it is very likely that he will point the finger at the remaining Udatain Koharu and Mitokado Hamura. After all, with Hymen's character, it is definitely impossible to accept that there are 2 old guys around him trying to bully him. Maybe in a moment of excitement, I sent 4 old buddy members. This time, Shimura Danzo is facing the biggest crisis in his life. He who has been calculating others, when was he forced to this extent by others? However, Danzo, who has seen strong winds and waves, still remains calm on the surface. Face. Dignity? For him, there is no such thing. Tsunade, you're the granddaughter of first Hokage, the apprentice of third Hokage. I don't pursue your nonsense, but you and Orochimaru joined forces to slander the old man and try to destroy the inner peace of Konoha village. 1. It is impossible for me to forgive you. Be the first to act first. Shimura Danzo's eyes revealed a hint of ruthlessness. Let this woman continue talking, and the situation will become more and more chaotic. Come on, Danzo shouted loudly. Take Tsunade down. As soon as this remark came out, the ninjas in Yi village froze. Don't tell me Danzo-sama doesn't want to prove his innocence in front of everyone. FT, Master Danzo, I think there must be some misunderstanding. As long as you show everyone your arm, won't everything come to light? Naruto just finished speaking and felt a chill in front of her. Presumptuous, Danzo said loudly. This old man is the 6th Hokage. Does anyone say that this old man is not? And this old man has to prove himself according to his requirements. Danzo saw that Naruto and the others hadn't moved, so he didn't really care. All this was expected in 400. No problem. Since the death of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, who has no one to suppress, has secretly developed a group of new forces. Umbu from the Root organization rushed out from the surroundings in an instant. Chi-Chi rushes towards Tsunade. However, just as the two sides were about to engage in a battle, a golden light rose from the crowd, followed by bursts of screams. The Umbu ninjas of the Root organization all flew out backwards. Naruto, it's Uzumaki Naruto. It's a bad thing the two sides are going to fight. Uzumaki Naruto's sudden participation in the battle immediately made all the ninjas in Konoha village nervous. They do remember that the opponent is Konoha village's secret weapon, Nine Tails Jinchuriki. And obviously, the opponent is on Tsunade's side. Not good. Seeing this, Hatake Kakashi said in a flustered expression, Naruto is impulsive. He shouldn't be involved in the battle between high-level officials. Mr. Kakashi, Yamanaka Ino, and others are also extremely nervous. They are all for Tsunade in their hearts, but the current situation is chaotic and no one dares to choose a team at will. After all, this kind of thing does not involve one person. It will even affect the entire family, and if it is more serious, it may affect Konoha village. Uzumaki Naruto, Shimura Danzo narrowed his eyes and looked at the Umbu ninjas of the Root organization that fell to the ground. He said slowly, as a ninja from Konoha village, do you want to rebel? This situation is really beyond Danzo's imagination. Uzumaki Naruto actually stood on Tsunade's side, which is simply forcing himself to death. Uzumaki Naruto, what are you doing? How can you do it before this matter is investigated clearly? Udatane Koharu and Midokado Hamura are stunned. Nine Tails Jinchuriki from Konoha village also started to participate in it. Moreover, it was when no one agreed. In this way, Naruto in front of him is not under the control of the village at all. Tracking down, isn't it very simple to figure out this matter? It only needs Master Danzo to show the packaged, severed arm to everyone. Uzumaki Naruto said indifferently. Udatane Koharu and Midokado Hamura look at each other. Tsunade and Uzumaki Naruto's actions are clearly pushing Danzo. Although, as long as Danzo can show everyone his broken arm, there is no problem. However, this behavior of Uzumaki Naruto is a distrust of their high-level Konoha, and it is a persecution of their high-level Konoha. Once Danzo submits, no matter whether the result can prove his innocence or not, this behavior has severely trampled on the majesty of Konoha senior management. As the Hokage assistant of Konoha village, we will handle this matter. Naruto, it's none of your business here. You should step back first. Udatane Koharu hastily dissuaded. However, her words took Uzumaki Naruto for a while. Casually said, Nonsense. Are you too old and confused? Don't think that I don't know. The three of you have been in a relationship for decades, and you may know what will happen behind the scenes. Right now, while everyone is here, we need 10 reasonable explanations from Master Danzo. Nanny, Udatane Koharu and Midokado Hamura's eyes straightened when they heard this. Inverted. Uzumaki Naruto is reversed. Uzumaki Naruto, do you want to rebel? Rebel. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes flickered coldly. I ignored Udatane Koharu and Midokado Hamura, but said loudly, after first Hokage established Konoha, what we want is to love each other in the village. Selling out the village and hurting the villagers is a disgraceful act. Moreover, in order to protect the villages that the villagers depend on for their survival, how many sacrifices have been made? 1. The first ninja war, the second ninja war, the third ninja war, countless Konoha village ninjas have followed suit. Besides, Uzumaki Naruto paused, then continued. The Nine Tails Rebellion. My father, fourth Hokage, and mother, Uzumaki Kushina, in order to maintain the balance of the village tail beasts, chose to sacrifice their lives to seal 9 tails in my body. 1. Because of this, I have been cast aside and excluded since I was a child, and I don't even have the right to know who my parents are. What? Uzumaki Naruto was in the same period. His mind sank, and he was immediately dumbfounded. Naruto's father is the 4th Hokage. Is this real? Mr. Kakashi, Mr. Hong, Mr. Guy, Mizusuma? The 4 of them looked guilty when they heard the words. They didn't say anything. They just nodded slightly. Boom! At this moment, Naruto's contemporaneous ninja was dumbfounded. No one thought that Naruto had such an identity, and no one thought that his childhood would be so difficult. But even so, he still protected everyone in the Konoha Honkai clan. Not to mention the Konoha village ninjas who died during the Nine Tails Rebellion. Uzumaki Naruto continues his impassioned speech. The Hyuga family was robbed of their eyes by Cloud Shinobi Village. We 3rd Hokage chose to endure in order to avoid more sacrifices caused by the war. The tragedy that led to Niji's father. The war with Cloud Shinobi Village did not start. Konoha Village escaped a disaster, and those who survived were supplied to Orochimaru for experiments by you. Are you sorry for the people who died protecting the village? No matter what happens today, you have to show your arms for everyone to see. Uzumaki Naruto's speech made all the ninjas lower their heads. They are angry, half. It's just that it's not clear who shouted in the crowd. Yes, Naruto is right. It's just a glance, and it doesn't hinder anything. Master Danzo, in order to ensure your innocence, let everyone take a look. That's right, Master Danzo. I vomited because of sleepiness. The audience in Beiming World has no idea how much psychological pressure Shimura Danzo has to bear in the face of such a scene. But looking at his appearance, he seemed to be okay. Could it be that he has something behind him? Snort. Shimura Danzo snorted coldly, facing Uzumaki Naruto's aggression. His face gradually became gloomy. It seems that this troublesome guy, Uzumaki Naruto, needs to be dealt with first before this matter can be settled. Danzo's thoughts settle. 3 Tomo Sharingan, who is separated by a bandage, suddenly spun crazily and changed shape. I didn't plan to use this trick originally. You forced me to do this, Naruto. Tsunade is that. Distinguished heavenly gods. Uchiha Fugaku. Danzo actually wants to use Shurisue's distinguished heavenly gods. Does that mean he wants to change Naruto? Uchiha Itachi. This. Senju Tobirama. No wonder Danzo is so calm. It turned out that he planned to use this hand. Uchiha Madara. It's useless. Distinguished heavenly god sounds very powerful. Maybe it is very effective against ordinary people. But Mangekyo is very effective against Rinnegan. The difference in mental power level is 10,000 miles. Not to mention that he is not the real Uchiha. The pupil technique, the use of it will be discounted. Hatake Kakashi. It shouldn't be a problem. After all, I use Obito's Sharingan. It works very well. Uchiha Shursui. It is true that other gods can quietly and completely tamper with the will of others and make them obey the caster. But in the final analysis, distinguished heavenly gods is an illusion, and the caster cannot be aware of the illusion in himself. But if outsiders come to investigate, they can still be found. Orochimaru. I see. So after Danzo had your eyes, he didn't use them on Sarutobi-sensei. According to Shimura Danzo's obsession with Hokage, after getting distinguished heavenly gods, You only need to use it on Sarutobi Hiruzen to make it his own puppet. Even if Danzo is not Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen can make Sarutobi Hiruzen do anything according to his orders. There would be no Danzo on the Hokage scene. And if someone discovers the distinguished heavenly gods in Sarutobi Hiruzen, even if it cannot be deciphered, it will cause huge damage to the Sarutobi Hiruzen group. Sure enough, no ninjutsu is perfect. Perfect statement. Distinguished heavenly gods activated. Shimura Danzo sensed that the operation was completed, and the corner of his mouth curled up with pride. Calmly said, "Naruto, you are still young, very impulsive. You should step back first. The old man will naturally give an explanation to the ninjas in Konoha village." Just facing Danzo's calmness, Uzumaki Naruto was stunned. He couldn't help but said to Nine Tails, "Lama, is Danzo stupid? What is he saying? He doesn't think that this sentence alone can make me quit." Besides, he actually smiled smugly, as if I would definitely listen to him. Nine Tails are equally confused, nodded and said, "Maybe this old guy is really driven crazy by the situation in front of him." See, Naruto froze. Danzo was even more pleased. Before he could continue to speak, Uzumaki Naruto asked, "What are you laughing at? Do you think this is funny? Don't blot. Quickly untie the bandage in your hand. If you don't act, I will help you." Nanny. Facing Uzumaki Naruto's tough attitude, Danzo stared wide-eyed, and his unbelievable look immediately made Uzumaki Naruto extremely annoyed. "Never mind. Let me do it myself." Impossible. Looking at Uzumaki Naruto walking towards him, Shimura Danzo couldn't believe what he saw. He just used distinguished heavenly gods to change Naruto's will, making the other party obey him unconditionally. The opponent should already be his puppet. Why? Why Uzumaki Naruto is not affected by anything? Shimura Danzo's mind is in chaos at this moment. Seeing that Naruto is coming to his side, two figures suddenly appear, blocking Naruto's way. "Master Danzo, you go first." Heart-turning technique. Yamanaka Kaze just wanted to try to enter Naruto's body. It's a pity that a terrible chakra immediately bounced it out. With a line of blood spurting out of his mouth, Yamanaka was thrown to the ground violently. He is from our Yamanaka clan. Yamanaka Ino covers her mouth in horror. Looking at the motionless Yamanaka wind, not far away, she knew very well that the moment the opponent attacked Naruto, just now, he died. Phosphorus bug. A familiar voice enters Aburame Shino's ears. Shina suddenly looks towards the roof. At this moment, a purple ninja is rushing towards Uzumaki Naruto. "Take the route." "Sure now he is?" Inuzuka asked curiously. For point 3, sure now's voice trembled a little. "He is my childhood friend, and he is a girl." This trick is a secret technique of the Aburame family. It spreads nanoscale poisonous insects on the body. Once someone else touches their body, they will be poisoned, and the poisonous insects will flow into the opponent's cells and destroy it. Take the root of him. Sure now doesn't know why Dakujin would attack Naruto for the sake of the group. However, it was too late. Jinao looked at the roof of the building and felt a twinge of pain in his heart. His childhood friend was cut in two by a flash of golden light in front of all the Konoha village ninjas. No, Naruto-kun is poisoned. Hyuga looks worried. However, in the next second, Uzumaki Naruto just casually swung the arm that hit Aburame to take the root. A puddle of purple venom was immediately thrown to the ground by him. As for Naruto himself, there is nothing wrong with him. Exclamation point. Seeing this, the ninja of Konoha village couldn't help but gasp. When did Uzumaki Naruto's strength become so terrifying? However, before all the ninjas digested the situation in front of them, a loud noise came from the roof of the office building. With the smoke and dust, Shimura Danzo's body fell violently from the office building in front of everyone. "Look, Master Danzo, impossible, this is..." Everyone was completely shocked by the scene in front of them. With Danzo falling from the sky are shattered metal props. However, the skin color of Danzo's arm that has been wrapped around him does not match his own skin color. What is surprising is that this arm is the Sharingan that Tsunade said. Shimura Danzo. Seeing this, Sasuke rushed towards him like crazy. Danzo, who fell heavily on the ground, only felt his head go numb. Is this Jinchuriki from Nine Tails? The power is so terrifying, Chakra's explosive gas alone shattered his equipment for sealing Sharingan. Shimura Danzo got up and felt the breath coming from behind. Not to mention anything else, Danzo just kicked his head back. Boom! Sasuke, who was furious, was thrown out by Danzo Ruefei. Hateful. Uchiha Sasuke was in pain, but he was so angry that he didn't have time to feel the pain from his body. Just about to get up and go up again, but was gently held down by Naruto, who rushed over. Sasuke, don't be so anxious. This guy, I'll let you poke him a few holes. 1. Seeing Naruto's arrival, Sasuke got a little relief. Naruto, this guy actually? Looking at the Sharingan with Danzo's arms full, Uchiha Sasuke was so angry that his bones cracked. Danzo, what else do you have to say? 1. Uzumaki Naruto steps towards Danzo. Shimura Danzo flustered. He never expected that things would develop to this point, especially feeling the indifference of the Konoha village ninjas around him. He knew very well that if no miracle happened today, he would most likely die in the hands of Uzumaki Naruto. Damn Uzumaki Naruto. Danzo hesitated in his heart. He couldn't figure out why his distinguished heavenly gods lost their effect on Naruto's body. Uchiha wanted to start an armed war against Konoha village. Should we keep them? As soon as Danzo said this, everyone was even more surprised. As ordinary ninjas in Konoha village, their idea is that Uchiha Itachi suddenly went mad and killed his own people. Now, why is it that the Uchiha clan wants to start a war against Konoha again? For a while, the ninjas of Sleepy Leaf Village were collectively surrounded. They cannot accept why there are so many chilling things in a village that has always been peaceful. 07, especially the appearance of Shimura Danzo's half-arm, made some young ninjas who had never seen the world feel nauseated. Whether Uchiha launched an armed struggle against the village, no one can confirm such a thing. But Naruto's tone became light. Master Danzo, your armed Sharingan can prove that what Master Tsunade said is true. You are guilty of collusion with Orochimaru. It seems that the fact that you and that Uchiha Madara colluded together to harm Master Tsunade should also be true. The purpose is to become Hokage, and then use your position to continue to entrap your fellow villagers in order to satisfy your personal desires. It's over, now that things have developed to this point. Shimura Danzo of the Black Naruto world, even with mouths all over his body, can no longer defend himself. Moreover, Hymen didn't give him a chance to breathe at all. The Uchiha clan naturally wanted to carry out an armed resistance against Konoha village and wanted to control Konoha village. But under the circumstances of the scene, this kind of thing is not enough to win the chance of exonerating Danzo. So what if the Uchiha clan wants to wage war on Konoha? Who knows about this? Or who lived through Uchiha's war against Konoha village? No one. But the reality is that Danzo's full-armed Sharingan validates all the facts Tsunade stated. In order to provide experimental materials for Orochimaru, he murdered his compatriots in Konoha village. In order to achieve their own goals, entrap Konoha village. This matter is already a certainty, and no one would be so stupid as to not know how to choose. Uzumaki Naruto, you are just a stinky brat who has obtained the power of a tailed beast. Xiao Weigan. What do you think the world of ninjas looks like? The cornered Danzo glared at Naruto in front of him. Unfortunately, what I got in return was a contemptuous smile from the other party. What is the ninja world like? And what does it have to do with me? I only know that now I can clean up the door for Konoha village and deal with your cancer. Say it. Uzumaki Naruto's arms turned into giant golden claws, grabbing Danzo's in midair. Help! It's time to vent your inner anger. Uzumaki Naruto finishes speaking. Uchiha Sasuke was startled for a moment, then quickly said to Naruto, Naruto, thank you for leaving him to me. After speaking, Uchiha Sasuke slowly walked towards Danzo. While walking, take out a kunai from the ninja bag. How many of my compatriots have you persecuted to be able to successfully transplant this arm Sharingan? Perhaps my brother who betrayed Konoha village also helped you take the blame? Bring up Uchiha Itachi. Naruto frowned. It seems that the guy who taught himself how to throw a shuriken is not as simple as he imagined. To blame? Naruto feels that Sasuke's words are inappropriate. Who in the world is willing to take the blame for the people who killed their own clan? It would be considered kindness not to mutilate his body into thousands of pieces, so there's no need to take the blame, right? I can't figure out. Uzumaki Naruto really can't figure out what the braided brother Uchiha Itachi, who taught himself how to throw a shuriken, is pretending to be in his mind. At least Naruto likes Sasuke more than Itachi, who is extremely jealous when he sees his enemies. Boy, how dare you! Danzo tried his best, and the group found that he couldn't move even if he was grabbed by Uzumaki Naruto. Seeing that Uchiha Sasuke was really going to stab himself with kunai in front of all the Konoha village ninjas, Danzo really panicked. Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, give me assistance. At this time, Udatain Koharu and Mito Kato Hamura led several Umbu to rush forward. Naruto and Sasuke's approach is simply not paying attention to their Konoha village executives. However, at this moment, two figures descended, blocking the way of several people in an instant. Tsunade, what you up to? Udatain Koharu roars. Tsunade flicked his ponytail, extremely indifferent. Didn't you see that Naruto is cleaning up the cancer for Konoha village? So please don't bother me. By the way, Tsunade glanced coldly at the Umbu behind Udatain Koharu. You also saw the strength of Naruto. Just now, the result of you going up is death. We are all from Konoha village. Don't make unnecessary sacrifices. However, what Tsunade said made Naruto stunned. He feels that these words are meaningful, as if they are not just for those Umbu. Konoha, it's going to change. Naruto swallowed, feeling cold sweat on her tense palms. Also at this moment, a light popping sound reached everyone's ears. Uchiha Sasuke unceremoniously picked up kunai and walked in and out of Danzo with a ferocious face. This feeling of killing enemies makes Uchiha Sasuke feel happy. However, Inshin is also confused. He is venting the hatred that has been silent in his heart for so many years. Danby ******* D actually forcibly suppressed the Uchiha clan for Sharingan. This anger made Sasuke tremble all over, and even his eyes began to bleed. Naruto, Sasuke's Sharingan seems to have evolved. Ninetales said strangely. Naruto does not take it seriously. The Uchiha clan was originally able to make the Sharingan evolve and strengthen through emotional stimulation. The Sharingan on Danzo's arm may have brought him a deep stimulation, looking at Sasuke's pupils turning into six-pointed stars. Uzumaki Naruto remains calm. At least, Sasuke like this can be considered a good combat power. A few more streams of blood spurted out. Shimura Danzo was finally unwilling to be humiliated and roared with a ferocious face. Uzumaki Naruto, even if the old man dies, I will drag you unconscious. You follow the old man on the road together. Say it. Uzumaki Naruto suddenly felt Shimura Danzo's whole body chakra concentrated on one point. The next moment, Li Xixiang's seal, autumn engraved on his body, began to swell. Not good, it's a sealing technique. Ninetales screams. Naruto, let him go quickly. Hearing this, Naruto nodded. He didn't expect to force Shimura Danzo to commit suicide in the end. Throwing both hands, Uzumaki Naruto threw Danzo high into the sky. Then a black flash burst out from the sky, completely disappeared from people's field of vision. Good guy. The audience in Beiming World were stunned. In their world, Shimura Danzo took at least half of the bridge with him when he died. But in Haiming's world, before Danzo left, he had no choice but to take away a wave of air. Take away a trace of loneliness. Miserable is too miserable. Onoki, hey, I didn't expect Shinobu no Kuroshi to go offline like this. Terumi Mei, yes, this is the difference in strength. No matter how hard Danzo struggles in Hymen's hands, he is nothing more than an ant. Fourth Reikage. But I didn't expect that when Uchiha Sasuke vented the hatred in his heart, he would actually open the Mangekyo Sharingan. Luo, Sha. This Uzumaki Black Naruto controls Konoha to increase his combat power, but I look at Nara Shurgyo as if he has already felt everything. I don't know how he will choose. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Wait a minute, don't you think it's strange? Earlier, in the battle between Danzo and Sasuke, he used Izanagi. Why did he choose death so simply this time? Orochimaru. Sensei Sarutobi seems to be very reasonable. Danzo is not someone who would choose to give up easily. Jiraiya. And the Li Shixiang seal will leave corpses. After Danzo exploded in the sky, there were no corpses. Tsunade. Could it be? Uchiha Sasuke gasped heavily. Danzo is dead. He felt a lot more relaxed. It's just that at the same time, he also had other things in his heart. That is about Uchiha Itachi's genocide. The other party must have concealed something from himself. Should 5T1. Sasuke clenched his fists, determined to find Uchiha Itachi and ask him about this matter. Naruto. Sasuke came to Uzumaki Naruto, who was staring at the sky in a daze. Oh, help! Naruto habitually patted Sasuke on the shoulder a few times. Do you feel better? Sasuke nods. No more words. At this time, in the mental space of Uzumaki Naruto, Ninetales asked suspiciously, Naruto, do you feel it? Danzo doesn't seem to be dead. I can feel it. There was indeed a chakra who was exactly the same as him just now and escaped in the chaos after the explosion. Uzumaki Naruto rubbed his chin and thought for a while. It seems that Danzo used some kind of secret method to escape. What should I do? 300. Ninetales is very irritable. Escaped in your hands. We want to chase the snow. If you chase now, with your strength, you will be able to win him soon. Unfortunately, it was beyond Ninetales' expectations. Uzumaki Naruto looked quite relaxed and said, Why are we chasing after? Also, as long as he is still near Konoha village, we can easily find him by using the telescope technique with the perception of his chakra. And if what I think is right, he is definitely not a person who gives up lightly. When the time comes, I will definitely come back for revenge. Ninetales listened to Naruto's analysis, and the more he listened, the more speechless he became. Why do you want to make trouble for yourself? Trouble? Uzumaki Naruto was blank. Ninetales glanced. Llama, you don't understand again. Danzo wants to take revenge on me. Isn't there no difference between him coming alone and looking for death? At this time, we need to send out Noodles. Oh, the so-called Uchimadara. We have to help him. Let him contact his subordinates who are still in Konoha village. When the time comes, let's give him a pot. Just help me clear up these obstacles on the road. Audience, what a genius idea. If Hymen wants to control Konoha, he will definitely meet many people who oppose him. If you want to kill, you can't kill it directly. But with Shimura Danzo, it's a different story. If Shimura Danzo wants revenge, he will definitely contact his old clan or encourage other clans in Konoha village who are on his side. At that time, as long as this group of people take action against Hymen will immediately find a reason to pay them off completely. Even it can kill chickens and monkeys for everyone in Konoha village. Tsunade, Uncle Danzo, you are really miserable in Hymen's world. Sarutobi Hiruzen, old man, if you say we die, we will die. Please be happy. You have to struggle. It's better now. Onoki, has the darkness of shinobi become a tool used by Kuranoru? Fourth Reikage, Your Majesty Danzo, who has spent his whole life taking advantage of others, has now become a tool for others to take advantage of, and he deserves it. Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo. Fourth Reikage, it's over. Your Excellency Danzo may be fooled by the stimulation. Shimura Danzo. Fourth Reikage, I would like to advise you, a guy with a brain full of muscles, you better protect me from going to your village for help, like Cloud Shinobi Village. Such a greedy village. When the time comes to become my accomplice, Fourth Reikage, you will die with me. Fourth Reikage. Fourth Reikage, I take back what I just said. Lord Danzo, you have a lot of adults. Go to our cloud shinobi village instead. Shimura Danzo, 6th Hokage Broken Dream by Uzumaki Naruto. Those headed by Udatane, Koharu, and Midokado Hamura are angry at Uzumaki Naruto's disobedience to management. However, Shimura Danzo's Sharingan arm. The evidence is conclusive, and it also makes their Konoha Village senior management quite passive. What's more, in their hearts, Shimura Danzo has been forced by Naruto the Whirlpool to commit suicide by using the Li Xixiang seal. This matter, Konoha's high-level executives can't pursue it too much. The rest is the attribution of Hokage. Jiraiya was dumbfounded when she learned of Danzo's death and returned to Konoha Village in a hurry. The high-level officials signaled that Jiraiya would replace the dead Danzo as the 6th Hokage of Konoha Village, but was rejected by Jiraiya. What he means is to ask Tsunade to continue as 5th Hokage, and I hope that Uzumaki Naruto can become Tsunade's bodyguard, so that he doesn't have to worry about Uchiha Madara's harassment. However, Tsunade still hopes to build a solitary hut not far from Konoha Village for reasons of inconvenience. In this way, Uchiha Madara can not only prevent Konoha from harassing Konoha, but also can quickly assist each other when there is a situation in Konoha Village or yourself. 1. As for the candidate for 6th Hokage, Tsunade recommends Uzumaki Naruto, who sweeps Konoha's cancer. However, when this news came out, the entire Konoha Village was shocked. The new generation of young ninjas who are dominated by Uzumaki Naruto at the same time feel amazed and happy for Naruto at the same time. I'm also proud of being able to be Naruto's contemporaries. Hey, old man, I will be able to brag to future generations in the future. Your Lousy and I were the youngest and most powerful Hokage in the history of Konoha Village at the same time. The older generation of ninjas feel that this is a bit inappropriate. After all, Uzumaki Naruto is too young. However, Tsunade patted his chest and assured others that with his own help, Uzumaki Naruto would be fine. Tsunade does not do Hokage. Jiraiya does not do Hokage. Udatane, Koharu, and Midokado Hamura were a loss for a while. They must have made it impossible for Uzumaki Naruto to become Hokage. Thus, they set their sights on Nara Shurjo. It's a pity that the witty Nara Lugio doesn't want to take this muddy water. Since Tsunade was able to obtain information about Shimura Danzo from Orochimaru, there must be tricks in it. It is highly probable that Tsunade and Uzumaki Naruto partnered to kill Orochimaru on the spot. Tsunade's recommendation of Naruto is very obvious, plus Danzo is dead. Jiraiya must belong to the Tsunade faction. Lugio is not stupid. In order to protect his safety, he decisively shot Udatane, Koharu, and Mido. Reluctantly, the two set their sights on Hatake Kakashi again. Hatake Kakashi is also unwilling. Then Sarutobi Asuma. At the Daming Mansion meeting, Udatane, Koharu, and Midokado Hamura have thought about it for a long time. And if we go further, we will really reach the generation of Uzumaki Naruto. Sarutobi Asuma. Oh, this name, could it be that he is? Daimyo asked sharply. It is the biological son of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Udatane Koharu said. I object. Suddenly, Tsunade objected. You have already downgraded Hokage's generation to Kakashi's generation. To be honest, Kakashi's generation is not too different from Naruto's generation. Tsunade is a little messy. At least Kakashi's generation has experienced the 3rd Ninja War. Although it is only the end stage, this generation is indeed much more mature than Naruto's generation. Unfortunately, Uzumaki Naruto is different from his contemporaries. Even Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo are played by him. Not to mention Kakashi, in terms of IQ, they are simply free. Tsunade, since you don't want to return to 5th Hokage's position, don't meddle with you. Udatane Koharu said angrily, It's not because of you, Danzo. However, as soon as these words came out, Tsunade's eyes suddenly darkened. What did you say? Now, are you still on Danzo's side? What he did, the whole Konoha village, is obvious to all. If it weren't for Uzumaki Naruto's extraordinary strength, if I had really fought with Danzo that time, I don't know what Konoha village would have experienced. Udatain Koharu was stunned and speechless. It has to be said that Shimura Danzo's behavior has indeed brought a great negative impact on their senior executives. Their prestige in the village is obviously not as good as before. Okay, stop arguing. Tsunade is unwilling to return to Hokage's position. Jiraiya's character is not suitable for Hokage to run outside every day. Nara Shikahiza Hataki Kakashi. No way, it seems that only Sarutobi Asuma. The speech of the Fire Country Daimyo immediately shocked Tsunade. He just pushed Asuma into the fire pit. Tsunade is well aware that as long as the Fire Country Daimyo is finalized, Asuma will inherit the 6th Hokage. She can guarantee that within 3 days, Asuma will definitely die suddenly. Not only Asuma, but the current 6th Hokage is a hot potato. As long as it is not Uzumaki Naruto, whoever takes over will die. I object. Don't you know? Uzumaki Naruto has learned 3rd Hokage's original Shuriken Shadow Clone technique since he was a child. This ninjutsu is originally the ninjutsu that the 3rd generation intends to pass on to the next Hokage. In the eyes of 3rd generation, Uzumaki Naruto is the candidate to take over Hokage. Tsunade's words stunned everyone present. This kind of inheritance problem of Konoha Village Hokage has been heard by the Fire Country Daimyo team. Moreover, not many people seem to have learned the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique. Of course, it also depends on whether Sarutobi Hiruzen is willing to guide. And he is the son of 4th Hokage, the most important 9-tails Jinchuriki of Konoha Village. I think that as long as I have my assistance, there will be no problems. Tsunade reassures. Her words also move the Fire Nation Daimyo team. It would be nice if Tsunade would like to assist Naruto. Then it's settled. The new 6th Hokage candidate for Konoha Village is Uzumaki Naruto. By Ming's world, Uzumaki by Ming stared blankly in astonishment. Haiming really succeeded. He actually became the 6th Hokage of Konoha Village when he was 14 or 15 years old. Calculated in this way, Haiming became Hokage more than 10 years earlier than himself. He didn't regard Hokage as an ideal. Just become Hokage to take control of Konoha Village. The so-called is not to become a Hokage to be recognized by others, only to be recognized by others to become a Hokage. Uzumaki, Baiming, suddenly felt that these words sounded so harsh now. Obviously, many people are opposed to Uzumaki becoming Hokage or just for self-protection, so they dare either Nara Shikaku or Hataki Kakashi. They are both right and left in this incident. Hey, I said, Kurama, Shikamaru's father and Kakashi-sensei. Why do they do this? With Haimaru's age, do they really think it's okay? Bai Ming asked in a disappointed tone. At the very least, Kakashi-sensei in Black Naruto's world is uncomfortable with his stance on this matter. It's like being a coward who is greedy for life and afraid of death. Cut. Ninetales grinned arrogantly. I told you earlier that Haiming doesn't care whether these people approve of him or not. He just relies on his own feelings. If you make him happy, he will let you get nourished. If you hinder him, you will only die. Do you think they have a choice in this situation? No one is an idiot. Haiming dared to force Shimura Danzo to blow himself up in front of Konoha senior management and all the ninjas in Konoha Village. Can you imagine? The Lugio and Kakashi electricity you mentioned can see the problem. Haiming is so powerful that he can no longer be bound by the so-called rules, and now he is the rules themselves. Why do they still have to earn these useless things with Haiming? Just follow along and start. What they want is not to recognize anyone. It's just about who can give them a more stable life. Obviously, Haiming's strength is enough to make them feel at ease. That's enough. It turned out to be like this. Uzumaki, Baiming nodded half understood. Once again combined with his own life. He had a sense of enlightenment. If I fail to defeat Gaara, if I fail to bring back Tsunade, no way to beat Pin or Otsutsuki Kagaya. No one cares who Uzumaki Naruto is. All they want is heroes. Back to Konoha village, Tsunade told Uzumaki Naruto the good news, and told Naruto exactly what happened at the meeting. Uzumaki Naruto didn't say much. Sixth Hokage's inauguration ceremony was prepared quite quickly, and it was notified to the entire ninja world. This makes the ninja world shocked and puzzled. Konoha village changed 3 Hokages during the 2-year gap. What are they doing? Anokyo, 15-year-old Hokage. Uzumaki Naruto? Uzumaki Naruto? TSK. I don't know if it's a hero born a boy or Konoha village is lonely. I think we should send some spies to investigate. 4th Hokage. Uzumaki Naruto? The Uzumaki family? 15-year-old Hokage. Ha ha ha. I think Konoha village should really be removed from the 5 major ninja villages since the 3rd generation project sacrificed in Konoha village. Come on, hurry up Konoha village to find out the truth. Terumi Mei, 15-year-old Hokage? I think Konoha village has undergone great changes these days. Ching, Master 5th Mizukage, do we want? Terumi Mei, let's hold back for now. We, Kirigakure, have been persecuted by Akatsuki in the past few years. We need to recuperate and try our best not to have too much friction with the outside world. 1. The border of the Kingdom of Wind. Gaara looked at the intelligence letter in her hand and couldn't help shaking her hands. Uzumaki Naruto. When these 4 words were mentioned, a panic flashed in Gaara's heart. He can't forget the fear this man brought him. 2 years ago, even Shikaku was no match for him. After more than 2 years, this guy has become the youngest Hokage in Konoha village. The Master Gaara, as if sensing Gaara's strangeness, Sand Shinobi next to him reminded me a little. Oh, it's okay. Then, Master Gaara, it's time for you to return to Sunagakure. The Kazekage of Sunagakure can't always be empty. In the dark cave, several looming figures form a circle. Pain. According to reliable information, Konoha village's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto is now the youngest Hokage in Konoha village. Hashigaki Kisame. It's a lie. How old is he? Pain. Looks like 14 or 15 years old. Dried persimmon ghost shark. Dyson. Dried persimmon ghost shark. Daidara, 15-year-old Hokage. Isn't Konoha village known as the #1 ninja village in the 5 major countries? You actually let a kid be Hokage, Scorpion of Red Sand. The 15-year-old Hokage, is actually normal. When I was 15, my strength level was no less than Kage level. 1. Daidara, Brother Scorpion, I'm not convinced if you say that. If I don't join the organization, I will be Tsuchikage now. B. Haiden, oh, this is not the end. Our organization makes money every day. 2 days ago, the leader said that we can enter the next step of the plan after a while, but the plan to capture the tailed beast has not yet been drawn up. One of them has become Hokage. Kakuzu, shut up and make money. Isn't it good? And being Hokage is great? Who among us is not someone who has Kage-level power? Daidara, Senior Kakuzu is right. Even Orochimaru's stinky snake can kill 3rd Hokage. The Hokage of Konoha village is nothing special. Uchiha Itachi. The meeting organized by Shao broke up unhappy. Pain didn't say much, just sent them this notice. End of the meeting. Conan looked at Pain, with no expression on his cold face. Pain, do you think such things will affect our plan? Huh? Pain snorted indifferently. Conan, Pain is invincible. It's still Nua's dim cave. This time, a man wearing a hoop mask was sitting on a rock. A red glow flashed through his empty right eye. Uzumaki Naruto. Did the son of the 4th Hokage inherit the Hokage? Obito murmurs to himself. At this time, a strange creature like aloe emerged from the ground. Said in a deep voice, Obito, I've helped you with the information about Shimura Danzo, and he really didn't die. Obito sneered. That kind of old thief. How could he die so easily? Recently, Obito heard that a guy wearing a mask and calling himself Uchiha Madara went to Konoha village to trouble Tsunade under the guise of revenge against Senju Hashirama. This makes Obito startled and suspicious, not sure who is behind the scenes. But obviously, That person should not be the real Uchiha Madara. How could someone as arrogant as Uchiha Madara meet Shimura Danzo and take such poor quality photos? After speaking, the scholar shredded the photo in his hand in disdain. But he is still worried. What if someone casts reanimation jutsu? Since the masked man met Shimura Danzo, I think he will go to Danzo again. Send a few more white Zetsu to help me keep an eye on Danzo. Once you find the whereabouts of the masked man, report to me immediately. Obito thinks about it, but is still worried. He intends to confirm for himself who the guy under the banner of Uchiha Madara is. Good guy. Hyeming had just become 6th Hokage, and the originally lifeless ninja world immediately set off a storm. Iwagakure and Cloud, Shinobi Village, wanted to take this opportunity to investigate the reality of Konoha Village. At the meeting organized by Akatsuki, Pain seemed to be planning to take action. What's more exciting is that Uchiha Obito, the boss behind the Akatsuki organization, seems to be ready to do something. Tsunade. Obito looks like he's going to find Mama Ming. Terumi Mei, it's...
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.